Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 2576, Starship Avatar. Trash or not, Ves doubted that he'd be able to get his hands on a better AI core. That 2000% edge in processing power was no joke. With so much raw calculation power at his disposal, the productivity of his design department would certainly skyrocket. Modeling that took days to complete in the past could now be done in hours. Many smaller simulations and calculations that previously delayed Ves and the other mech designers for several minutes could now be obtained at an instant. What was even better was that the Astra was not just a simple processor, but a comprehensive AI core made by the CFA, the foremost authority on automation in human space. The fleeters were highly obsessed with developing artificial intelligences to facilitate, or even take over the operations of their incredibly advanced warships. Ves had a very profound impression of the CFA's advances in this area from witnessing the operation of the virtual officer system aboard the Starlight Megalodon. Of course, that unforgettable CFA battleship also taught him a profound impression on the perils of rogue AIs. Naturally, the Astra was different from that ominous mainframe that Ves had foolishly unlocked. The sentient AI that called itself Sigrind arose from reckless experimentation from the crazed survivors of the Starlight Megalodon's crash. The CFA researchers aboard that ship were either influenced by or outright belonged to the Five Scrolls Compact. In contrast, the Astra was made in a highly controlled environment in a proper CFA facility. Its main ingredient was just an incomplete shard of a deceased Sandman Admiral. This was incomparable to a complete, and possibly living Sandman Admiral body. These differences were enough for Ves to put down his worries about the Astra possibly going rogue. The circumstances that birthed a monster like Sigrind simply weren't present in his factory ship. That suited him fine. He had no need for anything greater. With the incredibly capable deep learning and adaptive programming of his new data core, the Astra was able to become more and more efficient at performing the same kinds of calculations. This meant that an operation that might take 3 hours to complete may take just 1 hour to finish in the future. Gloriana recognized the incredible benefits brought by the Astra. With this AI core, we can complete our design projects at least 20% faster. We don't have to worry about any of our current design projects. Exactly. Ves nodded in satisfaction. Our factory ship is worth it for this AI core alone. It was a huge waste to put something so powerful in a sub-capital ship. Only a proper capital ship like the HHX 6963 was eligible to integrate such a powerful starship core. As the interim captain explained the AI core's various uses, she brought up an interesting proposal. In order to make it easier to operate this core, you can permit it to form a virtual avatar. Many people prefer to personalize their interactions with AI cores. Let's do it, Ves! Gloriana eagerly urged. I don't know. Come on. A high-quality AI avatar is one of the essential characteristics of an excellent starship. What would our guests think if our factory ship is missing such a function? If we want to make new friends in the Red Ocean, we need to show off our luxury. If you insist. Ves acquiesced to his wife. Captain Vraken, can you guide us through the steps? Certainly. The procedure is not complicated. You mainly have to make some personal choices. No matter what kind of avatar you specify, do not forget that you are dealing with a rigidly programmed AI. It is not alive nor able to exert any independence. It's a machine, just like your cat. Meow. Lucky objected to that designation. He was not a regular mechanical cat. He was a gem cat, and a living one at that. Hee hee. Settle down, boy. She means no harm. Ves quickly bent down to calm down his pet. Though Gloriana and some other people knew better, to everyone else, Lucky was just a very well-designed mechanical toy. The more lifelike the creation, the greater its quality. Yet no matter how good an AI imitated life, it ultimately lacked emotion. To Ves, Lucky was far from just an AI. Ves could personally perceive the strong spirit and emotions of his supposed artificial pet. That was enough for him to treat his gem cat as a living being. The only downside was that it was not convenient to reveal Lucky's true nature to others. With V's permission, Captain Vraken activated a small interface and began to input some commands. Soon enough, the interface displayed a lot of avatar templates that Ves could choose from to personalize his AI core. Ves scrolled through the options. There were many human templates, but that didn't interest him for long. He swiped some menus and came to a page that displayed many different cat-shaped avatars. That's better. Gloriana's eyes lit up. Look at that Maine Coon! Isn't it fluffy? Clixie pointed her paw towards a Rebarthan sentinel cat that possessed the same tufted ears as hers. Meow meow! Meow! Lucky floated over and bumped his nose at a mechanical cat with a silvery exterior. Ves pushed his cat away. Get lost! I'm settling for this one! He selected his finger on an electronic cat form. He wanted an avatar that was different from Lucky, Clixie, and Goldie. For this reason, he selected a cat whose body was made out of rolling blue numbers. The electronic cat exuded a very techie vibe. It's certainly different, Gloriana admitted. Meow. Meow meow. Nya? Even Goldie didn't know what to think about the new cat. Now that Ves had made his choice, he had the option of specifying its simulated personality. He opted to instill the AI avatar with a calm, obedient, patient, diligent, and helpful personality. In other words, the opposite of Lucky. When he came to the option of choosing the gender of his electronic cat, he briefly skimmed through the options. The choices ranged from male, female, non-binary, and even weirder ones such as black hole and quaternary Illivian gender. It only took a few seconds for him to make up his mind. Wait! Gloriana walked up and held his arm. The avatar has to be female. Ves didn't give in to her request this time. He peeled her fingers off his arm and firmly pressed his finger against the physically projected button that denoted the male option. Why, Ves? We already have Clixie and Goldie, he calmly explained. If we turn our electronic cat into a female as well, Lucky will be all alone as the sole tomcat. Don't you think that is seriously unbalanced? I don't see the problem in that, she responded. Well, I do, and my opinion matters more. Don't forget who is in charge of this factory ship. The ownership of the factory ship was rather complicated, but Ves had the greatest say in matters. Much to Gloriana's dismay, the Astra AI core finally formed an elegant, blue electronic cat in midair. Fortunately for Ves, Gloriana didn't remain upset for long. The cat avatar's proportions were perfect. She had never seen a more aesthetically pleasing cat in her life. What a cute fellow! The newly created avatar settled his glowing purple eyes on Ves and adopted an attentive sitting posture. Ves smiled and stroked the electronic cat's head. Due to the physical projection technology integrated in the compartment, he felt as if he was touching a real surface. The new cat began to speak in a young boyish voice. Virtual avatar established. Astra 35762 is at your service, Mr. Larkinson. Do you wish to finalize your choice? Ves frowned. I don't want you to sound like a little boy. Please change to an older and more mature voice. Try a formal butler-like voice and accent, just like in all of those historical dramas. The avatar instantly switched his speech. I have executed your instructions, the electronic cat said with a much more pleasing voice. Are you satisfied with your choice? Ves grinned. Yes. You don't need to change this anymore. I'd like to add one more instruction. When I give a specific command, I'd like you to change your human speech into cat speech. Your avatar is not complete unless you can cry like a cat. Very well, Mr. Larkinson. I have generated a pattern of unique, expressive cat cries. Activate pet mode. Mew. 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 Both Lucky and Clixie jumped back at the sudden transformation. The avatar played the role of a cat too well. Meow! Meow! Okay, that's enough. Switch back to assistant mode. Exiting pet mode. Would you like to make any more changes, sir? Yes. You need a name. From now on, you are called Beagle, understood? Name set. I will now respond to the designation Beagle. Do you wish to make further alterations, sir? No. Please finalize your avatar and return to standby. I will specify your programming later. Very well, sir. Confirming your choices now. Please note that you are only able to alter the parameters of this avatar and change other important settings by accessing this Astra AI data core in person. The blue electronic cat disappeared as the physical projectors returned to standby. Let us proceed to our next destination, Captain Vraken suggested. Ves nodded. Lead the way, Captain. Everyone aside from Ves and the captain looked bewildered at what they witnessed. Even though Gloriana and their cats knew that Beagle was not a real living cat, the CFA's programming was simply too good. The virtual avatar could probably pass a harsh Turing test in a very convincing manner. Still, the way that Ves judged whether an artificial creation was alive was different from that of other people. To him, spirit was the root of life. No matter how well Beagle pretended to be a sentient cat assistant, he would always be a set of programming code to Ves. This was why he specified the avatar to adopt a body made out of projected numbers. Captain Vraken didn't move too far from the primary data vault. Even though it was situated a little high, the sixth deck of the factory's ship housed a lot of important command and control functions. The group reached another checkpoint. The security procedures this time weren't as strict, but the blast doors were almost just as thick and resilient. As soon as they passed through, Ves and Gloriana were momentarily taken aback by the huge and expansive hall stretching out before their eyes. Captain Vraken proudly swung her arm at the stretch of consoles, workstations, projections, and impressive seats. Welcome to the bridge of the HHX 6963. This is the main command center that can govern the entire factory ship. There is also the Combat Information Center in the middle decks, right? Ves asked. Correct, Mr. Larkinson. The CIC is situated in an even better protected section of the HHX 6963. It can be utilized to command your entire fleet or serve as a backup option if this bridge ever loses function. To be honest, Ves didn't expect too much use from the CIC. Dedicated fleet carriers were much more suitable ships for Major Verl to command a battle from. However, in the absence of choice, the HHX 6963 could do the job in a pinch. It was just that her sensor systems and communication systems weren't geared for this purpose. Ves and the others walked around the bridge. There was space for hundreds of bridge officers and specialists, but only 50 or so were present at the moment. As long as his fleet wasn't in battle, it wasn't necessary to man every bridge station. In fact, if needed, only a couple of people could control the factory's ship from the bridge, though the loss in efficiency was horrendous. Ves approached some fake windows. It depicted a very realistic view of the space in front of the factory ship. Captain Vraken stepped next to him. The bridge is situated close to the center of the sixth deck. Any attacks will have to go through a lot of obstacles. Even then, the reinforced bulkheads and other protective layers will do their best to block any threats. In order to ensure the safety of this bridge, it is impossible to place it close to the exterior. It's fine. A good view of the action is not worth exposing the bridge. I'm not that stupid. Chapter 2577 More Superior Than Others. Some ships, particularly civilian ones and leisure-oriented ones, featured bridges set on the exterior of the vessels. As long as the demand was there, shipwrights were willing to design whatever their customers wanted. Plenty of starships journeyed through the stars while exposing their bridges to external attacks. Suffice to say, the chances that these idiotically designed starships got taken out with relatively little effort were very high. Only the safest star sectors where piracy and instability didn't exist featured these ship designs. In the less secure portions of space, it was best to choose safety over beauty. No amount of aesthetics mattered if the primary command section of a starship could be taken out by a single, powerful long-ranged attack. The bridge of the HHX 6963 was nestled deep in the center of the sixth deck. However, the CIC was located in an even deeper portion of the factory ship. Any attacker had to go through dozens of decks in order to breach the ladder. Captain Daria Maria Vraken looked around the bridge and settled her gaze on the throne-like seat reserved for the master of the factory ship. You can probably find me here when I am on duty, though I will certainly be visiting many other compartments as well. In battle, I will command the HHX 6963 from this bridge. The executive officer shall be coordinating the defense of this ship from the CIC. For now, this post is open. I recommend you nominate whoever you wish to take over my captaincy. That's going to be difficult, Ves responded with a sigh. Our Larkinson clan has expert pilots, expert candidates, mech officers and veterans. We are not short of talented and competent mech pilots. However, our shallow foundation as a space-borne organization has left us short of starship captains such as you. We don't have anyone worth nominating to this position at this moment. The Grand Captain frowned and turned to Ves. You should remedy this shortcoming as soon as possible. I am only the interim captain of the HHX 6963. My role is to train a captain so that your factory ship will not crash into an asteroid someday. The hegemony starships deserve better. He chuckled. Even a dummy isn't stupid enough to crash a capital ship in some random object. There are so many people here that no one can single-handedly ruin this precious vessel. You'd be surprised what incompetent people are capable of. In the event this factory ship encounters a space storm or is caught in an unstable anomaly, you need a calm but quick-witted captain to make judgment calls in the span of a few seconds. The captain cannot be too slow, but also cannot afford to make the wrong decisions. The difficulty of fulfilling both standards becomes exponentially more difficult when the ship gets larger. Ves grew more and more depressed as Captain Vraken outlined the harsh demands. Perhaps she was exaggerating a bit, but she shouldn't have strayed too far from the truth. Are you interested in becoming the permanent captain of this factory ship? He probed. The woman did not flicker any emotions. No, sir. I am a hexer. It is my duty to serve the hexadric hegemony. If the Council of Matriarchs hasn't given me this assignment, I would not have chosen to leave my state at its time of need. I take it you're a member of the Vraken matriarchal dynasty. Ves changed the topic as he admired the view of the fake windows. The augmented view depicted the other ships of the Larkinson clan in vivid detail. Correct, sir, the older woman confirmed. I belong to the most intelligent and far-sighted matriarchal dynasties of my state. That's quite a boast. Women are superior, but the Vrakins are more superior than others. While we proudly call ourselves Hexers, we do not mindlessly let our biases and emotions lead us by the nose. To defeat the Friday Coalition, we have to outsmart them. It is futile to compete against brutes in head-on battles. VS raised his eyebrow. I don't know about you, but from what I see, the Hex army is pretty much doing the latter. From the start of the Komodo War, all I hear are stories about Hexer mech divisions throwing machines after machines at the Friday men. Your enemy is doing the same thing as well. I haven't seen much finesse and outmaneuvering so far. If you Vrakins are truly superior, then you would have been able to convince the other Hexers to adopt a more prudent strategy. The stiff Grand Captain did not fluster. The other matriarchal dynasties are not as enlightened as us. It is clear to see that they have made some grave mistakes. It will only be a matter of time before they understand that our suggestions are better. When will that take? I have a feeling that many of your stubborn Hexers won't see the light until the hegemony is at the brink of losing the Komodo War. The war will not reach that point, Captain Vrakin confidently stated. If anything, your work is vital to thwarting the Friday Man offense. As long as I captain this ship, I will endeavor to prevent as many problems as possible. My crew and I will do all we can to provide you with the best environment to design your mechs. Thanks. Don't expect too much from us, though. The Friday men have found a very tricky way to gain an edge over the Hex army. It is difficult to resist a disparity in expert pilots. This was something that even the supposedly superior Vrakins were unable to solve. Just before they resumed the tour, VS asked one more question. By the way, do you happen to be a Diva agent? The woman faced VS with a highly controlled expression. Why would you ask that question, Mr. Larkinson? I happen to have a former relative of yours in my staff who used to work for Diva. I am aware of who you are referring to. It is no secret to us that Calabast Armland has decided to become a part of your clan. You don't sound very happy. Daria Maria glowered. She has enjoyed the highest degree of training that our dynasty can offer to her. It is a shame for her to forget who has made her great and abandon the proud Vrakin name. Now of all times is when we need the services of a highly competent intelligence operative. She is helping the hegemony by helping our clan. That in turn allows me and my fellow mech designers to design the Hexer mech your state has derived a lot of benefits. I think that is good enough to make up for her early departure. I am of a different mind on this topic, but let us end this discussion. Miss Calabast has made her choice, and the hegemony has accepted that. It is not my place to intervene. After taking in the expansive and luxurious bridge, the tour continued. The group headed all the way to the first deck or the top deck. Captain Vrakin guided VS and Gloriana to an enormous garden compartment. It was just as pleasant and infused with nature as the Hex Garden. Welcome to the forward observation chamber. As you can see, hear, smell and touch, this immense compartment is an excellent recreational and relaxation destination. There are pools with fish and pools for swimming. There are grassy plains that are suited for sports and other activities. There are benches and tables should you want to dine here or spend some time to relax. Meow! Meow! Hi hi hi! Gloriana giggled. Our cats love it here. I think they'll be spending lots of hours in this garden. Both Lucky and Clixie ran through the brushes, climbed up the trees, chased after some butterflies, and even caught a tiny fish from one of the ponds. The humans approached the huge forward windows. This time, the windows were real. The forward observation chamber was situated at the bow of the factory ship. No matter what kind of hard, transparent material the windows were made of, it was easier to breach it than to penetrate through many meters of solid alloy. The captain gestured back at the garden. The forward observation chamber is meant to serve as a quiet relaxation and recreational area for the officers and VIPs of the HHX 6963 and their pets. Naturally, you and your mech designers are also on the list. That said, I advise you not to linger here during FTL transitions, crises, and times of elevated danger. The well-designed interior soothed Ves a lot. All of the greenery reminded him of the time when he lived on Cloudy Curtain. The only difference was that the lighting was a lot better in this enormous chamber. With a great environment like this, Ves probably didn't need an arc ship to stave off his cabin fever. There is also a rear observation chamber that is open to the enlisted crew. While you may access it, I do not advise you to do so. The lower-ranked spacers won't truly be able to let down guard if their bosses are close. Understood. Don't worry. I'm not that bored. There was nothing special about the forward observation chamber, so Captain Vraken quickly led them out. She guided the group down a number of decks until they reached the 12th deck. This was another recreational-oriented area. Ves felt as if he had entered a condensed space station. Streets, shops, restaurants, parks, and other leisure venues dominated this deck. There were even schools to keep the children of the crew member occupied. The HHX 6963 is capable of housing tens of thousands of crew, the captain said as they passed by an empty cafe. When the population of a starship reaches this height, it becomes more and more important to foster a healthy community. This deck will do much to keep our crew sane and in good spirits. Without this artificial city, it is too easy for people to equate this capital ship to a prison. That is not ideal, to say the least. Right now, the city wasn't under operation. Only a small amount of venues had found new owners. The people who wanted to make the city alive were mostly spouses of professionals or retired veterans with no other obligations. The city was not that big, but it was more than enough to provide the illusion of normality to the crew. The group moved on from the 12th deck and descended to the 16th deck. The 16th deck is the accommodation or living deck. This is where the staterooms of you and the officers are situated in. There are also other compartments on this deck that are not as important. The enlisted crew reside on another deck. In other words, only the bigwigs got to reside on this deck. Captain Vraken led the group to a hallway with some very distinguished-looking set of hatches. Another security checkpoint manned by armed kinderguards stood on guard. The HHX 6963 boasts 6 grand staterooms. They offer the best possible accommodations aboard this vessel. For now, only 2 out of 6 of these compartments are occupied. The first grand stateroom belonged to Ves and Gloriana. Ves assigned the second grand stateroom to Juliet. As for the other 4, Ves was not in a hurry to allocate them. He would wait for Keddies and some of his other assistants to advance to journeymen before giving them the honor of occupying one of these 6 chambers. As the pair entered their new living and sleeping quarters, they became impressed by what they saw. Gloriana personally designed the interior, though Ves had intervened as well in order to prevent her from going overboard with hexer decorations. The grand stateroom was pretty much a modest-sized mansion condensed into a section of the 16th deck. It was divided into several large rooms such as a foyer, living room, library, private offices, multiple bedrooms and multiple bathrooms. Gloriana grinned in satisfaction as she inspected the different bedrooms. Our kids will love it here! Chapter 2578 Ship Home. Each grand stateroom offered unmatched luxury. Fine wooden, metal, composite, and stone furniture filled up the partitioned rooms. Aside from looking exquisite, they also gave Ves and especially Gloriana a sense of ownership. From today onwards, this little mansion within a ship would become their permanent home. While the grand stateroom still lacked a personal touch, there was plenty of time for the married couple to turn it into their sanctuary. They may be living here for decades or even centuries. Ves already planned to craft a custom desk and chair in order to spice up his private office. Gloriana had much bigger plans in store. "I love it here!" She grinned as she walked up to him and pulled him into an embrace. "One home like this is worthy for us. It's going to be so much better once we get to decorate it even further. I need your help in order to make it perfect." She enthusiastically babbled some requests. In particular, she wanted to set up the private worship room with a shrine that was blessed by the Superior Mother. She also wanted him to create a bed that carried the same blessing as well. Suffice to say, Ves immediately grew alarmed at this request. "No! Why not? I don't want my mother snooping in on us when we're in bed. Can't we enjoy a little privacy? I want her to bless our future children. The Superior Mother is not some kind of universal medicine, Gloriana. Don't pull her in for every single matter." The couple argued about this a little before they came to a rather unsatisfying compromise. They decided to make 2 beds. One of them would be a carved stone queen-sized bed themed around angels. Considering that both of them frequently interacted with glows, Ves thought it would be prudent to rest under Lufa's influence. The angel-like spiritual product possessed a calming and tranquil glow that worked well in easing people's stress. With the heavy responsibilities that Ves and his wife assumed, ending the day in a spiritual and physical sanctuary should give them the best rest that they could ever enjoy. However, in order to satisfy his wife's childbearing demands, Ves agreed to make a second bed out of carved wood. She wanted him to incorporate some Hexer-style elements, and even carve out a tall headboard that made it seem as if the Superior Mother was looking down on whoever was sleeping in the bed. Though Ves found her proposed design to be a little disturbing, he consoled himself by her promise that she only insisted on sleeping in it when she was pregnant. Gloriana grabbed his arms and stared at him with a hungry expression. "We need to provide the most perfect growing environment for our babies. There is no one better than the Superior Mother who can ensure our babies will grow strong and healthy. I will not allow you to squander this opportunity." Okay. I get it. I'll invest plenty of effort in making this bed. Are you happy now? Definitely. She was so happy that she instantly glomped him and pulled him into a kiss. After a passionate make-out session, she pulled back and began to explore the bedrooms reserved for their children. "Women," Ves tiredly sighed as he readjusted his uniform. Meow. Meow. The 2 cats were both perched onto a large, soft cat bed. The stateroom was not only a paradise for Ves and his family, but also their pets. Various cat toys, scratching posts, obstacle courses, and little cat doors ensured that every feline would be able to keep themselves entertained. He spent the remaining time allotted to exploring the grand stateroom on inspecting the kitchen, library, living room, and other areas. Though the Hexers had already furnished them with excellent furniture, there was abundant room for more. If he wanted to transform this space into his real home, then he had to surround his living with his own style. Gloriana had the exact same idea. He envisioned a lot of arguments in the future on how to decorate their shared spaces. "Well, whatever. We'll just split it up if we have to. At worst, I'll just move out to one of the vacant grand staterooms." When the couple finished touring their new home, Captain Vraken led them out and briefly showed them the other cabins set up for long-term occupancy. The HHX 6963 offers plenty of space for living accommodations. Due to her potentially large crew complement, not every crew member can live in compartments as extravagant as yours. Here you can see a greater stateroom. While it is only a fourth the size of a grand stateroom, it still offers plenty of room to house an entire family with comfort. As Ves quickly explored the greater stateroom, he found it to be more than enough for him to live in. It was akin to a normal house if built on land. To be honest, the grand stateroom that he and his wife had claimed was too big. Ves didn't exactly need all of that space to live in comfort. Still, his demanding wife would never accept anything smaller, so he didn't voice any objections. "This is a good room to live in for senior officers, chief engineers, and other key personnel," Ves remarked. "Exactly," Captain Vraken nodded. "The HHX 6963 offers 66 greater staterooms in total. Our senior officers, vital personnel, and any important guests will be able to live in comfort here. There are also 666 staterooms that are suitable for our junior officers and other mid-level personnel such as chief technicians and the mech pilots of our bunker mechs. By providing them with comfortable living spaces, their productivity will always be high." Sadly, the rank-and-file crew members didn't enjoy these luxuries. They had to make do with smaller and more compact berthing compartments. The only consolation was that the individual living quarters were adjustable. If the HHX 6963 had to accommodate more than 100,000 people, then it was best to make the cabins smaller so that more of them were able to fit the 39th and 40th decks. If for some reason the factory's ship had to accommodate even more people, then it was possible to place multiple bunk beds in the individual cabins. Captain Vraken wasn't in favor of this measure, though. "I don't advise you to do this unless it is necessary. The HHX 6963 doesn't need so many crew. Considering that many crew members will live on this ship for years, we need to give them enough space to raise a family. By controlling the numbers on this ship, we can provide each crew member or family unit with a modest-sized cabin that offers as much space as a decent apartment on land. That should be more than enough to meet their long-term needs." "I'll take that into account." Ves nodded in understanding. "After all, our clan doesn't have a foundation on land. All of our crew has no choice but to make this ship their home." He knew that this wouldn't be enough to keep every single crew member happy. The factory's ship may provide more amenities than sub-capital ships, but she was no substitute to living on a real planet. The greatest shortcomings other than the lack of space was the constant confinement and absence of strangers. Someone who lived on a normal planet could always live in their towns and cities to explore other places. That simply wasn't possible for the crew of his ship. The lack of people who weren't Larkinsons also threatened to make his clansmen more insular. Ves didn't have any good solutions to this problem. He had to obtain an ARC ship in order to mitigate these issues. After Captain Vraken finished explaining the living conditions of the crew of the HHX 6963, she finally guided the group towards the most essential sections of the capital ship. "The production halls are the reason for this ship's existence. The compartments housing the valuable production lines stretch all the way from the 18th deck to the 36th deck. Along with some storage compartments, repair facilities, and other related functions, the middle decks are equivalent to an entire industrial complex." When the group entered one of the production halls, they became dazzled by the brand new high-quality production equipment. In order to fabricate a wide variety of high-end second-class mechs, the production lines incorporate a lot of specialized machines that were very capable of producing specific components. There were crystal synthesizers that could produce larger, denser, and more flawless luminar gems. There were forging machines and alloy compressors that could fabricate very hard alloys that were notoriously difficult to shape. There were heavy-duty assembly systems along with an extensive suite of powerful bots that could lift tons of metal at a time. The production halls even offered fine, localized control over the artificial gravity in the halls. This meant that it was possible to selectively eliminate gravity on a machine while it was producing something delicate. It was also possible to lighten a mech frame so that it didn't take as much time and effort to assemble or disassemble a product. The pair reverently approached the most important production machine. The 3D printer was the all-rounder and most versatile piece of equipment in a production line. Back when Ves just started out, he relied entirely on 3D printers to fabricate his mechs. It was only later on that he started to make use of other specialized equipment. Stronger and more sophisticated mechs often imposed greater demands that could only be met with dedicated production equipment. At the present, a single production line consisted of over 12 primary production machines. Yet no matter how many toys he added to the production lines, the 3D printer still played an essential role. The higher the quality of the 3D printer, the greater the variety of parts it could produce. More expensive 3D printers were even able to substitute the role of many specialized machines. As much as Ves wanted to fill up the production halls with every possible primary production machine that he might need, he needed at least double the space. That simply wasn't doable aboard a starship with a finite amount of space. Therefore, centering a production line around an excellent 3D printer was essential. When the hegemony expanded the budget for his factory's ship, Ves had invested a considerable portion of the extra money towards upgrading the 3D printer model of all 20 production lines. Captain Vraken looked up at the giant cube that exceeded the size of an entire mech. "This is the Gaia A35 3D printer. You probably know more than I about its characteristics, so there is no need for me to explain its capabilities." Both Ves and Gloriana looked dreamily at this excellent 3D printer. It offered excellent precision, speed, flexibility, and more importantly, automation. Many of the best manufacturing complexes in the hegemony utilized the Gaia A35 or similar models. The production line centered around this lauded 3D printer was capable of fabricating almost any standard military mech model in the Hex Army's lineup. "With our GI production lines, we don't have to limit our mech designs on account of production difficulties," Ves stated. This was an immensely important benefit. If he didn't have these high-quality machines, then he wouldn't be able to produce strong and sophisticated mechs such as the Transcendent Punisher or the Valkyrie Avenger. As Ves wanted to supply his elite mech forces with premium second-class mechs, it was essential to invest in high-end production capacity. Now that he satisfied this requirement, he wouldn't have to worry about any design constraints in the development of his standard mechs for a very long time. Of course, the GI production lines were still a bit inadequate when it came to the production of expert mechs and other top-end second-class mechs. "Please show us our workshops," Ves requested. "Whenever we want to produce something, we won't be making use of these production lines." The GI production lines were all geared towards mass production. While they were good at churning out lots of standard mechs at a high pace and a consistent level of quality, they were not good enough for the likes of the Miracle Couple. Chapter 2579, GIA and Alkyne. The GIA production lines consisted of production equipment that were geared towards mass production. This meant that they aimed for the highest possible quality within a few important constraints. First, they had to be fast enough. If it took twice as much time to produce a mech, then the mech company in question was practically losing a lot of money due to having less mechs for sale. Second, they had to be easy enough for mech technicians to operate them. The production machines had to take the limited capabilities of average factory workers into account. Of course, different production machines imposed different minimum skill requirements. The GI production line was quite advanced, so the mech technicians had to be a lot more skilled and knowledgeable than normal in order to produce high-quality mechs like the Transcendent Punishers. Right now, the best mech technicians of the Larkinson clan were still not up to par. They needed to explore the capabilities of the GI production lines and engage in a lot of trial and error in order to become proficient in handling the advanced second-class production machines. As for mastering the machines, Ves didn't think that any of his chief technicians or mech technicians could accomplish this exceptional feat. He would have to hire experienced second-class mech technicians and fabricators in order to fully utilize his production lines. That was far too troublesome. He would rather nurture his current production crews and set up an in-house school to raise qualified mech technicians from within. While this approach won't bear any fruit for at least a decade, the results would be worth it. Only by setting the curriculum for his future production crew would he be able to instill his preferred production approach to them. In order for his factory ship to pump out consistently high-quality mechs, he needed to raise mech technicians that treated the mechs they made as living entities. Aside from the strict manpower requirements, the GIA production lines also came with another downside. Captain Daria Maria Vrakin pointed at a thick power line along the way. When any of these production lines are working at full capacity, their energy consumption is massive. If all 20 lines are active, then the HHX 6396 barely has enough spare power left to run her other basic functions. I'm aware that this factory's ship doesn't have enough power to keep both her production lines and shield generators active at the same time. Ves spoke. She doesn't need to, though. There's no way we'll allow our production crews to calmly fabricate mechs when our ship is fired upon. That's just stupid. That is not the issue I am trying to draw attention to. Consider how much energy these hungry shield generators and production machines consume. How much money in reactor fuel do you think the 16 primary power reactors aboard the HHX 6963 will expend in order to supply all of that power? Neither Ves nor Gloriana knew the answer. 32 million hex credits per day, the Grand Captain answered. In a year, that amounts to more than 11 billion hex credits. What? So much? Let alone Ves, even Gloriana was shocked at that sum. Please take into account that this is only a portion of the upkeep cost. While it is unlikely for all 16 primary power reactors to operate at maximum capacity every hour of the day, there are many other expenses such as payroll, maintenance, sublight propulsion fuel, and other consumables. These are the costs you need to bear for adding a very capable factory ship to your fleet. Given the expected circumstances, Ves would probably have to reserve at least 10 billion hex credits to cover the annual expenses of his factory ship. What was worse was that the supply and market price of reactor fuel varied depending on the region. Captain Vrakin issued another warning. In the Komodo Star sector, you cannot find that many refineries that are capable of refining the specific type of high-grade, second-class power reactor fuel. Only a few dozen refineries in the Friday Coalition and Hexadric Hegemony were able to meet the factory's ship's energy needs. I've already checked the price of power reactor fuel in the Red Ocean. Depending on the specific zone, you might have to pay 10 times the prevailing market price in this star sector. Ves almost suffered a heart attack at the thought. Even if he made good use of all 20 production lines to produce a lot of mechs, he might have to sell at least 1,000 premium second-class mechs a year in order to keep the voracious power reactors fed. While this was not an impossible task, it was a heavy burden to the Larkinson clan. It became more and more important to ensure that the LMC's business operations in the Yena Star cluster remained operational even after his expeditionary fleet departed for the Red Ocean. Not every factory ship is as expensive to run, the older woman noted as they passed through hall after hall. Each of the large spaces hosted an identical production line. If you opted to add less production lines, opt for lower-end production equipment, leave out the shield generators and downgrade the high-quality ship components, you could easily reduce the upkeep to just 2 or 3 billion hex credits. Gloriana grimaced. That's not acceptable. We need the best that we can get. Settling for a smaller and cheaper capital ship will only limit our growth in the future. Since we have the opportunity to obtain a higher-end factory ship with excellent production lines from the start, we should embrace what we have and look towards taking advantage of her strengths. Ves thought for a moment before he nodded in agreement. You're right. Starting off big isn't necessarily bad. The costs are higher, but I'm confident in our money-making potential. It is a waste to make budget mechs with our GIA production lines. Their capabilities are so good that they are best used to make premier mechs. As long as we design a good second-class mech that is comparable to the Valkyrie Avenger and Valkyrie Brunhild, we can reach a very high profit margin. This way, we only have to produce a couple of hundred mechs and sell them all in order to cover the annual upkeep of not just our factory ship, but also the rest of our fleet. That's a tall order, sir. You plan to add several more capital ships to your fleet, correct? That will add many more billions of hex credits in expenses. The only consolation that I can give you is that fleet carriers and other ship types are not as energy intensive as a factor ship. However, if these vessels sustain any damage, the repair costs can easily skyrocket. The burden on the Larkinson clan grew heavier and heavier. Although Ves knew it wasn't cheap to run a large fleet centered around several capital ships, now that he heard some solid numbers, he started to entertain some doubts. It would have been a lot cheaper to settle on a planet and develop a colony. It was no wonder that so many organizations wished to build up a foundation on solid ground. Pursuing life in space was simply too expensive and out of reach to most people. Not even mech designers thought it was worth it to squander most of their money on a large fleet. That was enough to make Ves realize that he was pursuing a very unorthodox growth path. If his grand expedition failed, then much of this effort and investment would come to naught. As he continued to muse about the finances of his expeditionary fleet, they finally reached one of the workshops. The two mech designers needed no explanation from Captain Vraken. They knew much more about all of the exquisite production machines. Ves approached the largest device in the workshop and placed his hand on its cold metal exterior. I could only dream of owning a top Hexer 3D printer in the past. Only the best Hexer mech designers make use of a model of this caliber. The Elkine 69 may not be the top 3D printer model developed by the Hexadric hegemony, but it was not too far away. With such an excellent 3D printer, Ves probably wouldn't have to upgrade to a better model until at least several mech generations had gone by, or if he reached the rank of master. What a great machine! It's nearly perfect. Gloriana sighed as she admired the impressive hardware. Different from the Gaia A35, the Elkine 69 was at least 10 times more difficult to operate. This was mainly because it demanded a lot more manual control over all of its production processes. The GIA automated a lot of steps to make it easier for a normal production crew to operate it, but that came at the cost of looser tolerances and inconsistent output. The Elkine 69 took the opposite approach. Its developer designed it with the assumption that its operator knew exactly what to do at every step of the way. As long as the mech designer or fabricator was skilled enough, the Elkine 69 could produce masterwork quality mech components without relying on any extraordinary mental states. Hee hee! Gloriana greedily stroked her palm across the solid metal exterior. The Elkine series is renowned as the most precise line of 3D printers in my home state. I can finally begin to fabricate vessels that are much closer to perfection than before. The Elkine 69 was not fast, efficient, cheap, or easy to operate. Aside from these downsides, its sensitive subcomponents required very frequent maintenance. In fact, its manual stated that it was best to service and recalibrate much of its internals after just a single fabrication run. This was an extremely high burden that Ves did not look forward to. Aside from fabricating first production copies, custom mechs and expert mechs, it was hardly worth it to use it for other purposes. Yet for all of these hefty trade-offs, the Elkine 69 offered enough benefits to make Ves and Gloriana happy. Aside from being able to handle a lot of high-end materials and produce an even greater variety of special components, the couple mainly valued the model's precision and quality control. The reason why Gloriana was so happy with the Elkine was because it was easier to make masterwork mechs with it. She was already looking forward to completing the current round of mech design projects so that she could utilize her brand new 3D printer to make 6 more attempts. While the frequent need to service and recalibrate the Alkyne 69 was annoying, the factory's ship had 2 of these precision machines. In time, the 2 Alkyne 69s would probably diverge from each other as Ves and Gloriana personalized the machines. While these top-end 3D printers were far too advanced for the pair to make extensive changes, it was only a matter of time before the pair acquired enough knowledge to customize their mechanisms. The same went for the rest of the artisanal production machines in the workshops. The high-quality equipment would never allow the 2 mech designers to exert their greatest strength when their settings and configurations didn't align with their personal style. "It's too bad we only have 2 of these mech workshops," Ves muttered. "Juliet's Tamaros and any only future journeymen will have to make do with the GIA production lines or other places to fabricate their personal works. We should give them the opportunity to rent our workshops. There's no way we'll be making frequent use of these facilities." Gloriana snorted and crossed her arms. "Let them pay for their own mech workshops. As far as I'm concerned, we worked for these facilities. If Juliet wants to obtain a comparable mech workshop, then let her save up until she is able to afford her own ship with a mech workshop that is up to standard." "That's too harsh, honey." "I'm not being harsh. I'm being fair." Chapter 2580, Power and FTL. With the GIA production lines and the Alkyne-centered mech workshops, the HHX 6963 was arguably the best factory ship in the Komodo Star sector. "I hate to burst your bubble, Ves, but the masters I know of can easily crush the HHX 6963 with their own means," Gloriana said. "Even Master Olsen's Titanium Garden is able to output an insane amount of high-quality mechs a day if she so chooses." Ves briefly slumped. "You're right. Compared to assets of actual masters, our little factory ship is not that impressive. I'm certain we beat every journeyman in this regard. I think even seniors will have difficulty obtaining something just as good." It was difficult to make direct comparisons because he didn't know that many mech companies or mech designers who operated a fully fledged factory ship. Many high-ranking mech designers were usually based in fixed locations just like Ves had been in the past. Unless a devastating conflict like the Sand War or the Komodo War threatened to sweep over their manufacturing complexes, it wasn't necessary to acquire a mobile production facility. Most journeymen and seniors made do with modestly sized mobile supply frigates. They just needed to have a single well-equipped mech workshop at their disposal in order to break up the monotony of lengthy space journeys. At the very least, factory ships weren't needed in most portions of civilized space. Despite that, Ves went ahead with investing in one of them. His choice made a lot more sense if his expeditionary fleet reached the Red Ocean. The HHX 6963 would easily be able to pay for herself once she began to pump out mechs that could be sold for an inflated price. "Well, let's wrap up this tour," Ves suggested. "The production halls and the mech workshops are the heart of this ship." They continued to tour some other sections. For example, they paid a brief visit to the design labs. There were multiple of them this time. There was enough room for hundreds of assistant mech designers. In fact, Ves could even choose to modify the interior and cannibalize the surrounding compartments to host up to 1,000 mech designers. Of course, that was far too exaggerated. The factory ship was mainly a vessel oriented towards the production of mechs. It was much more appropriate to acquire a dedicated research vessel and move all design activities there. With exceptional lab equipment, specialized departments dedicated to other research fields, an AI core that was specialized in mech design rather than starship operation, and ample prototype testing facilities, the LMC's design department should be able to design much higher quality mechs. However, that was a matter for later. VS wanted to acquire several other capital ship types first before he was ready to add a dedicated research vessel to his expeditionary fleet. For now, the design labs aboard the HHX 6963 were already good enough. Captain Vraken continued to lead the group downwards. She briefly showed them around the 37th deck, which she informally called the secondary command deck. The Combat Information Center was almost just as impressive as the bridge. Aside from offering a commanding officer to direct the entire fleet in battle, it also offered a lot of sensor, targeting and coordination and other forms of support to mech pilots. The Grand Captain briefly explained how useful it was to man these stations. When battles increase in scope, it becomes harder and harder to coordinate individual units. Even your mech commanders will find it difficult to utilize the mechs at their disposal to the fullest. Command centers like these can offer broad support to every unit or more selective support to a small quantity of mechs. In fact, this CIC is made to offer support to every single artillery mech that is stationed in one of this vessel's bunkers. This way, the mech pilot can focus on aiming and shooting while an operator can handle the bigger picture. VS could imagine how this would be useful. He knew mech pilots well enough that they were prone to tunnel vision. When they became overly focused in battle, their situational awareness dropped. While mech pilots received plenty of training to remedy this behavior, it was a lot easier if someone was there to take over this burden. This was not a new idea. Pairing mech pilots with their own assistants frequently led to better results, but the requirements were quite burdensome. The mech needed to establish a direct and reliable communication channel to a command center. The connection also needed to be secure. If an enemy managed to hack the channel, then a lot of crucial data would fall into the wrong hands. In any case, these problems were not concerning in the case of bunker mechs. Since the artillery mechs assigned to the bunkers were still aboard a ship, it was very easy to establish solid and secure communications lines from the bunkers and the command centers. It was nearly impossible for external enemies to tap or break these lines. This is a useful function, but I think it's not as relevant to our current circumstances, VS remarked. Oh? How so, Mr. Larkinson? Your mech pilots, though good, are still limited by their attention span. I'm not arguing that, but I think you'll find that the Transcendent Punisher model is already connected to an operator that is greater than you can imagine. There is hardly any need for a second assistant. The tour continued onwards. The 38th deck housed a lot of the guts of the factory ship. The group had to board another lifter platform in order to travel all the way to the stern of the vessel. They had to pass through another guarded checkpoint in order to enter a huge compartment. Welcome to the primary engineering bay. Captain Vraken led them to one of the 4 huge and powerful power reactors in the compartment. The 38th deck houses 12 capital-grade power reactors in total, of which 4 are situated here. In addition, there are 4 additional secondary reactors located in the secondary engineering bay at the 17th deck. However, the latter are mainly backups and should only be activated when the ship needs to draw more power or if the primary reactors have failed. While this was a bit convoluted, spreading around the power reactors ensured that no single attack or accident was able to disable the entire factory ship. Decentralizing power generation also ensured that several different sections of the ship retained access to power even if power couldn't be transferred across the entire hull. These are hungry bastards. VS frowned. Capital-grade power reactors generate much more energy than smaller models, Captain Vraken noted. In fact, this specific model is optimized for maximum output in order to support the needs of a lot of power-hungry ship systems. They are ideal for supporting shield generators. The trade-off is that this power reactor can only run on very high-quality reactor fuel that is not that easy to obtain. What happens if we run out of this specific type of reactor fuel? Gloriana curiously asked. It is unlikely that we will be dead in the water. There are secondary and even tertiary power reactors that are much less picky. While these backup power generators aren't powerful enough to run the HHX 6963 normally, they are enough to keep us alive while tentatively enabling both sublight travel and FTL travel. Basically, if we ever end up with a mostly empty tank, we can still limp our way to safety. Ves summed up the explanation. We can also siphon power from other starships or transplant their power reactors if necessary. In fact, if you have enough resources at hand, you might even be able to make some less demanding power reactors yourself. There were many possible solutions to solve this problem. They just had to be creative and resourceful enough. Of course, the best solution of all was to never end up in this situation in the first place. How much reactor fuel can we stock up on? Ves asked. A lot, the captain answered. One of the advantages of the type of reactor fuel that these primary reactors consume is that it is very dense in energy. A standard container filled with this substance is enough to support a capital-grade power reactor for months. I suggest you take the opportunity to stock up on several years' worth of reactor fuel along the way to the first Beyonder gate. Why didn't anyone tell me that? Let's place an order right away then. Our clan has plenty of money now that one of our latest products has gone viral. Daria Maria shook her head. Don't be too hasty. Let us travel past a few more star sectors before we shop for fuel. Right now, the Komodo War has vastly increased the regional consumption of many categories of reactor fuels. Even the prices in Vicious Mountain and Majestic Teal have risen. You can save up to 50% of your money if you stock up on reactor fuel in a peaceful star sector. Oh. Okay, we'll do that then. I don't want to waste billions of hex credits when I still have a lot of expert mechs and capital ships on my shopping list. After they inspected some of the power reactors, the captain showed them to the largest FTL drive that Ves had ever seen. Although Ves was aware that the FTL drive of the Starlight Megalodon was even larger, he never got to see it in person. This was different. A huge block of metal that was about the size of an office building loomed in front of him. It took an FTL drive of at least this size to enable superliminal travel for a 2-kilometer-long capital ship. Several chief engineers and other engineers were already crawling over it. They even opened some hatches in order to access the vast interior. Aside from the AI core, the 3 FTL drives installed on this vessel are the most technically advanced ship components we currently possess. That's a bold claim, Captain. Ves looked impressed. Look at all of these highly trained professionals. She waved her arms at the milling teams of engineers. Even the ones dispatched by our state cannot claim to understand the entire operation of this drive. There are too many principles and applications of high technology that are simply beyond what any hexer can understand. Not even your impressive Elkines are as advanced as a capital-grade FTL drive. That's also why they cost so much. Ves sighed. Many capital ships made do with just a single FTL drive. While they were able to accommodate more, it cost hundreds of billions of hex credits to add an additional one. Aside from offering more speed and more guarantees against failure, the addition didn't actually make the huge vessels more productive. Some people believed it was better to save up all of that money for a second capital ship instead. However, as long as finances weren't too tight, it was still better to have at least a second FTL drive on hand. What Ves had done by adding a third one to the factory ship was very unusual. Still, he believed it was worth it. He had foregone many other possible upgrades to acquire some extra assurance that his factory ship would never falter. There is not as much differentiation in FTL drive models. This one, along with the other 2, are merely standard for 2-kilometer-long capital ships. The captain highlighted. While they are highly reliable, they don't excel in terms of range, cycling speed, reliability, and longevity. Still, don't look down on them for these reasons. As long as your engineers take excellent care of them, they can easily last a century. It's a shame we couldn't add any of the long-range FTL drive models. Ves sighed. Our state needs them more than you. Besides, long-range variants are at least several times to 10 times more expensive than standard models. They are mostly reserved for fleet carriers built for deep strike purposes. This was another resource that states kept for themselves. They were so difficult and expensive to build that they never ended up in the hands of private clients. Well, I can always dream. Chapter 2581, Rapid Expansion. The delivery of the Larkinson clan's much-awaited factory ship initiated a very important countdown. Hardly any excuses remained in the Hisneck system. After a year of residing in this boring Sentinel star system, the Larkinsons were more than eager to explore the cosmos. In order to address the upcoming changes, Ves decided to make a public announcement. This would be the first time he faced all of his clansmen since his wedding over 2 months ago. During this time, the clan had recruited a lot of young and eager talents in order to alleviate its immense manpower needs. The new factory ship alone required at least 5,000 crew members in order to function at a basic level, but in truth it was better to get at least double. In addition, the production lines and all of the other production-related tasks also required a lot of personnel in order to run them at peak efficiency. After studying the manuals and consulting some of the chief technicians in his clan, Ves tried to calculate how much staff he needed to assign to each GIA production line. He came to the conclusion that they worked optimally when at least 120 mech technicians and assorted workers such as quality control personnel, software engineers, and so on were assigned to every production line. While a production line could actually make do with 20 people or even less, the drop in efficiency would be horrendous. A lot of the advanced machines such as the enormous GIA 3D printer required the supervision of multiple workers in order to maintain a consistent level of quality. In addition, hiring more than 100 people allowed the factory ship's new production department to organize them into 3 8-hour shifts. After all, with so many expensive production lines and a ship that added billions of hex credits in upkeep costs, why should the Larkinson clan shut down the machines at night? That was an enormous waste. Therefore, despite recruiting thousands of personnel that were specifically assigned to the factory ship, the Larkinson clan wasn't done. Once the Larkinson fleet set off, the clan would have to continually recruit talented and eager workers along its journey. In fact, even if the Larkinson clan hired all of the personnel necessary to fully staff the production lines, it wouldn't have mattered. The GIA production lines were far too complicated for any of the workers to handle at first. They needed to undergo a lot of guided training in order to handle the production equipment without screwing something up. The learning curve was so steep that it might take years for the production crews to truly master the advanced hexer machines. "What are you thinking about?" Gloriana asked. "I'm trying to figure out if the production capacity of our factory ship will be up to par once we enter the Red Ocean," he answered. A handful of attendants and bots buzzed around him. They dressed him up, attached his cape to his shoulders, affixed some badges to his chest, and styled his hair. One of the bots even shaved his chin to make sure it was absolutely smooth and spotless, even though he already shaved this morning. Ves wanted to present a neat and tidy image. Who would ever take him seriously if he showed up with a messy stubble? Meow. Meow meow. Even their cats dressed up for the occasion. Gloriana had affixed a bow tie on top of both Lucky and Clixie's head. While Clixie enjoyed her cute pink head ornament, Lucky did not look as pleased with his green headwear. Meow meow. The gem cat floated in front of Gloriana and begged her to remove his bow tie. "Why are you so upset, Lucky?" She playfully patted his head. "It looks great on you. I picked it out myself." Don't you like how it matches your eyes? Mia! As the attendants finished fixing up his appearance, he turned around and grasped his wife's hand. It's time. Let's face our clansmen. Are you ready? I already fixed up my appearance an hour ago. You're so slow, Ves. This time, Gloriana opted to wear a dress that combined professionalism with style. Her blue dress featured a honeycomb pattern and her red suit jacket matched the colors of the Larkinson clan. She put up pretty but understated makeup but marked her lips with red. Her hair was styled in a crown braid which she had increasingly taken a liking of in recent times. As Ves took in a deep breath, he also partook in her latest scent which he hadn't experienced before. His wife put on a fresh perfume that smelled of coconuts and oceans. I love the way you smell. She put her hand in front of her mouth and giggled. Hi. I try. The couple and their cats exited the dressing room and approached a large entrance. A squad of guards briefly inspected them before allowing them to pass. They entered an immense hall. Banners displaying the emblem and colors of the Larkinson clan, LMC, avatars of myth and the other mech forces proudly hung from bots that floated from above. Guards in full armor stood vigilantly at the sides. Even though no outsiders were invited to the factory ship, they still took their duties seriously. Yet what truly impressed Ves was the large crowd that had assembled into the massive compartment. Thousands of officers and ratings, each of them wearing their ceremonial red dress uniforms, stood in neat rows. The huge auditorium they were in right now was an adaptable compartment. In occasions like these, it could be configured in a simple empty space with a stage at the front. On other occasions, the adjustable interior could switch to a formal dining room setting with resplendent tables and chairs, allowing him to hold a grand banquet to entertain a lot of respected guests. Right now, aside from the banners and other ornaments that spiced the auditorium up, it looked a little bare. There weren't even any glows to modulate the emotions of the clansmen that had gathered in the hall. The space did not feature enough room to add any mechs. While Ves could have employed totems, he decided not to make use of them on this occasion. Ves already held enough public addresses to gain enough confidence in his oratory skills. In the past, he might have borrowed the power of his mechs or embodied one of his design spirits, but this was not necessary anymore. He preferred to make use of these methods when he truly needed to increase his persuasion. If he kept utilizing the same tricks onto his own clansmen, they would eventually lose effect. Since he was just making some information public this time, there was no need for him to resort to excessive means. As Ves walked down the center aisle that was marked by a red carpet, he reached an elevated stage. Together with his wife and pets, he ascended up the podium and turned around to meet the gazes of the crew of his flagship. He could sense pride, expectation, and eagerness from his clansmen. The depressing malaise that had struck the clan shortly after the Nixian Gap campaign had almost entirely faded away. Part of it was due to the arrival of the HHX 6963 and a lot of other hardware. The Larkinson clan had rapidly grown in strength, thereby alleviating the worry of many clansmen about their ability to defend themselves. Part of it was due to time. The tragedies and deaths that ensued from Task Force Predator's journey through the Nixian Gap had faded. Even the living sentinels had turned around now that Commander Casella Ingvar assumed leadership. Yet the biggest reason was the influx of a lot of adopted clansmen. The recruiters had expanded their scope and took in tens of thousands of talents. With so many newcomers arriving in the clan who had yet to live through any of its difficult times, the clan had regained a lot of optimism. Ves decided to address this change first. He held the Larkinson mandate in his hands as he projected the authority of a clan patriarch that had lived through the same ordeals as the other battle-hardened soldiers in his clan. The crowd fell absolutely silent. Whether they were old-timers or new recruits, none of them regarded him as a bookish mech designer who would faint at the sight of a drop of blood. "My fellow Larkinsons," he spoke. "Our clan has grown explosively in the past year. First, let me welcome those who have joined our circle. Since each of you have joined under the auspices of the Golden Cat, do not be afraid that you aren't Larkinson enough or any of that nonsense. Simply treat everyone as your brothers and sisters and you will receive the same treatment in return." There were so many new faces in the crowd that Ves simply didn't recognize any of them aside from his assistants and some other acquaintances. Of course, he knew many other Larkinsons, but they were watching this announcement from their own ships or locations. "In our clan, there are no artificial strata that divides our members into different ranks based on bloodline, seniority, or any of that nonsense. We are a meritocracy. Here, we only look at your competences and contributions. Work hard and get rewarded. This applies to all of you. Don't think you are too late to the party. With the establishment of the Larkinson Merit Exchange, each of you can transform your lives as long as you are able to redeem some life-changing augments. This opportunity is open to every clansman no matter their status." Much of the newcomers looked incredibly eager to hear this. In the Larkinson clan, it was much easier for regular clansmen to accumulate enough merits to pay for a basic second-class implant or gene mod template. This was unimaginable to the former third-raters who used to live more regular lives. No matter how hard a commoner from the Sentinel Kingdom worked, they could never afford second-class implants, let alone third-class ones. Yet it was different now. The Larkinson clan was flush with money. The main reason why Ves did not make the augments free was that he had too few biotech experts to perform so many augmentation procedures. During the founding of a clan, we numbered just a couple of hundred people. Now, our numbers have surpassed 50,000 members. We have not only made up for the losses of our recent battles, but we have also expanded our ranks. What is remarkable about this is that we are not done yet. Right now, we only have enough staff to barely crew our new starships and field a couple of thousands of mechs. In order to bring our strength to a level that is sufficient enough for the Red Ocean, I plan to double or triple our numbers in the next couple of years." This was a stunning announcement. It wasn't too long ago that the clan only numbered 20,000 people at most. In the span of a couple of months, the recruiters picked up 30,000 new clansmen, many of which had come after witnessing the splendor of the Larkinson clan by watching the grand wedding. To be honest, the Larkinson clan had grown so much that it had reached its limits. The recruiters had already suspended much of their efforts so that they could work on assimilating all of the new recruits. Still, once the Larkinson clan digested the huge batch of clansmen, it was able to recruit a lot more personnel in the next round. Do not think that 50,000, 100,000, or even 150,000 personnel is enough. Ves swept his arm across the auditorium. Our factory ship alone can easily accommodate tens of thousands of personnel. When we acquire additional capital ships, we need even more people to leverage their capabilities. Larkinsons such as you and I are the root of our clan, so expanding our ranks will definitely make us stronger. Even if some of the conservative old fogies in his clan grew increasingly more reluctant about the rapid expansions, Ves was determined to grow his ranks. Chapter 2582 The Planet is Dead. The Larkinson clan rapidly grew into a behemoth in a matter of years. The story of its founding and growth was so remarkable that not even the Larkinsons themselves could keep up with the changes. However, no one doubted who made it all possible. The increasingly more mythical clan patriarch had made a lot of amazing accomplishments over his lifetime. What was even more remarkable was that with his age, he still possessed a lot of untapped potential. No one believed he would end his career as a journeyman. Many of the Larkinson clansmen already expected Ves and his wife to become respected and immensely powerful master mech designers. He could only chuckle when he became aware of these uninformed remarks. While he possessed a lot of confidence in himself, realizing a mech design was anything but simple. As his clan continued to grow in strength and numbers, he found that his men constantly increased their expectations of him. Ves felt increasingly more burdened at this development. "Your clansmen believe in you and your vision," Gloriana once said to him. "They have faith in you. As long as you continue to answer their prayers, your status as clan patriarch will become increasingly more unassailable." He growled back at her. "Don't use those words. I'm not a god and my clansmen are not my worshippers." Hi. Whatever you say, Ves." He blinked and returned his mind to the present. As much as he wanted to dismiss her description, when he met the eyes of the new crew members of his factory's ship, their fervor reminded him uncomfortably of radical fanatics. Oh well. This wasn't the time to think about this. He had an announcement to finish. "In the past few months, we have acquired a lot of powerful assets in order to form our initial expeditionary fleet. Most notably, we have received a large amount of second-class mechs, second-class combat carriers and other second-class vessels. On top of that, we have purchased an abundant amount of spare parts, materials and other supplies to sustain our fleet for many months without interruption." He waved his hand, causing a large diagram to be projected above his head. The diagram displayed a simplified schematic of the Larkinson clan's current starships. Upon the delivery of the final batch of starships, we have completed our acquisition of starships. These are more than enough to last us until we reach a Beyonder Gate. For the foreseeable future, we will only be looking to expand our expeditionary fleet with capital ships. After all, these immense vessels are the only ones worth bringing into the Red Ocean. He tapped the air, causing the diagram to group up the ships under different categories. "Let us take stock of our current fleet. The Hall of Heroes has 3 combat carriers and 2 support ships. The Penitent Sisters has 15 combat carriers and 6 support ships. The Avatars of Myth has 20 combat carriers and 10 support ships. The Battle Criers has 10 combat carriers and 3 support ships. The Living Sentinels has 30 combat carriers and 12 support ships. The Flagrant Vandals has 12 combat carriers and 5 support ships. The Sore Maidens has 3 combat carriers and 2 support ships. The Black Cats have 1 combat carrier and 3 other vessels. Combined with 30 more assorted civilian and logistical ships, our fleet possesses a total of 94 combat carriers and 73 non-combat vessels." That was 167 starships in total, which was a mind-boggling number to many people. The Larkinsons weren't accustomed yet to owning so many powerful assets. This figure didn't even include the formidable fleet of the Cross Clan and the smaller but very powerful fleet of the Glory Seekers. At least 400 starships would be setting off under the banner of the Golden Skull Alliance soon. "We have completely reorganized our fleet and decommissioned all of our older legacy vessels," Ves happily announced. "While it is painful to divest ourselves of the ships that have supported us up until now, they are no longer fit for our needs. Our new combat carriers and support ships are all universally second class in performance. Most notably, their FTL drives are just not capable of crossing over into other star sectors, but they are also faster, more precise and longer range than the ones we used before. We estimate it will only take 2 to 3 years for us to reach the Tarnished Crown Star sector, which is home to one of humanity's precious Beyonder Gates." Another projection came to life that depicted the star chart of the surrounding star clusters. While the map was too zoomed out to display much detail, it was enough to show the Larkinsons how much distance the expeditionary fleet had to traverse in order to reach their destination. The star chart did not depict any lines that signified the planned route of their expeditionary fleet. This was sensitive information. Even if he limited the broadcast to his own clan, it was far too easy for it to leak out to other people. As long as third parties learned of the expeditionary fleet's route, they could easily set up an ambush ahead of time. Besides, the tentative route that Ves and his staff had decided upon was not entirely fixed. The fleet could always take a left turn instead of a right turn or take a small detour in order to visit a special destination in the vicinity. This was why Ves only mentioned a vague estimate of how long it would take to reach Tarnished Crown. The biggest variable was how much time Ves had to spend in Smiling Samuel in order to complete one of the system's long-stalled supply missions. The diagram of the fleet disappeared. In its place came a representation of the new factory ship. Let us move on to the moment you have all been waiting for. Our first capital ship is a massive industrial workhorse, one that can accompany us into the Red Ocean. While her code number reads as HHX 6963, this is not a fitting name for a pivotal vessel that will birth the mechs that will defend our fleet and accompany our mech pilots for many years. My staff and I have carefully considered this issue. He looked up at the projection. The 2-kilometer-long vessel still lacked the giant golden prow he planned to add, but that would change soon enough. Names are important, both to people and to ships, he explained as he paced around the podium. His cape swished as he moved around. Naming our subcapital ships is a different matter from naming our biggest ships. I can't be like Commander Melker and call the new flagship of the Avatars something meaningless like the Purple Feather. A few people among the crowd chuckled. The downside of acquiring so many ships in a short amount of time was that his men didn't try very hard to come up with good names. This resulted in a very serious lack of consistency. The penitent sisters bestowed their combat carriers with names such as Mother's Wrath and Virginal Silence. The living sentinels utilized plainer but uplifting names such as Courageous Heart or Steadfast Vigil. Ves and Major Verl generally didn't bother with how the mech commanders chose to name their new starships. They were second-hand subcapital ships that the Larkinson clan would get rid of anyway. The factory ship was different. It was a ship that not only symbolized the clan's industrial might, but also served as a pillar that sustained the morale of the Larkinsons during good times and bad times. As long as the Larkinson clan retained the vessel, it would always be able to make its own mechs. Whether the clan chose to keep the mechs for itself or sell them to others, the expeditionary fleet simply wouldn't be as strong without this bulwark. Early in our naming session, we have quickly decided to choose a name that honors our past. Ves continued as he gripped the Larkinson mandate tighter. While I am aware that many of you have no connection to the Bright Republic, it is the state that has long shaped the Larkinson family, of which we have split off from. In a final homage to our former home state, we have decided to call this vessel the Spirit of Bentheim. Though not many Larkinsons were aware of the significance of this name, the old guard all gasped or reacted with astonishment. The Spirit of Bentheim. It was a name with multiple layers of meaning. Ves instantly liked it when he first came up with it. Since much of the leadership of the clan consisted of true-blood Larkinsons, they understood some of the meaning as well. Ves waved his hand, causing the projection of the factory ship to turn into a live view of the starboard side of the hull. Below the huge, painted code number, a huge portion of the exterior spontaneously morphed into white lettering. The factory ship immediately assumed her new identity. He waved his hand again, causing a projection of the planet it was named after to appear into view. The footage depicted the planet at its prime and when it was fortified during the Sand War. A few years ago, our star sector came under attack. The Sandman race had swept over many border states. The Bright Republic soon became caught up in it as well. In order to support the war effort, the Republic's only port system played a strategic role in keeping everyone supplied with mechs and starships. What you are seeing now is the planet that used to be the heart of my former home state's industry. The planet in the footage did not last long. As the Sand War progressed to the end, a humongous concentration of Sandman vessels funneled into the star system. The defenders quickly became overwhelmed, and the overly complacent MTA defending starships had been taken by surprise. A lot of veterans and victims of the Sand War became emotional at what was about to come. Some of the true-blood Larkinsons and former citizens of the Bright Republic even broke out in tears. The sandstorm that had swept over the entire planet wiped out centuries' worth of industrial development, an enormous amount of unevacuated citizens, and a proud heritage that had never succumbed to the Vesians. The depressing end of this once great planet affected even Ves. Bentheim, the engine of the Bright Republic, is dead, he announced. The entire crowd fell silent. Even the newcomers who didn't have anything to do with the Sand War became emotional. Ves looked up at the projection of the sand-scoured globe and pressed his fist against his chest. While the planet might be dead, its spirit still lives on, he claimed with a raised voice. Many of the people who visited it, lived on it, or had relations with it still remember what that prosperous and exciting planet was like. While there is a huge library's worth of historical documents, images and footage of Bentheim in the past, these are lifeless records that do not mean anything without the right context. Our memories, on the other hand, are different. We remember its spirit of what it once was. It is this sentiment that we wish to keep on so that our subsequent generations will keep the spirit of Bentheim alive. Honor the past, but work towards the future. The crowd all stood up and pressed their fists against their hearts. For the future! They roared. A huge wave of satisfaction swept over Ves. The projection of the sandblasted planet disappeared, leaving only the newly named factory ship over his head. The planet may be dead, but its spirit lived on. His factory ship inherited the name of the planet that had played a major role in his life and helped him lift off his career as a mech designer. While Ves did not have much affection for the Bright Republic these days, he felt it was worth it to carry on some of his happier memories in this fashion. Chapter 2583 Lucky the Sniffer. The naming ceremony of the Larkinson clan's first capital ship went well. It signified another turning point in the history of the clan. Once the Larkinsons gained basic control over the spirit of Bentheim and their other recently obtained starships, the grand expedition would officially set off for Tarnished Crown. No one was sure how long the preparations would take. Ves decided to set a tentative deadline of 1 month. In 1 month, he wanted every ship in the Larkinson fleet to be ready for departure. He knew this was going to be a challenge, but he did not ask for much. The second-hand starships provided by the hegemony may be old, but they had all been serviced and refurbished. As long as they were reliable at the beginning, their crews didn't need to have much familiarity and expertise. The main reason why you needed knowledgeable and competent crew members for starships was to respond to any possible emergencies. When fires broke out, power reactors overloaded and FTL drives fell apart, having crew who served on the ships for a very long time could make a huge difference. For now, the need wasn't too great. As part of his deal with the hegemony, the Hexers dispatched a small but crucial amount of trainers who also served as very capable stand-ins. While Ves was a bit leery about Captain Daria Maria Vraken's background, he could not think of anyone else he would entrust the safety of the spirit of Bentheim more. Her lengthy list of competences and certifications was more than enough to convince him that his factory ship was in good hands. That said, Ves knew that he shouldn't blindly trust the Hexers on everything. While it was nice to replace his old fleet with a lot of new Hexer-built vessels, the problem was that the Larkinson clan was unable to confirm whether their builders added in any backdoors to them. If he was in their place, he would have definitely slipped in a lot of listening devices and tampered with some of the core programming of the ship's systems. As worrisome as this sounded, Ves did not panic because of several reasons. No matter where he bought his ships, he could pretty much assume that the shipbuilders or the states they answered to always tampered with the vessels in question. Even if he managed to buy a starship from the MTA or the CFA, Ves would merely exchange one set of voyeurs to another set of voyeurs. The only way to completely eliminate this problem is to build my own ships and ship components, he muttered. The latter was possible, but the former was way too difficult to realize. Capital ships were especially challenging to build. Therefore, buying ships that were compromised was not something that his clan could avoid. Still, if the shipbuilding companies ever went too far with taking advantage of the backdoors they built into their own products, their credibility would definitely be ruined. Not just the shipyards, but also their owners and the state they belonged to would lose a lot of reputation. This was very fatal to the shipbuilding industry to a state. If wealthy clients no longer turned to a specific state, then it would lose a lot of revenue. Capital ships weren't cheap. The value of the Spirit of Bentheim exceeded 2 trillion hex credits. Though Ves had not obtained her through ordinary means, in many cases governments stood to earn immense sums of money through levying taxes and other fees. Shipbuilding was such a major industry that it affected many other industries as well. All of that money spending invigorated the economies through the multiplier effect. With such a lucrative cycle, the short-term benefits of exploiting the backdoors built in a starship simply wasn't worth it. Yet that did not automatically mean that those backdoors didn't exist. Ves liked to assume the worst. Until proven otherwise, he considered the Spirit of Bentheim to be stuffed with bugs, listening routines, and secret programming. Naturally, there was no way he tolerated their existence. The longer they existed, the greater the chance that someone, whether it was hexers or some other people, would find a way to exploit the backdoors. In order to discuss this very serious security problem, he chose to leave the Spirit of Bentheim and travel back to the surface of Synnax 6. After arriving at the temporary base that was in the process of being abandoned, he entered a small, secure meeting room that had been especially prepared by the Black Cats. Numerous jammers flooded the bare metal interior with interference. Meow. I know it feels uncomfortable, but just bear with it. As long as you do your job, you can go play around. Meow. I mean it. Now get to work. As his cat utilized his excellent sensors, Ves sat next to the bare metal table. A short time later, 2 of his most trusted advisors entered the room. Major Vull and Calabash took their seats. Before we begin, I'd like to thank you, Ves. Oh? The planet is dead, but the spirit still lives on, Vull recited. You honor us all by calling your factory ship the Spirit of Bentheim. Ves looked a bit closer at the military officer. The Major's increasing workload had caused him to look a bit older than before. No matter what care he received, it was hard to counteract the effects of overworking. Major Vull used to be a mech pilot and mech commander when he was in his prime. That was a long time ago. It must have been at least a decade since he last entered the cockpit. His thinning form and graying hair signified that he must have lived through several ordeals that took a toll on his health. Are you okay, Vull? You don't have to worry about me. It's just that your announcement has caused me to recall my old life. Before all of this, I was just a mech officer of the flagrant officer and a fire starter answering to flashlight. Life was much simpler back then. Do you agree? Ves shook his head. The past is the past. I was weaker, stupider, and more naive back then. The Bright Republic may have shaped me, but it has also stabbed me in the back. I don't like to think back on those days for this reason. Calabash chuckled a bit. You clearly hate the Bright Republic and its hypocritical government. Why would you possibly honor your home state by dredging up the name of Bentheim from the grave? I'm a Brighter as well as a Larkinson. While I value the latter, I can't get rid of the former. It sounds contradictory, but a part of me still loves my home state. He felt rather helpless about this. No matter how hard he tried to override his old feelings for the Bright Republic, he simply couldn't douse this stubborn flame in his heart. I understand how you feel. Major Vrol supported him. Anyway, our feelings and nostalgia are not up for discussion today. Our time is short, so we should address the main reason why we have gathered here. Calabast? The spy master brought out a tube and retrieved a set of printed blueprints of all things. She carefully placed the blueprints over the surface of the metal table. The blueprints all depicted various cross-sections of the factory ship. A lot of sections and points were marked in red. In fact, there were so many of them that there were hardly any clean white lines or blue spaces in the interior of the Spirit of Bentheim. There are two broad categories of security risks that we need to take into account, Calabas began. The most laborious one by far is the integrity of all of the electronic components and software systems of the ship. As a former DIVA agent, I can state with 100% certainty that DIVA, along with many other Hexer intelligence agencies, have bugged your new capital ship. While he expected her answer, hearing it still made him upset. We signed a contract that explicitly stated that the Hexers weren't allowed to compromise her systems. Both Calabast and Major Vrol looked amused. Intelligence agencies aren't bound by the usual constraints. You of all people should know that by now. Even if you catch them red-handed, no authority is going to sanction them for their actions. Each intelligence agency is an arm of the state. Damn Hexers! Ves cursed and pressed his fingers against his forehead. Well, it was nice to hope. The more important issue is what we can do to sweep all of the bugs and backdoors. Calabas pointed to Lucky, who had slacked off on the job and was lazily floating around in the air. He can help for a start. Meow? Yes, you. I don't know how, but you have CFA-grade hacking and detection capabilities. Do you know what this means? With your sensors, you can detect any listening device that Hexer intelligence agencies make use of. With your hacking and virtual intrusion capabilities, you can expose every layer of programming of any electronic device. On the Spirit of Bentheim, only her AI core is able to resist your intrusions. Ves nodded in agreement. You're right. We shouldn't squander Lucky's gifts. Calabast, starting from tomorrow, I want you to employ Lucky as your personal sniffer. This is a massive effort. She gestured to the blueprints. Do you see how many compartments and ship components that we have to sweep? No matter how much I expand the black cats, I don't have faith in any of our anti-surveillance technology. Only Lucky gets my vote of confidence. How long do you think it will take? The woman paused for a moment. Years. The work might not be finished by the time we enter the Red Ocean. Though Ves was disappointed by that news, he knew that an endeavor as vital as this couldn't be rushed. Just do the best you can. I want Lucky to perform his duty at least an entire shift a day. If he ever shirks his job, then let me know. Lucky's tail straightened behind his back. Meow! Don't complain. You're not a kitten. As an adult, you need to earn your keep. Meow! Ves ignored the complaints of his cat and turned to the blueprints. Are there any parts of the Bentheim that aren't as easy to deal with? There are plenty. What is particularly tricky to deal with is to inspect every single line of code of every piece of tech. We can't fully automate the process because it is too easy for hackers to camouflage malicious programming. While Lucky's capabilities help somewhat in this aspect, we still need a large team of programmers to verify the code by hand. Ugh. Well, do your best then. Is there something more specific we should take into account? Calabast pulled out a red pen from her pocket and circled the heavily reinforced compartment that held the Astra AI core. Lucky won't be able to deal with this. This CFA-made AI core is built out of a fragment of a Sandman Admiral body. I think the three of us know how that might complicate matters. The AI core won't suddenly grow sentient, will it? Major Vril asked with a hint of concern. Impossible. The conditions simply aren't there, Ves stated. If it makes you feel better, I'll frequently check up on the AI core. Even if it is good at hiding whether it has become sentient, don't underestimate my capabilities. I'm very good at discerning whether something is alive. Calabas nodded. I trust you, Ves. The issue that I'm trying to address is not about this. Instead, I'm more concerned about the CFA connection. Just like every quantum communication node made by the COM consortium, this AI core can probably feed back a lot of data to the CFA. Not directly, though, Ves pointed out. It's not a quantum communication node, and every transfer of data takes place through specific channels. As long as we tighten our control over these channels, we can lessen the risk of data leaks. That sounds good in theory, but is much more complicated in practice. Let me explain all of the steps we need to take to contain an AI core that we cannot alter. Chapter 2584, Security Deficit. Meow. As the secret meeting went on, Lucky had descended and allowed Calabas to place him on her lap. As she stroked his patterned metal exterior, he cutely looked up at her with his glowing green eyes and pressed his paws onto her tummy in a rhythmic pattern. Ves inwardly sneered at his cat's feeble display. If the lazy cat thought that he could escape being used as her personal sniffer, then he was very much mistaken. It was his fault for devouring the salvaged CFA gear that Ves had brought back from the Starlight Megalodon. He conveniently ignored the fact that the CFA would have confiscated his goods regardless. As Calabas outlined how much manual effort that she and her black cats had to expend to sweep the spirit of Bentheim of any improper elements, no one in the shielded meeting room looked pleased. So to sum it up, it will take at least 3 to 4 years to sanitize our factory ship, Ves flatly said. While I can reluctantly accept this requirement, the Bentheim won't be our only capital ship. In the next couple of years, I want to acquire at least 6 more capital ships before entering the Red Ocean. How long will it take to clear all of those vessels? It depends. She looked thoughtful. Some of the work can be done in parallel, especially when it comes to inspecting and correcting suspicious programming. However, sweeping all of the hardware on the vessels can only be done with the help of Lucky. How long that will take depends on the size and the interior design of the ships in question. For example, the Spirit of Bentheim is of a small to medium size as far as capital ships are concerned, but she is packed full of production equipment, power management systems, heat management systems, and so on. In contrast, a fleet carrier like the Indigo Tremor contains a lot more empty space in order to hold all of those carriers. Combined with her relative lack of advanced components, we can probably sweep her entire hull in 2 years or less. That was still a lot of time. No matter the size and complexity of the capital ship, Ves did not want to wait 20 years or more in order to remove or contain all of the security risks on his most important vessels. Major Vril raised a finger. Don't forget about our subcapital ships either. While we already plan to sell off most of our fleet when we arrive at Tarnished Crown, we will have to acquire a lot of new combat carriers when we reach the Red Ocean. You can assume that all of the shipbuilding companies will certainly slip some hidden surprises into the vessels we buy. Who knows what the masterminds will do with the information they can secretly collect from us? Maybe we'll stumble upon a rich deposit of phase water one day and attract lots of vultures the next day. As long as there wasn't any solid proof connecting these two events, who could ever fault the shipbuilding company? Unlike civilized space where attacks against powerful fleets never happened without a reason, the Red Ocean was filled with greedy opportunists. Any pioneering organization that managed to enter the Red Ocean was not average. The ridiculously high entry fees ensured that the competition would not be weak. With so many sharks prowling humanity's latest frontier, it became more important than ever to exercise strict information control. While it was easier to hide the whereabouts of his fleet in the undeveloped star systems of the Red Ocean, as long as its whereabouts were leaked, it was too easy for nefarious actors to ambush the Larkinsons. What was the chance of this happening? It shouldn't happen too often, but the odds were definitely higher than he could tolerate. We need a different solution, Major Vol concluded. Both Ves and Vol looked at Calabast. She frowned. I can think of a way to solve our security issues faster. We can't solve this problem with our own strength, so we need to leverage our contacts and seek help from others. We have at least two choices. The first one entails establishing a deeper relationship with a very competent intelligence agency. That can be Diva, but it can also be spies from another state. This is not a good solution. Verl immediately shook his head. Diva is our biggest suspect. How can we ask your former employers to remove the bugs they installed on our ships in the first place? Hey, our clan has developed friendly relations with Diva. As one of its former agents, I know that the agency can be very pragmatic. As long as Ves and the clan exchanges enough benefits, Diva will be more than happy to act in good faith. I have done so several times when I was in the field. We aren't the baddies. There was no way the other two took her by her word. I don't want to have any further entanglements with the hegemony, Ves stated. Unless Diva can provide solid guarantees, I am not inclined to make any further deals. Calabast sighed. I don't blame you. I don't advise you to approach any other intelligence agency then, especially foreign ones. They only look out for themselves and the authorities they answer to. If you haven't developed a prior relationship with them, then they aren't trustworthy. You mentioned that we had two options. What is the second one? The MTA. Don't you have a good relationship with Master Willix Ves? Try asking a favor from her. The MTA is bound to have a way to solve your security issues. If possible, ask for a scanner that can sweep entire starships or large sections of them at a time. We should also ask for a device that can automatically detect and correct malicious programming. This? Ves hesitated. I will issue a request the next time I see her, but I don't expect a positive response. I've already leached a lot of freebies from her. I don't want to push my luck too far. She has already signaled to me several times that I shouldn't expect any further favors for the foreseeable time. She was dissatisfied with her lack of progress in harnessing his design philosophy, the delay of their expert mech design projects, and his unwillingness to reveal more of his trade secrets. However, Calabast pointed out another way for him to pay for what he wanted. You have a lot of merits, correct? This is a powerful resource. While the equipment that I'm asking for is not cheap, you can probably obtain what you need by spending a couple of million MTA merits. That did not sit well with Ves. I don't want to spend any of my precious MTA merits. We all earned it through blood, sweat, and tears. Within the Golden Skull Alliance, the merits that we've accumulated directly translates to leverage. Any expenditure will directly reduce our weight within our pioneering alliance and will cause us to lose a lot of advantages. Calabast pursed her lips. Then find a way to earn more. This security issue is not acute while we are still residing in the galactic rim, but once we enter a new stage, the rivals and competitors we face are of a different caliber. They will exploit every possible vulnerability we have. I can already tell you now that we will likely face twice as much danger in the Red Ocean if we are slow in patching up our virtual security. The battles that take place in this domain can be just as decisive as battles in real space. Don't make the mistake of investing solely in bigger ships and powerful mechs. She has a point. Vo crossed his arms and nodded in agreement. The defense of our fleet must be comprehensive. Strong military power is the root of our strength and should never be neglected. However, we need to be strong in other areas as well. Strong information control and virtual security setup will protect us against ambushes and sabotage. Close diplomatic relationships with allies and partners will prevent us from getting schemed against. Good mech designs will provide us with the means to maintain and expand our strength. The Larkinson clan needed to cover all of these aspects. The Red Ocean was simply too terrifying. Not even the Nixian Gap could come close to all of the dangers that the clan might stumble upon in the dwarf galaxy. The immense burden caused Ves to grimace. We are too far away from fulfilling all of those requirements. The good news is that we have at least a couple of years to address our shortcomings. The bad news is that I'm not sure we'll get close enough by the time we reach Tarnished Crown. A coy smile appeared on Calabas's face. You can start with raising my budget. Granted. Discuss it with Major Vril. Do understand that acquiring expert mechs and capital ships come first. Without a strong fist, everything else is superfluous. The Black Cats hadn't kept pace with the growth of the Larkinson clan. It was a lot more troublesome to recruit reliable spies because those who worked in this sphere didn't inspire a lot of trust. The discussion moved on to the second major security vulnerability that Calabast was concerned about. She set aside the blueprints of the Spirit of Bentheim and put some paper documents onto the table. Ves picked up one of them and observed the familiar-looking profile image of Grand Captain Daria Maria Vraken. Ideally, only vetted Larkinsons should be on our ships, Calabas began. If we have any desire to take on passengers or host some guests, it is best to entertain them for a few days under heavy supervision. She tapped the printed profiles of the Hexer trainers assigned to the Spirit of Bentheim, and many of the other ships acquired from the hegemony. Our current circumstances are worse. There are thousands of Hexers spread across our ships, with around 500 of them stationed on our capital ship. You can bet that each of them are carefully observing everything we do. Their deep control over our own starships not only allows them to access sensitive data, but also gives them the opportunity to engage in sabotage without alarming any Larkinson. While I don't think the trainers will go this far, their motives might change over the course of our journey. We can't kick them out, Major Vull immediately stated. Our naval experts such as Ophelia Cronin and Commodore Abigail Laverne have already stated that the instructors sent by the hegemony are needed for at least a year, but preferably more. Our inexperienced and underqualified starship crews need a lot of guidance. Right now, they are too dependent on the trainers to man their stations properly. This was not good news, but Ves had already accepted this trade-off. I'm not too concerned about these people. Once they have passed on much of their knowledge and expertise, we don't need them anymore. Calabas did not agree. That may be possible for some of the easier positions, but the more crucial ones are always the most demanding ones. In particular, it is far too difficult to nominate adequate replacements for the chief engineer and the captain of the Spirit of Bentheim. This means we will be depending a lot on Daria Maria Vraken. Ves suddenly recalled something. Calabast, you used to be a Vraken as well, right? I officially severed ties with the Vraken matriarchal dynasty a couple of years ago. No Vraken will recognize me as kin. If you think I can befriend the Grand Captain, then think again. I'm curious. What are the relations between the two of you? Back when you were a part of the Vraken dynasty, did you know each other? The woman snorted. Ha! Far from it. Daria Maria is a main branch member of my former dynasty. You can think of her as the grown-up version of Gloriana. She received the most resources and the best training. Obviously, she was able to thrive with all of these advantages. As for me, I'm just one of thousands of side branch members. While I won't deny that I have lived a privileged life, I had to meet a lot of expectations without enjoying as much resources. I'm similar to Dr. Rania in this regard. Does this help you understand our relative positions? I see. So the two of you aren't acquainted or anything? No. Calabas spat. If we ever meet each other, she'll probably act condescendingly and lecture me how I've abandoned my responsibilities. Ves was taken aback at her acid tone. She held quite a lot of resentment towards her former dynasty. Chapter 2585, Vraken Matriarchal Dynasty. Ves grew quite interested in Calabast's background. Normally, she never spoke about her past life as a member of Vraken Matriarchal Dynasty. Trying to pull out information out of her was as difficult as getting Lucky to vomit out his meals. This time was different. With the arrival of another Vraken, Calabast probably thought it would be prudent for Ves to know more about one of the 6 ruling dynasties of the hegemony. As one of the foremost powers of a second-rate state, everyone who carried the Vraken name was exceptional. This applied even more to main branch members such as Daria Maria Vraken. The Vraken matriarchal dynasty is huge. It has to be in order to control vast swathes of hegemony space, she began. All of its branches added up together amounts to over 1 million people. Don't think that there are a lot of spoiled brats among this group. Those who failed to meet the high expectations of the dynasty are deprived of their Vraken names and saddled with a lot of debt. This is a very shameful outcome, and it has ruined the lives of millions of former members. Not even their fathers and mothers will recognize them anymore. That sounds awful. Ves looked shocked. It's what I was used to when I grew up. Don't misunderstand. As Vrakens, we enjoyed lots of luxuries and had access to the best augments and resources available in our state. It's just that the Vrakens never forget to remind us that we need to repay the gifts we receive. Back when I didn't go by the name of Calabast, I constantly shouldered the fear of disappointing my superiors. I knew that if I ever slacked off in my studies and failed my assignments, I would be at risk of falling from grace at any time. She infused genuine emotion in her voice. Calabast had opened herself up to such an extent that Ves was convinced she was being sincere. I agree with Ves. The way you grew up is too inhumane, Major Vol commented. The contrast between the Larkinson clan and the Vraken dynasty was too considerable. The former emphasized kinship, while the latter treated its descendants as tools. To Ves, family was about love. To the Vrakens, family was an extension of power. These diverging principles caused the two to develop some very different approaches. Calabast studied the faces of the two men and smiled sardonically. Inhumane, huh? You may have a point, but I don't necessarily see it that way. There are good reasons why the Vrakens demand so much. Without exerting enough pressure, it is too easy for the subsequent generations to become weak and decadent. This is why my former dynasty did not hesitate to exile any descendants who trended in this direction. Keeping them will only spread their bad habits among the other Vrakens. Why do the Vrakens try so hard? Competition. Isn't that obvious? Every matriarchal dynasty has remained in power by being better than everyone else. If the Vrakens ever grow complacent, then smaller dynasties such as the Wodens might band together and seek to tear them down. The Vrakens must maintain their basis of strength in order to continue to call the shots in the hegemony. To be fair, their approach is clearly successful. They are always ranked in the top 3 without fail. Their strategy paid off, but at what cost? If Ves had a say in the matter, then he would have opted to treat the Vraken descendants differently. Everyone deserved to live a decent life. The Larkinson family never pushed its descendants to perform better. If someone didn't want to excel at something, then that was their choice. Ves felt this was a much nicer and more pleasant approach. Sure, the Larkinsons didn't produce as many exceptional offspring as the Vrakens, but at least everyone was happy and enjoyed a rounded life. Our clan will never be like this, Ves seriously vowed. That caused Calabast to smile. I know. I like the current direction of our clan a lot better. While I have some concerns for the future, I'm sure you can figure out a way to prevent us from stagnating. Now that Ves gained more context about the Vraken dynasty, he wanted to know more about how Calabast and Daria Maria fit into the picture. Are there any opportunities for branch members to rise to the top? He asked. Technically, yes, but realistically, no. She shook her head. The starting points of side branch members and main branch members are different. Captain Daria Maria Vraken received at least 100 times, if not 1,000 times, more investment than someone like me. It's worth it though, as she has become one of the best capital ship captains of our state. If I didn't make the right bet and hitch onto a rising star like you, I would never have been able to surpass her in my life. Ves looked amused. That must be quite satisfying for you, right? At most, your distant relative will be promoted to a leadership position within her dynasty. You, on the other hand, occupy one of the most important positions of a rapidly growing clan that might very well become greater than the hexadric hegemony in the future. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Ves. We need to overcome a lot of challenges before we get to that point. Don't assume that you will win all the time. We need to account for failure as well if we want to survive in the long run. Anyway, I'm not trying to compare myself to Daria Maria. We are two different women living in two different worlds. I just want to warn you that I lived a bit like her once. Her presence in our fleet is quite suspicious. Vrakens don't get sent to places at random. Main branch members are especially valuable. Why did the Council of Matriarchs appoint her as the captain? The hegemony is able to dispatch many other alternatives. Why send their best? Both Ves and Major Vril looked clueless. They hardly understood Daria Maria's background. They weren't familiar with the intricacies of Hexer decision-making. However, they received her message loud and clear. You're saying the Hexers are plotting something? Calabast chuckled. Hexers are always plotting something. This applies especially to the Vrakens. They are known for intelligence, intrigue, and planning. One of their main principles is that it is best to war without resorting to battle. If you don't set up the circumstances in the right way, then you might need to fight an actual battle, which is incredibly messy and filled with uncertainty. It's a lot better if you can accomplish your goals without resorting to desperate measures. Sun Tzu. Art of War. Major Vril noted. He was a man, by the way. There are female strategists in more modern eras as well, you know. The 66 Stratagems by Admiral Bastia Ludwig is a particularly popular book in the hegemony. It's a very influential strategy book written in the early days of the Age of Stars. The views she outlined helped humanity navigate the perils of trying to grow when surrounded by dangerous alien empires. Ves tapped his finger against the desk. Discussing history is not on the agenda today. All I care about right now is trying to figure out Captain Daria Maria Vraken's purpose. She is currently in command of the most important ship of our expeditionary fleet. I don't know about you, but that makes me very nervous. As you should, Calabast concurred. To be honest, her presence mystifies me. While we can definitely assume she has ulterior motives, she isn't necessarily scheming against us. Her goals may lie elsewhere. For example, the Council of Matriarchs could have entrusted her with a secret mission that requires her to reach the Red Ocean first. Currently, I'm inclined to believe that, as there are simply too few reasons for Hexers to act maliciously against us. In fact, it's the opposite. They want us to succeed. That last part caused Major Vril to look up. Maybe we're overthinking the problem. I think we are trying to see threats in places where there are none. Perhaps the hegemony merely decided to assign Daria Maria Vraken as the interim captain of our factory ship out of goodwill. Is that possible, Calabast? Perhaps. I'm not an insider anymore, so I cannot understand the motives behind the decision. All I can say is that your words are plausible. This didn't help their situation much. There was simply too much uncertainty. Unless they managed to gather more information, how could they ever discern the truth? Calabast looked tired. She kept stroking Lucky while making some internal calculations. We have no choice but to keep an eye on Captain Vraken and the other Hexer trainers. Don't focus too much on the former. The Grand Captain may be nothing more than a DK that is meant to attract our attention. Every single Hexer aboard our ships can be an informer or a hidden agent. You don't need to concern yourself too much over this problem. It's my job to identify them and guard against their actions. You just focus on your own affairs. After discussing some other related security matters, the meeting finally broke up. Major Vril exited the room and went back to handle the preparations for the grand expeditions. As for Ves and Calabast, they remained a while longer. Meow. Lucky grew upset that Calabast no longer pampered him. He crawled up her body and begged for pats, to no avail. Don't you think you should be more forthcoming, Calabast? I don't have an obligation to spill my entire life story to you. Much like you, I like to look forward. That isn't a reason to forget about the past. Ves frowned as he leaned against the table. We have been partnering up for years. You occupy a very vital and sensitive position within the clan. I have been patient all this time and allowed you to hitch on my wagon. Yet despite all of this, I barely know anything about you. Even if we include what you have told us today, I hardly know you better than when we initially joined hands aboard the Starlight Megalodon. It's about trust, isn't it? You can't trust me without understanding my story. That's about right. Haven't we talked about this? Trust isn't necessary to establish a good working relationship. As long as we hold mutual interests, we can always rely on each other. I know that, but you're a Larkinson now. You are a part of our clan, and you know very well that means more in this context. Then I don't understand your problem. Since I am a member in good standing of the Larkinson clan, I am not a threat to anyone. Ves chuckled. I never completely believe in any assumption. Something can always go wrong. Look, is it too much to ask some questions? You probably know a lot about me. My life is largely an open book, and you have observed me up close for several years. In contrast, I don't even know your real name. Don't you think we should address this information disparity? She listened to his request and paused for a time. She eventually uttered a single word. No. With that, she turned around and left the meeting room. Ves looked helplessly at Lucky. Meow? Yeah. Women. Though Calabast hadn't been very forthcoming today, he didn't sense any ill intent from her. Of course, her self-control might be good enough to hide her true emotions from Ves, but he didn't think she was that duplicitous. Spy or not, she was still a human. In a way, she was right. As long as she benefited from being around Ves, she shouldn't pose a threat. That was enough for them to continue their current partnership. Well, hopefully she'll change. There's no way she'll remain closed forever. Meow meow meow. Lucky nodded his head. Chapter 2586, Modest Ambition. Ves returned to the spirit of Bentheim in low spirits. They both had different reasons to be pensive. Ves not only failed to make Calabast open to him, but he also had to deal with an enormous latent problem. Not a single ship built by others was secure. No matter where he bought his ships, there was simply no way to guarantee they were free from tampering and listening devices. While it was possible to overhaul smaller vessels such as the Barracuda and the Scarlet Rose, the Larkinson clan lacked the time and capabilities to do the same to the spirit of Bentheim. We need shipbuilding capabilities of our own, he muttered as he boarded a lifter platform that would bring him to the design labs. Lucky had scurried off somewhere else. Now that he had been roped into acting as a sniffer device, he was probably trying to enjoy his last day as a freeloading bum or something. The fact that Calabast had to make use of his cat of all things was absurd in itself. It highlighted the lack of adequate tools and means. In other words, he really had to get his hands on some good MTA tech. He already received the Dark Break module. He should be able to obtain something else as long as he paid the corresponding price. Of course, Master Willix wasn't interested in ordinary goods. The prices she charged would definitely make him bleed. After a lengthy transit, Ves finally reached the entrance next to the production halls. This was the section of the ship that corresponded to everything related to R&D, including the design labs and the mech workshops. The design labs of the Spirit of Bentheim were not only larger, but also contained much better lab equipment. Combined with access to the formidable processing capabilities of the Astra AI core, the assistants who had just settled in all looked incredibly eager to play around with their new toys. "Welcome back, sir," Miles Tovar greeted near the entrance to the only occupied lab. The other two labs remained in use for the moment because the design department wasn't big enough to occupy them. VS needed to hire hundreds more assistants before these extra spaces became useful. "How are the design teams settling in?" he asked as he looked around. Every brave and erudite looked happy and impressed with all of the advanced equipment they had at their disposal. It was impossible for mech designers to dislike upgrades to their working environment. "As you can see, we're all ecstatic to move into a real design lab, sir. That is not to say that the labs at the Scarlet Rose and the Stellar Chaser are inadequate. It's just that the upgrades, in particular the vastly improved simulation and data processing capabilities, massively speed up our workflow." Speeding up the workflow not only meant that mech designers could complete their assigned task faster. They could also explore alternative solutions and compare them side by side in order to select the best options. In short, the new working environment vastly improved the quality and quantity of output from the design teams. VS smiled in satisfaction. "Don't gawk at our new stuff for too long. We still have a lot of work to do. The 6 design projects aren't going to complete by themselves. Now that we are in a better facility, I expect better end results than before." "Don't worry. With these excellent facilities, we'd be stupid if he aren't able to make good use of them. The only issue is that we aren't accustomed to the new functions. It will take some time before we get accustomed with all of the new options. The more advanced features will still be out of reach for us if we don't receive some tutoring. Let's see what happens when you get to that point. Perhaps the lead designers and I will hold some classes in order to get you all up to speed." He briefly discussed his personal progression as a mech designer. Just like Keddy's, he was getting closer and closer to becoming a journeyman, but this was not a linear process. No one could predict whether he could break through in a month or in a couple of years. "I feel confident in my chances." Miles spoke with confidence. "Gloriana has given me some crucial guidance in the past several months. I have designed plenty of mechs, so my accumulation is definitely good enough. I just need to achieve a breakthrough in my design philosophy." Unlike Keddy's, Miles had fallen under the erudites. He was not an exceptionally brave or intelligent mech designer, but his inclinations aligned more with the erudites rather than the braves. VS found that to be a little disappointing, but that did not hinder him from looking forward to welcoming another journeyman to the design department. No matter how close he was towards any of his subordinates, as long as they managed to make this pivotal crossing, they deserved to be treated as equals. "How have you developed your specialty further? You initially specialized in designing aerial mechs, but that is too broad. How have you narrowed it down?" The former member of the Tovar family spread his hands as if he was simulating a pair of wings. "I have taken a lot of inspiration from the Valkyrie Redeemer and the Ferocious Piranha designs. While they aren't exclusively aerial mechs, their flight characteristics are quite interesting. I also consulted a lot with Juliet recently. Her specialty shares a great resemblance to mine." Class 6 design philosophies mainly centered around mobility. The mech designers that adhered to these philosophies always sought to make mechs faster, more agile, and so on. For example, Juliet excelled in high-mobility flight systems, but what that actually meant was still unclear. Regardless, design philosophies couldn't be too broad. Miles needed to focus on a specific goal in order to make measurable progress. Ves issued a warning. Be careful about taking too much advice from a mech designer that shares the same interests as you. A good mech designer must develop his own ideas instead of borrowing them from someone else. At some point, sincere advice can turn into mental shackles that restrict your perspective in a specific direction. I'm aware of that, sir. I have been thinking very carefully over my options in the past year. I have decided to specialize in low-powered flight solutions. That caused Ves to be taken aback. That sounds quite modest. That's not to say that I disapprove, it's just that you could set your sights higher. It's easier to motivate yourself if you grow your ambitions. That is what Gloriana has told me as well, Miles replied with a depreciating smile. It's just that I am nowhere near as good as the two of you. As someone who has been around the block, I know what I am capable of. If I hadn't joined the Larkinson clan with my other relatives, I wouldn't have been able to make it this far. It is mostly due to receiving a lot of help and resources from you and the rest of the clan that I have been able to make such rapid progress. That doesn't discount your value, Miles. Perhaps, but I am different from Kedis, who is a decade younger than me and is just as far ahead. I'm just a regular mech designer who happened to take advantage of superior circumstances. Even if I break through to journeyman, I don't have the confidence to reach master if I adopt an ambition that is as radical or difficult as the rest of you. I just want to set a more achievable goal so that I can do my part for you, the Larkinson clan and the MTA. It all came down to confidence. Miles believed he wasn't as talented as Ves and Gloriana. He was so afraid of overestimating his capabilities that he deliberately chose an underwhelming design philosophy. There was no right or wrong answer to this issue. Ves could not tell him that he should aim higher, but neither could he state that he had made the right choice. He patted the assistant mech designer's shoulder. You can only make this choice once in your life. As soon as you determine your exact specialization, you should commit to it with all of your heart and soul. Doubting yourself at this moment of time can be extremely fatal to your progression. Miles looked anything but conflicted. If there's one lesson that I have learned from you, it's that I should always do my best to move forward. I am not changing my mind. I am serious about pursuing the limits of flight systems that enable flight with the lowest possible drain to the mech. As long as I flesh out my specialty further, my solutions can provide a lot of help to both our aerial and land-bound mech design projects. I will look forward to that. Ves chuckled a bit. For a long time, it was only me and my wife. Now I might be getting close to obtaining the services of two different mobility-oriented journeymen. Our future mech designs will doubtlessly score better in terms of mobility than before. You also have Kedis. She will give us a sharp edge whenever we design a blade-wielding mech. This was already a luxurious lineup. Many mech designs that the design department developed in the future would no longer score average in many key performance metrics. With a collection of journeymen with different specializations at hand, LMC mechs might finally begin to excel in the areas that many customers cared about. That was not to say that Gloriana's specialty was useless. The problem was that her Class 1 design philosophy was barely noticeable to those who didn't study LMC mechs in detail. She mostly boosted their quality in a holistic but dispersed fashion, and it was difficult to see the difference sometimes. Of course, Gloriana hadn't been able to leverage her specialty up to this point. Once they begin to design some expert mechs, she should definitely be able to showcase her full value. Unfortunately, his good mood didn't last long when Miles asked a very sensitive question. By the way, sir, if I ever reach journeyman, will I be able to receive some shares in LMC? VS almost tripped. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. He coughed. We can talk about acquiring a stake in the LMC when you actually succeed in breaking through. Don't forget that there are no guarantees. Plenty of apprentices have remained stuck at the threshold for the rest of their lives. That situation didn't apply to Miles, though. VS had already confirmed that the Tovar descendant possessed spiritual potential. Miles didn't give up on his inquiry. It would help if I get to know what benefits I might be able to get. Neither Gloriana or Juliet has been clear about this. They told me I had to go to you for clarification. VS felt troubled by this matter. There were special reasons why the other two journeymen didn't need any ownership in LMC. This was different. Miles used to be part of one of the founding families of the Bright Republic. He knew the industry standards and he knew his rights. Even though it was extremely unlikely for Miles to resign from the LMC and go his own way after becoming a Larkinson, he could still build up some resentment if VS tried to brush off his demands. You will get your rightful share, have no fear of that, VS tentatively said. However, don't expect too much. Your rewards are commensurate to your contributions. If we compare each other's design philosophies, then it's very clear that my contributions will always be greater than yours. All of our customers are buying our products because they have glows bestowed by me. I doubt that any of them will get excited to buy an LMC mech because it consumes 5% less energy during flight. I can do much better than that, sir. You get my point. Chapter 2587, Organizational Chart. The remuneration issue kept bothering VS as he tried to get back to designing mechs. The inquiry from Miles signaled that VS couldn't keep avoiding his issue. The more he tried to push it away, the more his integrity as a mech designer rose up and made him feel like a scumbag. Normally, this shouldn't be a big deal. VS was used to defying his principles when they became inconvenient. He should have been able to brush aside the stock sharing issue, but to his consternation, it kept nagging him while he worked. His guilty conscience prevented him from working in peace. It seemed that without clarifying this issue to his mech designers, he wouldn't be able to maintain his best state. He interrupted his work and began to develop a plan. He consulted several people in order to figure out a solution that would placate the demands of his fellow mech designers without giving too much away. Ownership in the company is a reward that the founders and leaders of a mech company bestows to mech designers that are useful. Gavin explained his own views. From what I have studied about the mech industry, it is a custom that has arisen out of a need to retain talent that would have otherwise quit and started their own business instead. When mech designers make the leap from apprentice to journeyman, they have gained enough capital to go independent. VS nodded as he leaned back on his new floating chair. Considering the importance of meetings to a leader like him, he took over and furnished a large and spacious office compartment aboard the Spirit of Bentheim. While he could have held his meetings at his private office at his grand stateroom, he intended to use it as his private sanctuary where not even Gloriana was allowed to barge in at her will. His new main office not only exuded a lot of luxury, but also offered versatile seating options. He could summon and retract as many chairs and couches as he wanted and alter their configuration in countless different ways. If he wanted a meeting to go shorter, he could alter a chair so that it became more uncomfortable to sit in over time. If he wanted his visitors to be more forthcoming, he might increase the comfort level of the chair as well as manipulate the temperature and air composition in order to lower their guard. He had access to many new features that he never even heard about. After discovering how extensively he could manipulate the environment to his advantage, he felt a lot of admiration for the people who developed these tricks. When it came to manipulating people, other leaders were much further ahead than him. Compared to their exquisite, subtle techniques, VS was like a brute. His limited repertoire of bold-faced lying, matching interests, and abusing glows introduced way too many loopholes. Your situation is different from that of other mech designers, Gavin continued to explain. You are officially a journeyman who only advanced a couple of years ago. You haven't designed too many mechs since then. Yet are you really comparable to other young journeymen such as Gloriana? Ves immediately shook his head. That's absurd. Ordinary journeymen, whether they are second class or third class, can't come close to leading a mech company that is able to pull hundreds of billions of hex credits and profit on a monthly basis. An average journeyman in the old Bright Republic should be able to earn a few billion pre-inflation Bright credits in the same amount of time, which amounts to around 100 million hex credits. As for second-class journeymen, their earning potential is higher, but they face much stiffer competition. Perhaps a good one is able to earn a couple of billion hex credits a month. There is a lot of fluctuation in the industry, boss. There are many journeymen who don't excel in anything attractive or flashy. Their earnings may be just a tenth of the figures you've just mentioned. Only a minority of journeymen earn at or above those sums. As Ves did some quick research on the galactic net, he found that his assistant was right. If that's the case, then the journeymen earn below the mean may be better off working under the umbrella of a stronger mech designer. They're not capable of creating star products, but they are more than sufficient to add some strength to a collaborative mech design project. Those journeymen are still good in their own way, though. If the conditions offered by a mech company aren't attractive enough, then they won't be motivated to stay. In order to retain these valuable talents, a mech company must offer one or several attractive conditions. These can range from guidance by a senior or master to access to an expansive distribution network. What about giving away shares? It's a custom that is often used when leaders can't offer enough attractive conditions, which is often the case when you aren't a master. As a journeyman yourself, you shouldn't be able to retain other journeymen. You are technically equals on paper. However, we both know that's not the case. The LMC's situation is special. Not only is it an arm of the clan, but every mech designer who works for you are Larkinsons as well. There is much less mobility. Combine that with the fact that the LMC earns at least 100 times more money than a typical journeyman-led mech company. The value of a share in your company is completely different. You look like you have a plan, Benny. I do. Gavin nodded but hesitated a little. It's a bit risky, though. It entails breaking customs. While I believe you have the capital to do, it will definitely affect your image among your subordinates. That didn't bother Ves too much. I'm not looking to win a popularity contest. When it comes down to it, I am the LMC. Even if every other mech designer quits, I can still sustain the same level of success as before. My specialization is the basis of our current level of success. No one can take that away from me. Not even my wife. He spoke with an abundance of confidence. He wasn't as dependent on help as other mech designers. As long as his bargaining power was high enough, he didn't have to go out of his way to flatter other mech designers. As Gavin outlined his plan, Ves quickly decided to adopt it. He commanded the LMC's legal department, accounting department, and other related departments to draft a new set of contracts and rules. It only took a few days to finalize the plan. Once everything was set, Ves entered the main design lab and gathered every mech designer together. Gloriana, Juliet, Miles, Keddies, and every other brave and erudite mech designer assembled before him. They all appeared curious at what he had to say. The last announcement happened just a few days ago, when Ves revealed the name of the factory ship. Though a lot of people in the LMC worked on the plan, Ves hadn't informed any of his mech designers yet. Even his wife was left in the dark. Fellow mech designers, he began. The Living Mech Corporation has come a long way since I founded it back on Cloudy Curtain. From selling a bunch of variants from a shabby workshop to expanding our reach across the star cluster, our growth has been phenomenal. I am proud of what I have been able to accomplish as the founder, chairman, CEO, and lead designer of the LMC. Under my leadership, my mech company will continue to prosper in the future. Do any of you doubt my predictions? No! Mech designers weren't stupid. Perhaps some didn't possess much sense for business, but that didn't stop them from observing how the LMC continued to expand at a rapid pace. Even if there was a limit to this growth, the mech company's current growth trend showed no signs of plateauing anytime soon. Ves smirked. There was a very good reason to open his announcements with those boasts. He aimed to increase his stature within the LMC as much as possible. This also had the effect of diminishing the standing of the other mech designers, which was very crucial to what he was about to reveal. He waved his hand. A projection appeared into view. It depicted the basic hierarchy of the design department. As you can see, our design department has grown as well. In the beginning, it was just me. Over the years, my team has slowly expanded up to its current form. As time goes by, this organizational chart will only grow more expansive. He pointed his finger at the projection, causing two distinct names to glow. They rose up from the level of assistant mech designer and reached the height of lead mech designer. Keddies and Miles both looked expectantly at this change. Their names had risen. Ves smiled at the crowd. It is possible that we might welcome 2 additional journeymen in the future. When that happens, this organizational chart becomes a little confusing. Just because my name is on the same level as the other 4 doesn't mean our importance to the design department is the same. I am ultimately in charge here by virtue of my ownership in the company and my contribution to the LMC's success. Back when it was just me and Gloriana, it didn't matter too much if we were on the same level. However, now that we are starting to welcome more journeymen in the fold, we need to refine the hierarchy at the top. For this reason, I have decided to create a new position in our department. In the organizational chart, a new band appeared above the height of lead designer. V's name automatically rose up to occupy this new band by itself. From today onwards, I am the principal mech designer of this department, Ves announced with a steady voice. This is not a change. This is a recognition of the actual reality within our design department. If you disagree, please stand up now and voice your objections. The authority he exuded along with his existing standing within their circle suppressed every other mech designer. There was no way any assistant mech designer would rise up against his move. The only possible mech designer who could have stood up to Ves was Gloriana. She had always considered herself to be an equal partner to him, even though her design philosophy hadn't contributed too much to the LMC's success as of yet. However, her pride might compel her to object. Ves stared at his wife. He could sense some of her emotions. She looked intrigued, surprised, and even a bit offended. However, she eventually schooled her face and held herself still. Thankfully, she didn't intend to spoil his power play. That brought him a lot of relief. His plan wouldn't proceed as smoothly if Gloriana kicked up a fuss. After sending her a brief smile, he faced the rest of the crowd again. Very well. Now that you have unanimously agreed to my ascension to principal mech designer, I intend to make another change. More specifically, as we welcome more journeymen and lead designers to the fold, we need to expand and formalize our reward structure in order to ensure that every lead designer is adequately compensated for their work. He waved his arm to the side, summoning a second projection. This time, the projection displayed a document that outlined the rewards the lead designers of the LMC were entitled to. The heading of the document announced the name of this new remuneration scheme. Let me introduce you to the exemplar plan, Ves announced with a smile. This will be our new standard for remuneration going forward. We have customized this plan according to our specific circumstances. Since the conditions of our mech company are very different from the norm, the standard solutions won't work. Keddies couldn't hold her curiosity any longer. She raised her arm. What is the exemplar plan exactly? Good question. At the heart of it, the exemplar plan is a profit-sharing scheme for lead designers. Any mech designer who qualifies won't receive any shares in LMC, but they are entitled to receive cash dividends equivalent to a certain level of ownership in my mech company. In other words, as long as you become a journeyman, you will immediately begin to earn billions of hex credits. His entire audience looked shocked. They never expected Ves to roll out such a scheme. Chapter 2588 The Exemplar Plan. Ves conceived of the exemplar plan as a means to avoid giving away his shares. Due to his bad experiences with giving away shares in the LMC, it had become taboo in his eyes. He never wanted to reduce his ownership in his mech company, or dilute his existing shares ever again. By drawing such a hard red line, he couldn't reward his lead designers like many other mech companies. Perhaps regular leaders might not care too much about passing on 2 or 5% of outstanding shares to a helpful journeyman, but Ves was different. He didn't want to give away a single individual share if he could help it. After losing majority control in the LMC for a period of time, he managed to climb back up to possessing a 59% stake. This was his bottom line. In the future, he would always welcome expanding his stake, but never lowering it. The LMC was a private corporation, and he had no intentions at all to make it public anytime soon. Only by grasping the majority of shares would Ves maintain absolute control over his mech company. The share of dividends he was entitled to wasn't as important to him, as he reinvested most of his personal earnings into the clan anyway. The reason why he didn't compromise and settle for 51% or so was because he wanted to maintain a buffer. If a situation ever arose where the MTA or some other entity coerced him into issuing new stock, thereby diluting the value of existing shares, Ves wouldn't instantly lose control. He had learned his lesson. He could never be too careful about this, especially when he planned to enter the Red Ocean. Ves didn't intend to explain all of this to his mech designers. He first focused on explaining how he planned to distribute the profits of the LMC. Right now, a significant chunk of the LMC's earnings is reinvested right back into its operations, he explained. He even called up a balance sheet that displayed the massive sums involved. As you can see, our company is constantly setting up regional headquarters, establishing alliances, building our own distribution network, and so on. Spending in this aspect will slowly recede once our growth in the Yena star cluster has reached saturation. He pointed finger at another section of the balance sheet. Now, if you account for all of the expenses, taxes, investments, and so on, we still have hundreds of billions of hex credits left over. The LMC has always paid out all of its earnings in the form of dividends. A fourth projection came into view. It displayed a simple pie chart that depicted the current ownership of the LMC. Naturally, Ves dominated more than half of this chart, with the Larkinson clan coming up second with its 24% stake. As you can see, more than 3/4 of the LMC's earnings flow into the pockets of myself and the clan in proportion to our shares. There's only one class of shares at the moment, so the distribution of money is very simple. I own 59% of the company, so I get 59% of the money. This was a huge amount of money. Not a single mech designer, including Gloriana, could remain calm after hearing this explanation. To Ves, money was a number. Though he was aware that he could constantly expand his personal fortune, there was little point to hoarding money. He cared much more about growing his strength and expanding his power. In order to do that, he needed to convert his money into useful assets and resources. The main reason why he continued to dominate the clan was because he spent almost all of his dividends into strengthening it. There was no way his clan would be able to acquire 6 more capital ships in the next couple of years if Ves did not open up his bank accounts. He didn't hesitate to let everyone know this detail. As you can see, Even though the LMC has paid out a lot of dividends over the years, in practice much of that money ends up improving the Larkinson clan in some fashion. The second-class mechs and starships we have recently acquired are all funded by the dividends earned by myself and the Larkinson clan. Even the factory ship we are in right now is obtained through my efforts. No one denied how much funding and resources he put into the clan. The numbers didn't lie. We are all in this together. If I had my way, all of the money earned by the LMC should be spent on growing and strengthening our clan. However, this is not entirely fair to those of who you are able to contribute significantly to our products. I do not wish to treat you all unfairly, but neither can I allow a situation to arise where the clan no longer gets the funding it needs. The exemplar plan exists to balance these priorities and ensures that our clan and mech company and everyone else remains content. All of that was a big fat lie, of course. VS was not that generous. He gestured his hand to the document that outlined the exemplar plan. 8 different slots stood out from the text. Now, how does the plan address this issue? It's quite simple, actually. Through a simple financial arrangement, I will voluntarily deposit the cash dividends I've earned from stock corresponding to an 8% stake into a separate fund. This fund will subsequently distribute the money it has received to our best mech designers. He tapped at the projected exemplar plan. Some of the 8 empty slots began to fill up with names. Juliet Stamaros, Ves Larkinson, and Miles Tovar occupied the top 3 slots. Let's say in the near future that Ves and Miles have successfully advanced to journeyman. They become eligible to join this profit-sharing scheme by virtue of their design capabilities. Each slot corresponds to the dividends earned from a 1% stake in the LMC. This means that each mech designer that is on this list effectively earns 1% of the income of the LMC. A lot of mech designers looked impressed, but there were several that grew confused at how the plan was structured. The profit-sharing scheme was not as simple as it looked. For example, neither VS nor Gloriana were on the list. This caused the latter to look a little upset. As far as VS was concerned, Gloriana had no reason to take part in the plan. As his wife, his possessions were hers and vice versa. Of course, this was just an excuse. VS had no intentions of actually allowing her to do anything with his ownership stake. Oscar D. Martin raised his hand. Sir, the document only holds 8 positions. What if the LMC grows to the point when there are more journeymen? The most important question had finally come up. VS crossed his arms. The plan only encompasses the top 8 mech designers of our design department. If there are 9, 10, or even more journeymen, then I am sorry to say that the mech designers who haven't reached the top 8 will not receive any cash dividends. Isn't that unfair, sir? I don't think so. VS barked back. In every mech company, it is always the top mech designers who are responsible for most of the success. As more and more mech designers ascend, more and more people will want a slice of the pie. At a certain point, each additional talent that rises up will effectively take away the earnings of other mech designers. In order to prevent future arguments, I have capped the amount of eligible mech designers at 8. This means only those of you who work the hardest and contributes the most are entitled to the richest rewards. These 8 individuals should be lauded in our company. This is why they will be regarded as exemplars. Exemplars. This was a new title that VS had created in order to celebrate the breadwinners of the LMC. He could already see the effect of this announcement on his mech designers. They aimed to secure this coveted position for themselves and beat out any rivals that could push them out of the top 8. The competitive spirit of his braves and erudites were already firing up as they understood the significance of becoming an exemplar. You haven't exactly explained how this is fair to the rest of those who aren't exemplars, Oscar said. Non-exemplars will not go destitute, if that is what you're afraid of. VS quickly answered. Working for the LMC has never been about money. The exemplar plan is just a relatively small reward compared to all of the other benefits you are getting. Think about it. Aside from earning a salary that is already generous by industry standards, you also earn Larkinson merits, which you can exchange for all kinds of exclusive benefits. Since we set up the Larkinson Merit Exchange, I have seen plenty of you exchange your merits for tutoring sessions, the right to access one of our many exclusive textbooks, and many other rewards that can facilitate your career. Is this not generous enough? The Larkinson Merit Exchange was a completely open, fair, and impartial reward mechanism. As long as they worked hard enough to earn enough merits, they could obtain their rewards without any fuss. Only the better mech companies offered such lavish conditions. If these mech designers worked anywhere else, then they ordinarily wouldn't be able to obtain these benefits so easily unless they were valuable. Being a part of the Larkinson clan is already an excellent reward in itself, Ves confidently stated. Working for the LMC is a dream for many of you. The generous conditions that we already provide are your actual rewards. The exemplar plan is just a bonus that we award to our best lead designers. While it may sound nice to earn a lot of money, think about what you can actually do with it. As long as you are a part of the Larkinson fleet, what will you spend that money on? A personal ship? Implants? Tutoring? Textbooks? Except for the first one, you can already obtain the rest through other means. Money hardly means anything when you are a part of the Larkinson clan. He was right. The people who had become a part of the clan all lived and worked in space. They all traveled together in one big fleet that was intended to fly from one destination to another. One of the rules of the Larkinson clan was that every member had to stay within the fleet unless ordered otherwise. Not a single clansman was allowed to leave the fleet and do something on their own without permission. This meant that if the Larkinson clan never settled down on a planet, the exemplars who stood to earn a huge amount of money didn't really have a lot of ways to spend it all. Ves predicted that most of them would eventually channel all of that money back into the clan, but with different priorities. For example, Kedis would probably choose to funnel the money into the Sword Maidens, while Juliet would choose to invest in the Penitent Sisters. This did not bother Ves or the clan too much. They could always adjust their own investment in reaction to these developments. For example, if Kedis decided to spend 10 billion hex credits on the Sword Maidens, then Ves would just spend 10 billion hex credits somewhere else. Regardless of the distribution, in the end the new situation hardly differed from the old one. This was his ultimate scheme. Instead of Ves or the Larkinson clan spending the money directly, it first flowed into the hands of the exemplars, who subsequently spent it in a similar fashion. In other words, the exemplar plan just introduced a detour that allowed the mech designers in question to feel rewarded while not actually changing the ultimate result. Though Ves could see that Gloriana, Miles, Oscar, and a number of other astute mech designers understood some of the depth of his plan, what did it matter? With his power, authority, and prestige within the LMC, who could possibly force him to change his plan? The reason why he introduced the exemplar plan now instead of later was because his bargaining position was still strong at this point. Once a lot more mech designers advanced to journeyman, it would be a lot harder for Ves to ram his scheme down their throats. Chapter 2589 Scamming Mech Designers. No one objected to the exemplar plan. No one had the guts to do so. Ves had signaled very clearly that he was passionate about the profit-sharing scheme. This meant that criticizing the exemplar plan implicitly translated to an attack on Ves. As long as the assistants weren't crazy, they wouldn't take the initiative to piss off their boss. Though Ves felt dirty for resorting to such a coercive psychological trick, he liked the alternative even less. As long as his mech designers mounted a serious challenge to the exemplar plan, then Ves would not be able to hold the high ground anymore. The illusion he weaved in their minds might shatter as long as someone pointed out the flaws. The stories he crafted about benevolently investing in the clan and that earning money wasn't important to them were just excuses designed to stop them from demanding more money or shares. Everything went according to plan. Gloriana did not challenge his plan while the rest were too weak to rock the boat. A lot of mech designers began to dream about the honor of becoming an exemplar. They got so caught up in his story that they didn't even realize that they had fallen into his trap. All of the ceremonial window dressing surrounding the exemplar plan, such as limiting it to the 8 best mech designers, were just artificial constructs meant to distract everyone. It was just as worthless as an Employee of the Month contest. As long as every ambitious mech designer fought to become an exemplar, they weren't fighting for what they should truly earn, which was actual shares in the LMC. He had to admit that Gavin possessed quite a devious mind for coming up with a scheme that exploited the weaknesses of the human psyche. As long as the end result did not cross any of his red lines, anything was acceptable, no matter how unethical they looked. The most he did after announcing the plan was to answer some questions. What happens if an exemplar retires due to old age or some other reason? Catherine Evanson asked. As expected from someone with a noble background, aristocrats tended to look much further ahead than others. Continuity and inheritance always factored into their decisions. Ves smiled. Good question. In principle, the list of exemplars is not fixed. Those who get on the list can also be removed from it due to various reasons. Retirement is one possible reason. Getting surpassed by a more helpful and hardworking mech designer is another reason. In short, no exemplar should rest on his or her laurels. The main criteria used in deciding who belongs to the top 8 is largely based on contributions. Those who have played an important part in the success of the LMC are more exemplary than those who have only played a marginal role. How do you actually measure contribution, then? We look at whether the work done by a mech designer has resulted in higher performance and more sales. Mind you, the time range that we use to judge everyone's contributions isn't much. At most, it will stretch a few years in the past. To go back to your original question, when a retired exemplar has no longer made any significant contributions for a couple of years, even if his prior work is still responsible for pulling in millions of sales, it becomes increasingly more untenable for him to hold this position. Exemplars aren't nobles, and legacy must not trump current efforts. That disappointed a few mech designers in the crowd, but also delighted many others. If the list of exemplars was based on current contributions rather than accumulations made in the past, then latecomers had a better chance of catching up. Those who got on the list earlier couldn't relax and had to keep working hard in order to maintain their superior position. Overall, the exemplar plan succeeded in motivating every mech designer. Previously, everyone's goal was to become a lead designer. They wanted to become a journeyman and receive greater responsibilities so that they could exert actual influence on LMC mech designs. Yet Ves was afraid that once the new journeyman reached this goal, they no longer had any way to go higher. It wasn't as if they could keep climbing up in the LMC. Ves was not willing to hand over too much responsibility to any mech designer. Whether they were apprentices or journeymen, he wanted them to obediently remain in the design department and keep doing their work they were meant to perform. Introducing the position of exemplar was a good way to give the current and future lead designers something to work towards. The brilliant part about this change was that no exemplar could guarantee they could keep their honored position. They would continually worry about maintaining their existing benefits, thereby giving them less time to think about promoting to an even higher rank. Of course, he couldn't leave it at that. If Ves didn't introduce enough sweets to make the position desirable enough, his mech designers wouldn't be motivated enough. Do exemplars get anything aside from earning a share of the dividends and outranking everyone else who is below? Molteringer asked. Ves nodded. Exemplars are the top mech designers in the LMC and the Larkinson clan aside from myself and my wife. Their status in the clan is different. For one, they can have a greater say in how the clan is run. I have already made an agreement with the Larkinson Assembly. They agreed to recognize every active exemplar as an assembly member. This was quite a big gesture. His audience all looked moved. In the early days of the Larkinson clan, the Larkinson Assembly didn't seem very important. While it passed a lot of rules and decided on the finer details on how the clan should be organized, most Larkinsons considered the assembly as a boring club for older clansmen who liked debate all the time. That impression gradually changed as the Larkinson clan expanded its ranks. As thousands and tens of thousands of adopted Larkinsons entered the fold, the importance of the legislative body of the clan increased. Many people started to realize that all of those old fogies actually wielded a lot of decision-making power. Even though Ves and the Executive Council wielded a lot of direct power, they couldn't possibly direct their attention to every single matter. Originally, the Larkinson Assembly consisted of 50 members. The Assembly expanded several times over the course of the last year, as the Assembly members had to address more and more dossiers. After factoring in the 8 possible exemplars, the Larkinson Assembly currently consisted of 333 seats. Half of the members were chosen by factoring in their seniority, rank, and expertise. The other half were chosen through direct elections. While this wasn't a perfect setup by any means, there shouldn't be any problems in the short and medium term. There was plenty of time to adopt a better solution once the clan ceased its initial growth phase. Ves inwardly smirked as he saw some of the ambitious Larkinsons fantasizing about becoming a member of the influential Larkinson Assembly. The power of the assembly might be substantial, but a single assembly member among hundreds could hardly affect any change. In other words, allowing exemplars to join the Larkinson Assembly was another empty reward. With how much time they needed to spend on maintaining their position on the list, how could the exemplars spend any time on politicking? The most that they could do was spare some time to vote on bills. It was very improbable that any exemplar would do something drastic like starting a faction and gathering followers. Even if they did, the Larkinson Assembly was not as powerful in front of Ves. As clan patriarch, he could override any of their decisions unless the assembly members booted him out of office. Of course, he didn't reveal any of this to his excited audience. What mattered was giving them the illusion of power without actually granting it. Hardly any mech designers realized that he was scamming them. Only a couple of politically astute individuals such as Catherine Evanson faintly realized the truth. After answering a couple more questions, Ves ended the announcement. As everyone went back to their stations in order to resume their work, Gloriana marched over while clutching Clixie against her body. Ves. We need to talk. Now. Meow. Clixie released a warning sound. Can this wait? Ves raised his hands. Due to all of the changes that have happened in the past week, we are beginning to fall behind schedule. This announcement has already taken up a lot of time. Let's do our best to catch up today. Talk. Now! Ves had no choice. He slumped his shoulders a bit as he followed his wife to a private office. As they entered and closed the hatch, Ves didn't even have the benefit of Lucky's company. His pet was probably being pampered by Calabast as she used him as her personal sniffer. As Gloriana released Clixie and faced her husband, she crossed her arms and tapped the deck with her shoe. So, care to explain? What is there to explain? Ves innocently shrugged. What is up with your so-called exemplar plan? It's exactly what I have just said. It's a means to motivate and reward our best mech designers. It's an alternative to issuing stock that ensures that we will continue to maintain our grip on the LMC. Our grip or your grip? She suspiciously probed. Ours. We're a married couple, honey. We share our possessions. That's not what you have said the last few times. You made it pretty clear that you called the shots in the LMC. Why did you leave my name off of the list of exemplars? Where are my dividends, VS? That's not true, VS lied. Your input is crucial. You rank higher than any exemplar as far as I'm concerned. It's just a rat race. As an elegant cat, you wouldn't lower yourself to their level, right? Mel? Clixie looked confused. Gloriana furrowed her brows for a moment before shaking her head. Don't try to play your stupid word games on me. Either tell me the truth or give me my rightful shares. Come on, honey. Calm down. Don't be angry at me. He spoke as he sidled closer. Even though she adopted a defensive posture, she allowed him to embrace her body. She relaxed a bit as their bodies pressed against each other. VS brought his lips close to the side of head in order to whisper in her ear. Ever since we slipped our wedding bands on each other's fingers, we became one. What is yours is mine, and what is mine is yours. On paper, I might own a 59% stake in the LMC. That ownership is yours as well. It's a mistake to think you don't own any shares. The truth is that you hold 59% ownership in the company as well. Do you get it now? Joining the exemplar plan is completely pointless for you because the dividends that I have apportioned come from us in the first place. Oh, she uttered. Well, if you put it that way, it does look kind of silly. However, if what is yours is truly mine, does that mean that I can exercise more leadership in the LMC? It's complicated. Let's just say that I will listen to your input. As long as I approve, I am more than willing to implement your suggestions. If that's the case, then I want to dictate our next design projects, she exclaimed as she drew back. You've had your fun for a long time, VS, but the next round is mine. We have to design a lot of expert mechs and custom mechs in order to reward our expert pilots and other individual mech pilots. Do I need to remind you that you have been neglecting Commander Melker's request all this time? He's been waiting for a custom rifleman mech for years. Chapter 2590, Hexer Despair. The war that decided the future of the Komodo Star sector had swung rapidly since the Friday Coalition initiated its counterattack. With the powerful Gage dynasty and the disciplined Kansa clan taking the lead, the Friday Men mech divisions retook star system after star system. In many cases, the Hexers didn't even have enough time to pull out all of their assets before the Friday Men offensive liberated the occupied star systems. Though the great counterattack only began a few months ago, the Friday Men already took back much of the hinterland of the Carnegie Group and Vermeer Group. As news of the grand offensive penetrated through the occupied planets, the resistance movements that had been biding their time there had all risen up and committed considerable sabotage against the Hexer garrison forces. The occupiers hit back hard against the exposed partisans, but the damage was already done. Considerable damage had been done to both the infrastructure and industry that the Hexers relied upon to supply the Hex army. In some cases, saboteurs even managed to blow up or crash critical space stations. With the front lines crumbling and the rear areas aflame, the mech divisions and mech army groups of the Hex army had to abandon a considerable amount of supplies and fixed assets in order to avoid getting swamped by the aggressive Friday Men. After getting beat up by the Hex army time and time again in the earlier stages of the Komodo War, the vengeful Friday Men vented all of their resentment towards their retreating foes. Slaughter these women! Komodo belongs to the Friday Coalition. The hour of men is at hand. So many incidents took place throughout the conquered Friday Men territories that the Hexadric hegemony could no longer withdraw at a controlled pace. The Hex army drew back its elements with greater urgency. The Hexer generals prioritized evacuating the mech pilots of the hegemony above all else. While it hurt to abandon a significant amount of mechs, supplies, and industrial equipment, they were just machines. The hexadric hegemony still possessed considerable material reserves and a fully intact industrial sector. The hexers could easily replenish the goods they lost, especially considering that they had already plundered a lot of materials and supplies from the occupied territories. What truly mattered was to preserve as many mech pilots as possible. While the Hex army succeeded in accomplishing this goal, the hasty withdrawals had a devastating effect on morale. The transition happened too abruptly. At one moment, the Hexers rampaged through the lightly defended star systems of the Carnegie Group and the Vermeer Group. In the next, the sundered Phalanx and the Oni Guard unleashed their full might all at once, shattering every illusion that the Friday Coalition was just a pushover. A lot of Hexer-mech pilots who continually achieved success after success couldn't adjust to the fact that they were being pressed in the opposite direction. "I am not a coward! Turn back! I want to impale them with my spear! Women are supposed to be superior! How come those stupid boys keep overwhelming us over and over again? Superior Mother, help us! I beseech you! Bless our mechs and strike down the heretic Friday men!" As long as the counteroffensive continued at its current pace, it would only take a couple of months before the Friday men regained all of their original territories. Once the mech militaries of the Friday Coalition reached the crestfallen stars, the Hexers feared what might happen at that point. Will the Friday men stop at the border and reconsolidate their lines? The sundered Phalanx and the Consul Guard can't push forward forever. Once they pass the border, they'll have to fight head-on against our fortified star systems. The greedy boys in charge of the Friday Coalition won't settle for regaining their lost territories. They still have ample strength to batter our front lines. We're going to have a hard fight on our hands. We can't allow the hegemony to be despoiled by these stinky boys. Where are our reserves? We need to deploy more mechs to our defensive lines. If we can't hold back the Friday men, it will be our turn to lose a lot of territories. The Hexers became increasingly more apprehensive of what might happen. The Friday men mech militaries showed no sign of stopping. The risk of seeing Hexer star systems burned and Hexer boys being brainwashed into confident brutes who no longer looked up to women frightened the hegemony. Even the Council of Matriarchs started to issue grim messages. As one of the highest decision-making organs of the Hexadric hegemony, the Council reflected the collective will of the 6 matriarchal dynasties. Having long been used to throwing their weight around, the highest levels of the Hexer state suddenly lost a lot of confidence. Were they truly losing? Was the Hex army too weak to resist the filthy Friday men? How could they possibly remain in power when all of their planets and fixed assets fell into the hands of their archenemies? The mere prospect of losing the Komodo War sent the Hexadric hegemony on a tailspin. As the Hexers lost confidence on a large scale, a secret element of Friday men military assets had gathered together at a quiet star system. A dim red dwarf star feebly shone its light on the 5 massive starships gathered at the edge of the outer system. The gathered group of ships were highly unusual. Their hulls were massive. Each of them stretched for at least 2 kilometers, signifying that they were capital ships. What further distinguished these vessels was the activity that took place around them. Large amounts of mechs disgorged from their spacious hangar bays. More than 1,000 mechs patrolled the perimeter of the gathered capital ships in a matter of minutes. The sheer amount of mechs held by the 5 vessels immediately revealed their true nature. They were military fleet carriers. Though their silhouettes and colors differed, they each had at least 2 elements in common. First, their hulls bore a green flag with a starry arrow pointing upwards. Second, their hulls also flaunted an emblem that consisted of a 9-headed hydra. All 5 vessels wore the flag and symbol of the Friday Coalition. However, that was all they had in common. Additional markings made it clear that each and every fleet carrier hailed from different parts of the coalition. The Orelise was by far the most eye-catching of the 5 vessels. Her gleaming golden coating made it seem as if the fleet carrier was afraid that people would neglect her existence. Built and operated by the Gage dynasty, the Orelise reflected the strength of the most powerful partner of the coalition. She possessed the best capacity out of all of the gathered carries. She was not only able to hold 600 mechs, but also featured resilient armor and a full coverage of capital ship-grade shield generators. However, her considerable hull plating also increased her mass by a huge degree. Her acceleration and other mobility characteristics were the worst out of all 5 capital ships. The Amagi was a fleet carrier built by the Kansa clan. The martial-looking vessel was an all-rounder among the assembled vessels. She possessed decent capacity at 500 mechs while also being able to boast adequate defenses and decent mobility. The forward momentum belonged to the Vanguard Group, which was a coalition partner that did not fully engage in the Komodo War up to this point. As one of the weakest partners in the coalition, the Vanguard Group's military forces were only a fraction of the size of the sundered Phalanx or Oni Guard. The fact that the Vanguardists dispatched one of their strategic military assets at all for this operation was a miracle. The relative lack of strength was reflected in the design of the forward momentum. Though she possessed the best mobility out of all of the fleet carriers, her armor was very feeble for a military capital ship. In addition, her total capacity only amounted to 400 mechs. In fact, the fleet carrier dispatched by the similarly weak Puffer clan was even worse. As the smallest capital ship in the star system, the Orca Tyrant only carried 350 mechs at most. The Puffer clan's fleet carrier was actually slower than the forward momentum, but she boasted significantly better armor and possessed highly reinforced bunkers. Compared to the other 4 fleet carriers, the Orca Tyrant devoted less space to carrying mechs and instead embraced the role of a pseudo-battle cruiser. All 4 aforementioned fleet carriers flanked the 5th and most central fleet carrier. Just like the Amagi, the relatively plain-looking fleet carrier possessed balanced if average properties. With a capacity of 450 mechs, the Eager Condemnation featured decent defenses and was not a slouch in terms of mobility. Right now, several shuttles departed from the other fleet carriers and calmly flew over to the Eager Condemnation. The commanding officer of the operation called for a meeting. The highest-ranking officers and the most notable mech pilots attended the gathering. No one objected to stepping aboard the Eager Condemnation. Unlike the other 4 fleet carriers, the Condemnation belonged to the Coalition Reserve Corps, which was a coalition institution that transcended the rivalries of individual partners. In fact, every coalition partner collectively ran the CRC, so there was no way it would make any Friday man uncomfortable. In a large and tastefully decorated conference room, hundreds of Friday men military officers gathered. They hailed from every coalition partner. Officers from the Gage dynasty, Kansa clan, Vanguard Group and Puffer clan each claimed their own separate corners of the conference room. The soldiers of the former 2 groups faintly looked down on their counterparts of the latter group. It couldn't be helped. Even though the CRC demanded a contribution from the Vanguard Group and the Puffer clan, the fleet carriers dispatched by the weakest coalition partners were not good enough. Still, despite their inadequacies, the forward momentum and the Orca Tyrant met at least one vital requirement. Otherwise, the 2 fleet carriers wouldn't have been able to take part in this operation. A highly decorated older man stood at the very front of the conference room. Brigadier General Vander Pierce was one of the most distinguished senior officers of the CRC. Even though the Friday Coalition as a whole did not think much of this branch, the CRC was a complete military branch that could give any coalition partner a run for their money. None of the other commanders showed any disrespect towards the 182-year-old man. Many of the people that had gathered here today had heard that General Pierce had come up with this operation and persistently pushed for it until the higher-ups eventually assented to it despite the risks. Sitting not too far away from General Pierce, Venerable Ves Larkinson and Venerable Relia Foster waited for all of the guests to arrive. "It's finally happening," Ganso whispered as he kept his will contained. "I told the Friday men that they needed to do something. It seems the men in charge are finally willing to invest in an operation." Venerable Foster levied her eyes at the new arrivals. "This might very well be a suicide mission. The plan that General Pierce has come up rests on a lot of assumptions. If anything goes wrong, we might miss the mark or expose our whereabouts. As long as the Hexers know we are close." "That won't happen." Ganso grinned and slapped the surface of the conference room. "The Eager Condemnation and the other 4 capital ships are different. They're all deep strike fleet carriers. With the immense range of their FTL ranges, we can get in and out without leaving too many traces behind." Deep strike fleet carriers were much more valuable than their regular counterparts. Due to their high cost, the Friday Coalition didn't have many of them. If anything happened to the 5 capital ships under General Pierce's command, then the Friday men would lose some very versatile war assets. Both expert pilots looked up at this time. They sensed the approach of their own kind. In the span of a few minutes, 6 expert pilots entered the conference room. Together with Venerable Ganso and Venerable Foster, a total of 8 expert pilots took part in the operation. Chapter 2591, Operation Head Crusher. Both Venerable Ganso and Venerable Foster carefully studied the expert pilots that had taken their seats around the conference room aboard the Eager Condemnation. Every foreign expert pilot that had agreed to fight against the Hexers fought under the banner of the Coalition Reserve Corps. At least, that was supposed to be the rule. What surprised Ganso and Relia was that the expert pilots dispatched by the 4 participating coalition partners also appeared to be foreigners. It was too easy to recognize the other 6 expert pilots as third-raters. Their uniforms didn't possess the usual badges and medals that denoted long and storied service. The foreigners also lacked the arrogant swagger of Friday men expert pilots. Unlike the foreigners, the demigods from the coalition all attracted a lot of admiration from their soldiers. This was not the case right now. While the Sunderers, Oni guardsmen, and so on did not show any disrespect towards their guest expert pilots, either did they show too much respect. In the end, the Friday Coalition was just using them. Even notable war heroes such as Venerable Ganso did not receive the full recognition he deserved for slaying at least 10 Hexer expert pilots. Venerable Foster was not shy about voicing her discontent. "We fight, bleed, and even die to defend the Friday Coalition. The least these folk can do is recognize our contribution." "Heh. They'll never do that," Ganso huffed. "The Komodo War has to be won by the Friday Coalition, not their hired help. Lady Ashling told me that we should be grateful that we are able to prevent the Hexers from taking over our home states." Pretty much every foreign expert pilot who accepted the offer to fight on behalf of the Friday Coalition did so to do their duty to their respective states. They had little love for the Friday Coalition and its disdain towards the people they regarded as their lessers. However, compared to the alternative, the Friday men were much more acceptable. At the very least, the Friday Coalition was run by a sensible group of people. Once everyone arrived, the meeting commenced. "First, let me thank you all for your courage." Brigadier General Vander Pierce started with a surprisingly powerful voice despite his advanced age. "Due to the considerable risks of this operation, we cannot guarantee that we will ever be able to return to safety. We must go deeper into unfriendly territory than many of us have ever gone before. We will have to travel so far away Coalition space that safe harbor is many light years away. Even with the long-range FTL drives of our deep strike fleet carriers, it is not that easy to return to safety, especially when the Hexers are aware of our position. The operation had to take place in as much secrecy as possible. In fact, before the fleet carriers even departed from different parts of the Friday Coalition, They had already disabled all of their quantum entanglement nodes. The communication systems of the capital ships and the mechs were strictly locked down in order to minimize the propagation of any signal that could leak their whereabouts. The CRC general swept his gaze across every gathered officer. You must be eager to take part in our counterattack against the Hexers. As we speak, our fellow soldiers are liberating the star systems captured by the enemy at a record pace. Yet even if we are ready to give the Hexers a taste of their own medicine, our invasion into the hegemony is not a done deal. No matter how much the female supremacists are panicking, their fortified star systems are still intact. Just as the Hex army suffered substantial losses in trying to topple the crestfallen stars, the Friday men might also incur substantial losses if they attempted to overrun the Hexer strongholds. No one in the conference room knew whether their leaders would choose to sustain their current momentum. Not even the Brigadier General himself knew what his superiors were thinking, though he heard plenty of arguments through his own channels. Unlike what some of you may be guessing, our newly formed task force is not meant to raid the hinterland of hegemony space. Though our current fleet composition lends itself well to launching raids, the risks are too great. We did not concentrate 5 of our precious deep strike fleet carriers and filled them up with our elite mech detachments to do something so marginal. Even if we succeed in demolishing the industries of 1 or 2 highly developed star systems, the hegemony hardly loses any production capacity. The general smirked. With a single mental command, he activated a large projection overhead. Instead, Operation Head Crusher is meant to weaken the hexateric hegemony by performing a surgical strike on one of their most valuable war assets. Both Venerable Ganso and Venerable Foster gripped their fists as they stared at the face of Ves Larkinson, the patriarch of the Larkinson clan. The rest of the officers of the CRC did not show much reaction to the revelation. They had already been briefed beforehand. In contrast, the officers and mech pilots from the 4 other fleet carriers reacted with considerable surprise. They didn't expect this secretive operation to be a decapitation strike. I am sure I do not need to introduce the infamous mech designer of the Blessed Squire and Valkyrie Redeemer to you, General Pierce drawled. The man could easily sense their animosity towards the foreigner that had given their forces so much trouble. Mr. Larkinson is a journeyman mech designer with a design philosophy that is uncommonly effective in war. The Hex army performed well above our expectation in the beginning of the Komodo War, leading to a series of devastating miscalculations that caused our defensive lines to crumble ahead of time. If not for the fact that the conceited Hexers recklessly pushed forward and neglected to consolidate their gains, our state might have been even worse off at this time. Many of the Friday men officers and soldiers gathered today had personally fought against the LMC Hexer mechs. Neither the Blessed Squire nor the Valkyrie Redeemer were easy to deal with. Even after the Friday men developed several countermeasures, the glows were just too powerful. This man cannot be allowed to facilitate the Hexers any further. The ultimate objective of Operation Head Crusher is very simple. We must remove Ves Larkinson from the board by any means necessary. Ideally, we would like to take him into custody. However, if that is not possible, do not hesitate to end his life. As long as he dies, his products will no longer be as terrifying. A Sundara commander raised his hand. General Pierce, is it wise to target the life of someone who is backed by the MTA? From what we know, Master Moira Willix of the MTA openly supports our target. Will we doom our state if we kill one of her pets? General Pierce smirked. Ves Larkinson is not a part of the Big Two. As long as this remains true, he is fair game. Killing him will not implicate our state, at least on the surface. Never hesitate in pulling the trigger if you have the opportunity to complete our mission. Will Master Willix not retaliate regardless of the rules? She is a powerful and well-connected dignitary, but the MTA is so much greater than any individual. Don't worry. Our state is rooted in the Komodo star sector for over 4 centuries. We have developed some very good relationships with the MTA masters and directors at Centerpoint. Not all of them are friends with Master Willix. From what they tell us, the good master has acted out of bounds. The rules of neutrality trump any personal agenda. She cannot blame us for attacking a legitimate war participant. After reassuring the attendees that killing Ves Larkinson would not doom their entire state, the general moved on. He projected some star charts and briefly highlighted their upcoming maneuvers. According to our intelligence, the fleet of the Larkinson clan is set to enter Majestic Teal together with its allies. While we are unable to ascertain the route of this combined fleet, our state has made ample preparations. We have ways to track their huge fleet and position ourselves to intercept them. Do not forget that deep strike fleet carriers excel at this purpose. Even if our predictions are wrong, we can jump ahead of the slower, larger fleet of our enemy and try again. If all goes well, we can intercept them before they venture into Majestic Teal. If we have missed the mark, then we will just follow suit and seek to confront the Larkinson clan in a different star sector. This was a very determined pursuit. A lot of Fridaymen officers looked uncertain about this plan. The Grand Captain of the Amagi raised his hand. Sir, to what extent must we pursue the Larkinson clan? Majestic Teal is not our home ground. The local states will not take kindly to the intrusion of a significant force of foreign military fleet carriers. That's not necessarily the case, Captain. We have good trading relations with some of the states in Majestic Teal. They may be able to lend a helping hand to us. Regardless, our mission does not have a time or distance limit. Once we set off from this star system, we are committed to Operation Head Crusher. That means that we will not turn back until we have neutralized the leader of the Larkinson clan. This goal trumps every other consideration, including our survival and the survival of our fleet carriers. Even as we speak, Mr. Larkinson must be designing even more nefarious mechs for the Hexers. Unless we succeed, our state might never be able to win the Komodo War. In other words, the higher-ups of the Friday Coalition already accounted for the possibility that Task Force Umbra, which they were officially a part of, might never be able to return home. Venerable Ganso frowned. While he didn't have a problem with making the ultimate sacrifice as long as he was able to blast VS into pieces, he did not have much faith in their current strength. He raised his hand. General, are you sure our strength is up to the task? He questioned. From what I have gathered, the Larkinson clan is able to deploy more than 4,000 mechs. There is also the Glory Seekers, which is able to deploy around 2,600 mechs if we include their new fleet carrier. The Cross clan, which the Larkinsons have recently allied with, are no pushovers either. Though it's hard to determine how many mechs they are able to field, they should be able to field at least 4,000 mechs as well. The general confidently smirked. The Cross clan has sustained considerably more losses than you think. Our intelligence suggests the vicious mountaineers are only able to field 3,200 mechs at most. The Cross clan are the remnants of a former militaristic faction. Despite their losses, their surviving mechs and mech pilots are just as strong as ours. Unless we can count on reinforcements, it is hard to see whether we can defeat their combined fleet. A lot of other Friday men began to harbor some doubts as well. Nonetheless, General Pierce maintained his confident demeanor. I have 2 points. The general raised a finger. First, you are misinterpreting our objective. We are not supposed to defeat the entire enemy fleet. As long as we assassinate the Larkinson Patriarch, there is no point in fighting the rest. Defeating them will not further tip the Komodo War in our favor. We must concentrate as many assets as possible to accomplish our sole objective, even if we open up our fleet to a fatal counterattack. Sacrificing our deep strike fleet carriers is a small price to pay to neutralize every possible glow in existence. The general raised a second finger. Second, who says that we are alone? Operation Head Crusher consists of multiple elements. There will be other forces sharing the burden. We have already accounted for the strength of the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan. However, even if our strength falls short for whatever reason, do not forget our overarching purpose. Killing the inventor of the glow is all that matters. Our fellow soldiers will not be able to fight the Hexers with confidence until we have accomplished this crucial feat. Chapter 2592 Duty Above All. General Pierce did not reveal too many details during the initial briefing. The main purpose of this meeting was to inform the members of Task Force Umbra of their singular goal. The CRC General also wanted to convey the possibility that this may very well be a one-way journey. Once the 5 Deep Strike fleet carriers set off to intercept the Larkinson fleet, everyone aboard turned into dead men walking. They were expected to die. The CRC and the 4 participating coalition partners had unofficially written them all off. While the Friday Coalition would be delighted if some or all of the expensive fleet carriers limped their way back to friendly territory, none of the higher-ups would shed a tear if Task Force Umbra disappeared from the face of the galaxy. While the Brigadier General did not explicitly state all of this, the mech officers and mech pilots attending the meeting weren't stupid. Each of them were elites of their respective military branches. As the crack mech troops of the Friday Coalition, they possessed a greater awareness of the overall strategic situation. General Pierce had already given his men plenty of hints. Despite the possibility that this might turn into a suicide mission, none of the Friday men showed any fear. As some of the most well-trained soldiers of the Coalition, they knew what they were fighting for and were always ready to sacrifice their lives as long as it bettered the lives of their fellow Friday men. Their cause was just. The members of Task Force Umbra could think of no better way to save their home state than to eliminate one of the most powerful sources of strength to the Hex Army. Kill the Mech Designer, save the Friday Coalition. It was that simple. Even if killing Ves Larkinson did not collapse the glows of the Blessed Squire model and the Valkyrie product line, his removal at least ensured the Hex Army did not gain any further dastardly glow mechs. Almost a third of all Friday men military mech pilots were actually shivering in their boots at the prospect of facing other LMC mechs in battle. It was ridiculous how much the Friday men feared the work of a single journeyman mech designer, but the trauma that the Blessed Squire and Valkyrie Redeemer managed to inflict was quite extensive. As long as the Hex Army began to deploy 3 or 4 additional mechs with glows, the Friday men might become permanently suppressed on the battlefield. One policy institute from the Gage dynasty predicted that in a year's time, the average morale and effective performance of every Friday man combat unit was liable to drop by as much as 20% due to the devastating effects of glows. This was a devastating drop that would permanently put the Friday men mech militaries at a disadvantage. No matter whether it was the Blue Legion, the Fortune Legion, the Sundered Phalanx, or even the Oni Guard, none of them were able to fight comfortably against a Hex Army that made extensive use of LMC mechs. The variety, versatility, and lack of adequate countermeasures against Hexer glows continually hampered the Friday Coalition. While there were plenty of masters trying to develop the ultimate counter against this hated invention, none have truly succeeded up to this point. Perhaps distinguished mech designers such as Master Olsen and Master Katzenberg might be able to crack the code. However, their research had stalled. A successor to the Glow Crusher and an improved version of their OK alloy was years away by their own estimates. This was too long. The Komodo War developed rapidly and could change at any day. Rather than gambling on the faint hope that the befuddled Friday men masters developed an effective counter against LMC mechs, the leaders of the Friday Coalition instead chose to take a more concrete course of action. The heads of every coalition partner are paying attention to Operation Head Crusher, General Pierce generously said. Our mission is noble beyond comparison. What we are about to embark upon is nothing less than eliminating the greatest enemy of men from this star sector. Do not think that Ves Larkinson is sympathetic towards the plight of his own gender. His wife has him by the balls. Despite his forceful public appearances, he is one of the most pathetic boys in existence. He is a traitor to his own gender and is complicit to all of the oppression the Hexers will unleash if they conquer our state. No one doubted the necessity of their mission anymore. Each and every elite Fridayman serviceman was prepared to die in order to stop the infamous Devil Tongue. As for whether they were supposed to capture him or kill him, General Pierce had made it clear that the former was not a priority. As far as the Fridaymen were concerned, they should play it safe. It was a lot harder to capture someone alive than to kill them outright. Since the future of the Friday Coalition might be at stake, the soldiers simply couldn't afford to make any further gambles. Everyone, including Venerable Ganso Larkinson, intended to kill the hated mech designer at the first possible opportunity. As the meeting dispersed and the personnel from the other fleet carriers left the eager condemnation, the fleet soon prepared to depart. As soon as the FDL drives of the Deep Strike fleet carriers finished cycling, the capital ships retrieved their mechs and simultaneously transitioned into FDL. Their destination? The border between Komodo and Majestic Teal. No matter what route the Larkinson clan took, Task Force Umbra would always be able to overtake their prey. As Venerable Ganso and the rest of Unit L moved into their new living quarters aboard the CRC fleet carrier, Lady Aisling Curver paid a visit to the former brighter expert pilot. She entered his cabin with a hesitant step. "Hey, Ganso," she greeted. "So this operation is actually going through?" The expert pilot sat on his bunk. He looked up at the mech designer who was responsible for servicing the mechs of Unit L. "Operation Head Crusher has officially started. The Brigadier General is very serious about our purpose. Even if all of us die and all of our fleet carriers fall into the hands of the Larkinsons, we cannot fail our mission. Are you willing to die to save the Friday Coalition?" "Of course," she immediately replied. "As a member of the mighty Gage dynasty, I have sworn an oath to defend it against any threat. While I regret the fact that VS has turned against our state, I cannot let my feelings override my duty." It took a lot of effort for her to say that. Ganso softened his expression and patted the side of the bed. "Come sit." She did so. Her white lab coat contrasted sharply against Ganso's crisp CRC uniform. "VS must die. This is a given. Killing him will not only save the Friday Coalition, but also liberate my trapped and brainwashed relatives. The Larkinson family will never be able to return to its roots as long as my misguided cousin continued to spread his poisonous lies." "Ganso, my family is at stake," he burst out. He quickly tried to calm himself down. "I thought you got over him already. You had your chance, but he chose differently. He even tied the knot with his Hexer girlfriend. Are you finally willing to accept reality?" His words only caused Aisling to feel more and more conflicted. "You don't understand, Ganso. Have you ever loved someone with all your heart?" "I love my family. Why do you think I am fighting so hard? Everything I do is to save my fellow Larkinsons from the darkness that has corrupted their purity." "At least you are able to get your way. I am not so lucky. Not only do I have to take part in an operation that is expressly designed to kill the object of my affection, but I may not even live long enough to see the outcome of my efforts. I'm not a soldier, Ganso." The expert pilot sighed and placed his hand on her hand. "There are better people out there than VS. He has made his bed. Let him lie in it. As for you, it's okay to feel frightened. Everyone is afraid of death. Just remember what we are fighting for. We cannot allow our selfish desires trump the interests of trillions of innocent Friday men and other citizens in our star sector." The journeyman mech designer closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Her blonde hair swayed as she tried to reconcile her conflicting thoughts. Under the influence of Venerable Ganso's intense force of will, Aisling managed to find some peace in her roiling emotions. Her eyes glinted with stoic determination when she opened them again. I understand. Thank you, Ganso. I needed that. I know what I must do. I love VS, but I love my home even more. I cannot allow the Hexers to harm my friends and family. If I have to accompany you all the way to the grave in order to save my state, I will do so as long as the Friday Coalition is saved. It sounds like you finally got your priorities straight. Have you truly managed to shed your feelings for VS? She faintly shook her head. I can't. I will always love VS and his fantastic design philosophy. That will never change. The only difference is that I am prepared to bury these feelings in order to abide by my oaths. If I manage to survive, when all of this is over, I will dig my affections up again and mourn for a dream that has never come to pass. Though Ganso didn't understand why Aisling was being so difficult, at least she was moving in the right direction. He had grown incredibly tired of hearing her lament about her lost opportunity to shack up with VS. As long as she shut up about that during this operation, he could prepare for the most important battle of his life in peace. When Aisling finally left his quarters with a renewed sense of purpose, another guest dropped by half an hour later. What are you doing here, Baroness Foster? Ganso hissed. The Vision expert pilot leaned against the side of the hatch while crossing her arms. I encountered Aisling earlier. She is very different from before. Was that your handiwork? He shrugged. I don't claim any credit. I believe that Operation Head Crusher has finally forced her to confront reality. She's been losing herself in her dreams for more than a straight year. She can't sustain her fantasies forever, you know. Every illusion has an ending, but truth is always eternal. That's surprisingly deep coming from you. You Brighters always try to act smart. You Visions treat everyone but nobles as trash. Ganso sneered. She didn't even deign to reply to that. Anyway, I just want to thank you for pulling that poor woman back to reality. Even though it doesn't look like you completed the job, I think she is doing better than before. If General Pierce is right, it's improbable for us to survive this operation. If Aisling suffers the same fate, at least she will be able to meet her end with open eyes. They both fell silent for a time. As soldiers, they were both aware that they might never be able to return alive from a deployment. This was not the first time they faced very slim odds. If we ever manage to reach VS, who gets to kill him? Venerable Foster asked. I do. As my blood kin, it is up to me to end the threat to my family. Just because we are relatives doesn't mean I intend to be lenient to him. In fact, it's the opposite. Everything he has done to the Larkinsons is a travesty. I need to be the one that pulls the trigger in order to send a clear message to my relatives. Venerable Foster frowned. I can't allow you to do that, Ganso. Ves Larkinson is responsible for the deaths of many comrades as mine. I vowed to avenge their deaths and eliminate any threat to the Hafner Duchy. The two expert pilots glared at each other. Neither of them were willing to give in on this matter. Chapter 2593 Training Progress. Over 1,000 mechs flew in space. They formed several dispersed formations and maneuvered in close coordination with each other. Many mechs flew at least 50 meters apart from each other. Every element had to fly close enough to each other in order to make formations effective, but packing them too close left them vulnerable to powerful explosions. The risk of collision also played a significant factor. If the mech pilots weren't skilled or disciplined enough, then a single mistake might lead to a chain collision that could tear an entire formation apart. This was one of the reasons why pirates and poorly trained mech pilots flew around in a chaotic swarm. The mech pilots did not even trust their own comrades to fly responsibly, so they only felt at ease if mechs were at least 100 or 200 meters away from their own machines. Suffice to say, these loose groups conveyed no significant advantage other than minimizing collisions and making it harder for them to get taken out by a single powerful explosion. As the silver-coated mechs of the living Sentinels maneuvered in space in much tighter formations, the Larkinson clan took a different route. Every Larkinson mech force emphasized formations in their training regimes. Many of the mech pilots that the clan managed to recruit in recent months were all elites, or highly qualified rookies. They possessed the skill, discipline, and confidence to pilot their mechs in tight formations. However, due to their diverse backgrounds and origins, they were all used to different configurations. The Sentinels and the other mech forces wished to integrate the new recruits into their own unique systems, then they needed to conduct a lot of drills. The newcomers had to get accustomed to the new formations right away. They needed to become so familiar with the set of formations of their mech troop that it became instinct for them to find the right place. As for the veterans, Commander Casella Ingvar did not keep them idle. She came up with a mentorship scheme whereby 2 different veterans assumed responsibility for at least 8 new recruits. With 2 veterans working together, they could keep each other in check while offering multiple perspectives. The new recruits did not strictly have to obey or adopt the advice of the veterans, but it was generally a good idea to listen to the survivors of the grueling Nixian Gap campaign. The Sentinel commander oversaw the formation drills in the command center of the new flagship of living Sentinels. Just like the Avatar's Purple Feather, the Steadfast Vigil was a larger combat carrier that held up to 60 mechs. The Vigil also served as a command vessel. With her well-equipped command center, enhanced sensor and communication arrays, and upgraded data processing capabilities, she was more than capable of commanding a mech regiment. In fact, it would have been even better if Commander Casella could command her troops in a fleet carrier, but beggars couldn't be choosers. Compared to the flimsy third-class light carrier the Sentinels had before, the Steadfast Vigil was at least 20 times better. An ample amount of officers and specialists sat behind their workstations. They monitored various readings or communicated with the mech pilots deployed in space. The coordination between the command center and the soldiers in the field was not entirely seamless, but it was already better than what most outfits were able to accomplish. To Commander Casella, coordination was essential to her mech force. Unlike the avatars of myth whose elite mech pilots could fight tacitly and with greater situational awareness, her Sentinels were not as good. She wasn't disappointed with her mech pilots. The Sentinels adopted minimum recruitment standards as well. Even if their standards weren't as high as the avatars, the mech pilots they recruited had to be good enough to become eligible to serve in the military. They also had to be disciplined and obedient enough to follow instructions. There were very few Larkinson mech pilots who didn't make the cut. The Larkinson clan did not recruit useless people. If the mech pilots who applied to join the clan could not even satisfy the living Sentinels, then there was no point to absorbing them into the clan. Ever since she assumed command of the Sentinels, Commander Casella focused on fulfilling 2 important goals. First, she needed to restore the morale of her men. Second, she needed to integrate every Sentinel mech pilot in a single, cohesive group. From how crisp the different mechs of the living Sentinels were fighting against a larger force of projected practice targets, Casella believed she was close to completing those goals. The main projections vividly depicted entire mech companies of Princess Jekkas moving in unison in aggressive wedge formations. The large groups of swordsman mechs resembled shark teeth as they sank into their practice targets from 2 different directions. The new Vima Sons fired their laser rifles in coordinated volleys that limited the evasion opportunities of every target. What was notable about the new space-born rifleman mechs was that the Larkinsons had upgraded their weapon loadouts. Each and every Vima Son wielded modified laser rifles that each integrated a luminar crystal. The augmented laser rifles allowed the Vima Sons to output a bit more damage while wasting less energy in the form of waste heat. This was a considerable improvement, that allowed the riflemen mechs to punch above their weight. It was too bad that their defensive capabilities remained just as poor. In order to make sure that the Vima sons could do their jobs without huddling behind an asteroid or a combat carrier, the new Space Knights hovered close to the ranged mechs. The Tamris Stellar model possessed a lot of defensive power for its cost. As long as its tower shield was intact, the commercial Space Knight could withstand a decent barrage of attacks against second-class threats. It also possessed just enough mobility to participate in plenty of maneuvers. While a formation that included the Tamris Stellas wasn't quick or agile, the defensive power it possessed was very considerable. "What do you think, Major?" Commander Casella asked the man standing by her side. "I've seen better," Major Vril drawled as he keenly observed how well the Sentinel mech pilots fought in unison. "I think we need to add some spice to this drill. Can you disable a number of mechs in each formation? I need to see how they are able to adapt to losing their mech captains and a third of their brother-in-arms." "Certainly, sir." The Sentinel commander issued some orders. A couple of officers immediately inputted some commands. Within the span of a dozen seconds, at least a dozen mechs of each mech company suddenly lost power and drifted lifelessly away from the battlefield. The sudden casualties alarmed many surviving Sentinel mech pilots. However, much to Casella's satisfaction, the mech lieutenants and veterans quickly assumed control over the ragged and diminished mech companies. Every mech unit established a clear chain of command. Even if every officer and veteran disappeared, the rookies all knew precisely who they needed to answer to without needing to think. The projections showed that it only took a minute for each formation to consolidate their gaps and continue to pressure the simulated enemies. Soon enough, the last projected enemy mech succumbed as a pair of Princess Jekkas stabbed it from the front and the back. "The exercise has ended, ma'am. Please summarize the results and forward the document to my inbox," Casella said as she turned away from the front. "Oh, and tell the men that they performed well. I am satisfied with how quickly they adjusted to the changing circumstances." "Will do, ma'am." As Casella and Vril stepped out of the command center, they aimlessly walked through the well-lit hallways of the Steadfast Vigil. "I'm satisfied with the progress you've accomplished," the highest-ranking officer began. "Compared to a couple of months ago, your Sentinels are almost unrecognizable. They have all closed the gap with the Avatars and Vandals. Even I didn't think you'd be able to make so much progress in just 2 months." A faint smile appeared on Casella's face. "I had to push them hard and cut their leave in half. However, I don't think I'll be able to close the gap. Let alone catching up to coordination displayed by the Avatars, I don't think my Sentinels will ever come close to the tight-knit cooperation displayed by the Battle Criers, Sword Maidens and Penitent Sisters. Seeing them in action is something else. I feel jealous whenever I witness their ferocious but impeccable maneuvers." Major Vril shook his head. "You don't have to compare your Sentinels to them. They're different. They eat, sleep, and fight together. They don't have much of a life outside of their service. We can't expect every Larkinson mech pilot to commit so much to their profession. In fact, it's better we established a troop like the Sentinels. We must be strong, but we must never lose touch with our humanity. Of all of our mech pilots, only your men retain a bit of normality that prevents them from getting alienated from the rest of the clan." Casella hummed. "I'd like my men to be a little better, though. Even though the Avatars, Vandals, and other mech forces are piloting the same mech models, they can always exert more strength. I won't tell you that your Sentinels are already up to par. They need more time. However, you can't force them too much. Some lessons can only be learned through continuous repetition. Other lessons can only be learned on the battlefield. The rapid improvements you have accomplished so far has exhausted all of the low-hanging fruit. You and your men will need to put in serious effort in order to make further gains." "Do you have any tips, sir?" Why, certainly. The two leaders continued to discuss various training methods. Major Vole possessed a lot of relevant experience and knowledge. Once the Major finished giving Casella some useful tips, they moved on to a different topic. I can't say I am satisfied with the commercial mechs we've been issued with. While the Princess Jekkas, Vima Sons, and Tamaris Stellas are adequate for their purposes, they are on the weaker end of second-class mechs. With how much the clan is earning these days, can't we obtain some better machines? We don't have any mainstay mechs that can hold the line against tougher enemies. Major Vole pressed his lips. You're not the first mech commander to complain about this. My answer hasn't changed. The clan patriarch wants our mech pilots to make use of quality products that are designed in-house. Better mechs are already in development, but it will take months for the design department to complete their designs. Don't worry. In about 4 or so months, we can begin to roll out the second-class version of the Bright Warrior. That will be our baseline unit for the years to come. Casella frowned. That's not ideal. Our grand expedition is scheduled to commence in less than a month, right? This means that our main mech lineup will largely consist of budget mechs while traveling through Komodo and Majestic Teal. That is only a temporary condition. Major Vole sighed. To be honest, I share some of your concerns as well, but the clan patriarch is adamant about leaving as soon as possible. He acts like this star sector is haunted and that a great threat might close in if he doesn't depart very soon. While it is difficult to determine whether there is any substance to his fears, there shouldn't be much harm in leaving early. While we can't issue better mechs to the majority of our men, we have already begun to produce Valkyrie Redeemers and Transcendent Punishers. Will my Sentinels receive the Punishers? That's still up for debate. The Transcendent Punishers can only be piloted by Ilvanans, so we are still figuring out how to organize them. You'll have an answer within weeks. Chapter 2594, Controversial View. Where is Lucky? Michael curiously asked. He has a day job now. Don't worry about him, Ves dismissively answered. Anyway, let's talk about your recent progress. I've studied your test results and looked at your practical performance. First, let me say I appreciate your progress. Your coursework is very onerous. Compared to what I had to learn, your workload is at least 8 times higher. According to Gloriana, a typical mech design student at Kelma University has to maintain a similar pace as yours. Does this mean I'm the best? Ves softly knocked his fist against Michael's head. Ouch. Don't be arrogant. Gloriana achieved much better scores and completed many more courses than you did in the same amount of time. There's a reason why she has managed to become a journeyman so early. If you want to become just as good as her, you need to motivate yourself to work harder. I can't push you along. Do you understand? I'm already studying as hard as I can manage. If I increase my workload any further, I think I'll burn out. The other mech designers I've spoken to have told me that it's better for me to maintain my current balance. Ves looked closely at his student. The adolescent Larkinson did appear a bit more frazzled than before. He inwardly sighed. He was demanding way too much from his underlings. Ves was so used to working harder that it was hard for him to understand the limitations of those who didn't enjoy his advantages. Ves remembered that he used to be much worse than Michael at the same age. Back before he obtained the system, he was nothing more than a baseline human with average intelligence compared to his fellow classmates. He did not even come close to matching Patricia's brilliance. It was different now. The attribute candies obtained from the system along with his Archimedes Rubal implant had completely transformed his learning ability. What took years for other mech designers to absorb only took a couple of weeks for Ves to internalize. This was not rote memorization, but true mastery. If not for the fact that Ves had his hands full with his design projects, he would have reserved some time to supplement his knowledge base by reading some of Ashling's excellent textbooks. For a moment, Ves thought about bestowing the same advantages to his students. While he boosted their intelligence to 1.6 by feeding them some candies, he didn't want to improve their cognitive abilities too much for fear of distorting their personalities. Already, Ves was able to ascertain that Michael and his other student Xanther experienced some personality changes. Their constant exposure to other mech designers along with all of the knowledge they learned had made them more eccentric. Already, they developed obsessions related to their chosen specializations. That last part gave Ves a bit of a headache. While Xanther's interest in maximizing firepower was easily satisfied by allowing him to observe a transcendent Punisher up close, Michael was not as easy to develop. The Larkinson clan possessed plenty of living mechs. Even though the various mech forces had retired all of their third-class mechs, they hadn't gotten rid of them all. There was ample space to store some obsolete mechs as backups or as future museum exhibits. Ves even allowed Michael to examine excellent living mechs such as the Quint and the Shield of Samar up close. Both mechs were spiritually enhanced to over 150 Ves, which meant that they possessed more life than any other machine that Ves had seen. Despite exposing Michael to mechs that were brimming with life, his student didn't seem to have gained much insight from these sessions. Apparently, blindly showing Michael around was not the right approach. If Ves wanted his protege to make some progress in his formative years, then he needed to find a more effective solution. Michael, how much progress have you made on your personal framework? Ves looked sharper. I hope you haven't spent all of this time on your studies and on drooling over my products. No matter how much benefits you derive from the work of others, you are ultimately only copying someone else's work. A true mech designer can never be a true professional as long as he keeps admiring existing work. The whole point about our profession is to generate new work. We are creators, not gawkers. I am aware of that, teacher, but it's hard to get started on this topic. I know what I want, but I don't have a starting point. I have spent hundreds of hours with your mechs, but I still haven't figured out why they are alive. When I compare any LMC mech to a comparable mech designed by a competitor, I haven't identified any components that instill any special qualities to your products. The applications of design philosophies transcend material reality. This is especially the case for a design philosophy as abnormal as mine. You are looking in the wrong places if you think that my mechs are alive because they possess a unique physical component or something. The young student lowered his head. He looked frustrated. Then what am I supposed to do? I have tried to study your work from multiple angles. I even borrowed some biology textbooks from Dr. Rania in order to understand how traditional life is put together. None of it has worked so far. I'm just as clueless as before. What a thorny issue. Ves had no choice but to take a step back and think about this situation. Michael wanted to design the same kind of living mechs as Ves, but that was not practical. Unlike Ves, who possessed spiritual perception, Michael was practically blind to spirituality, which meant he would never be able to manipulate spiritual energy with precision. The reason why Ves allowed Michael to grope in the dark was because he wanted his student to find a method that suited him most. So far, the results were rather lacking. While a mech design student did not necessarily have to develop a framework or a design philosophy before graduation, Ves expected better from his protégés. The earlier they found their own way, the sooner they could work towards becoming a journeyman. He began to think how he could accelerate Michael's snail-like progress. He did not want the kid to waste years of his time on ineffectual explorations. It seemed he needed to provide more targeted direction. In hindsight, he may have been asking too much from someone who wasn't even a fully fledged mech designer. What do living mechs mean to you? Ves asked. They're powerful. They have glows. They are responsive to their mech pilots. They are really magical and completely different from any other mech. Michael instantly answered. Unlike most mech pilots and mech designers, Michael's obsession for LMC mechs rivaled that of Joshua's. Both of them were aware of the key traits of every mech designed by Ves. That's a good answer, but that's not entirely what I'm asking. You are just describing the properties of my work. What my question is truly about is your personal interpretation of what a living mech should be. Forget about what I think about living mechs. This is about you now. You can't keep referencing my work all the time. You are different from me, so you should hold some diverging opinions. Tell me what a living mech truly needs. His inquiry caused Michael to look uncomfortable. Compared to someone who practically invented living mechs, whatever Michael thought about them was doubtlessly embarrassing. Are you ashamed? Ves probed. Maybe. Don't be. You're an aspiring mech designer. Not only that, you're my student. There is nothing shameful about exposing your own work and revealing your own thoughts to me. I can't adequately guide you if I don't know where you stand. As your teacher and mentor, I would never judge you if you say anything wrong. After a bit more coaxing, Michael finally voiced one of his views. Well, I have looked at a lot of living mechs. They're really good and all, but there's one area I don't really agree on. I've been reluctant to mention this to you because it's not an appropriate opinion. I'm afraid that others will think differently of me if I voice this view. Go on. Ves smiled as he tried to adopt a gentle persona. You can trust me with your thoughts, no matter how controversial they might sound. Even if I don't agree with you, I won't interfere with your choices. Mech designers should have the confidence to pursue their own agenda even if everyone tells them they are wrong. It'll be harder to achieve success this way, but once you accomplish something, your impact will be as great as mine. His encouraging words loosened Michael's guard. After a bit of internal struggle, the younger Larkinson finally relaxed and spilled his view. According to you, a mech is alive when it is able to bond and be more responsible to the mech pilot. While I have heard plenty of stories about this, I think this effect is too subtle. In the symbiosis that you establish, the mech pilot acts as the brain while the machine acts as the brawn. The result is that the mech pilot is always in charge while the mech is mainly relegated to an assisting role. That is by design. Ves nodded. He appreciated how Michael succinctly summarized the relationship between man and machine. Mechs are products that humans use to fight their enemies and accomplish their goals. The MTA and much of humanity doesn't like it if mechs aren't subordinate anymore. Others don't consider mechs to be alive, so they are very reluctant to hand over any significant decision-making power to them. Just like AIs, mechs can go astray if their programming and design are faulty. Michael sat up straighter all of a sudden. That rule doesn't apply anymore. Ordinary mechs may be as untrustworthy as AIs, but living mechs are different. Have you ever thought about entrusting them with more power? What if they can act on their own? What if they can cover for the areas that their mech pilots are weak at? With two different living minds controlling the mech instead of one, the results should be much better. Of all of the views that Ves expected to hear, he never thought that Michael would dig up the old autonomy debate. Ves looked a bit more uncertain now. I can see why you have been reluctant to voice this view. It goes against what is in your textbooks and what I have taught to you. Mechs aren't supposed to be autonomous, Michael. Mechs aren't human and cannot be trusted to act in our best interests. Is that really true? Michael asked. Now that he exposed his thoughts, he no longer felt timid. These rules and paradigms about keeping mechs subordinate to their human masters are outdated. While I admit they are still valid when it comes to other mechs, I don't think we need to be so careful anymore. Living mechs are intrinsically different. Isn't that what you say to me all the time? We can't cling to our old assumptions and blindly follow every rule. We need to rethink everything about living mechs in order to unearth their potential. As far as I'm concerned, not making use of their intelligence is a missed opportunity. What a controversial view. If Michael voiced this exact opinion to Master Willix, she would probably smack his face until he lost all of his teeth. The MTA never liked to allow mechs to think for themselves. Whether a mech designer aimed to grant partial or complete autonomy to their mech designs, the mech industry always pushed back against these products. A proper mech must always answer to a mech pilot. That was the rule and custom in the mech industry. Ves really didn't know whether he should approve of Michael's current train of thought. Chapter 2595, Sheep to Herder. As a principled mech designer and teacher, Ves held an important responsibility. As an authority figure in the field of mech design, he had to guide his students correctly so that they could contribute to the mech industry once they matured. A teacher not only had the obligation to transform students into useful and productive mech designers, but also make sure they followed correct paths. There were many different directions that mech designers could take. Creation was boundless and infinite. As long as people possessed enough imagination, they could produce any product imaginable. Yet just because you can, doesn't mean you should. Right now, Ves felt conflicted. The conundrum that Michael presented to him was not that easy to solve. On one hand, Ves wanted to encourage Michael to pursue his passions. As long as he developed a strong interest on what a mech should be, it would be great if Michael committed to it and developed a nascent design philosophy around his initial ideas. In fact, this was how many mech designers got started. Everyone needed to make a choice. Not specializing in something meant they wouldn't even be able to develop their own style. Indecisiveness was one of the worst traits a mech designer or any creator could have. Not being able to commit to a choice meant that they would always scatter their focus, thereby failing to develop any pronounced strengths. What Ves just heard from Michael was a potential way for his student to move forward. As long as his protege got off the starting line, Michael would be able to achieve rapid progress as long as he worked hard enough. This was a good opportunity to give him that initial push. Yet, the topic that Michael was passionate about did not entirely fall in line with the prevailing sentiment and customs of the mech industry. While designing and producing completely autonomous mechs or battle bots was not an unknown phenomena, they never caught on. Part of it was due to how easy it was to hack or tamper with their programming. Since the Hexer intelligence agencies dared to tamper with the spirit of Bentham, they could easily tamper with the production of battle bots as well. One of the more devious policies of the MTA was that they offered comprehensive consumer protection for any transactions involving traditional mechs. The association actively regulated the mech industry and the mech market in order to ensure that mechs remained the dominant weapon of war throughout human space. Yet the MTA never extended their care and protection towards autonomous mechs or bots. What distinguished a mech from a bot? The MTA never defined an exact dividing line. They applied their rulings according to their own judgment. In truth, every mech possessed a certain degree of autonomy. Human minds simply couldn't pay attention to the millions if not billions of processes taking place within a tall and enormous war machine. From monitoring the temperature of individual parts to adjusting the power flow throughout the frame, the mech pilot did not need to devote any thought to these trivial actions. What the Mech Trade Association was actually touchy about was when mechs gained the capability to fight by themselves. When AIs took over and began to make decisions that humans normally made, mechs ceased to be tools that were actively harnessed by their human owners. That was a dangerous development. Many incidents throughout human history highlighted the great peril of entrusting combat power to unthinking and unfeeling machines. One of the risks of doing so was that these autonomous machines weren't capable of exercising human judgment. If their programming somehow subverted every safeguard and commanded them to attack friendly mechs, an AI would mindlessly execute this command no matter how wrong it sounded to humans. Of course, human mech pilots were fallible as well. They could betray their oaths, turn their weapons against their comrades, and slaughter thousands of innocent civilians in an instant. Yet with proper training and management, these risks could be controlled to the greatest extent. Even if a deviant appeared, it would always be an isolated case. It was much easier to subvert billions of identical BattleBots than to subvert the same amount of mech pilots. Ves glanced at Michael as he continued to consider his response. Though Michael should have been aware of the minefield he was stepping into, now that he had opened his heart, he became more determined. This was more than a passing interest to him. As much as he admired the living mechs designed by Ves, Michael didn't entirely feel as if they were right. In his opinion, a true living mech ought to be able to make decisions on its own. Anything less than that was akin to a crippled or incomplete creation. Naturally, Ves did not agree with this stance. He believed his ideal of living mechs was already complete enough. Of course, it was not as if Ves had dabbled a bit in this area himself. He had experimented with granting more autonomy to his products by developing the Devil Tiger. Though Ves felt immensely proud of his first masterwork mech, he did not design it with his usual style in mind. He just wanted to perform some experiments at the time. As a result, the Devil Tiger possessed several risky characteristics that he never intended to incorporate in his normal mech designs. The time where he converted the 4 mechs of the Scarlet Rose into BattleBots was also an exception. Back when he hijacked the mobile supply carrier, Ves had no one but Lucky to count on. Without any mech pilots, how was he supposed to make use of the Fridaymen mechs that Lady Curver had left behind? Ves made an exception and configured the 4 mechs in a way that allowed them to fight on their own. As soon as he returned to the rest of the Larkinson clan, he quickly converted the BattleBots back into traditional mechs. This incident showed that making mechs autonomous was not a universally bad outcome. BattleBots had their uses. Of course, Michael didn't profess to go that far. He simply thought that mechs should have more say in how it was being piloted. Yet that was already problematic enough. As Ves struggled whether he should rein Michael in, he thought about his own progression. Just like Michael, Ves went against the prevailing standards. He boldly carved out his own path and succeeded in fostering a productive design philosophy. There were plenty of instances where he broke the rules and disrespected taboos. Why should Ves hold Michael to a standard that he never seriously abided by? As his protege, Michael should be taking after his mentor. Ves had made his decision. Michael. Yes, teacher? If this is what you want to pursue, then you should do so. As long as you are able and willing to commit to this idea, then it can serve as your career direction. However, you must invest your entire heart and soul in this pursuit. You cannot change your mind once you have advanced beyond a certain stage. Every decision has its consequences. At this moment, you are at a crucial junction. The decision you make here will define the rest of your life. Are you prepared? Michael did not quake from his teacher's warning. His passion burned hotter as he thought about what he might accomplish as long as he followed his idea through. His imagination generated a lot of compelling illusions. He envisioned a powerful first-class multipurpose mech that was packed with weapon systems and modules. While its mech pilot directed the machine to fight against opponents up close, the ranged weapon modules fired at distant targets on their own. The mech pilot consciously gave up control over these dangerous weapons and entrusted their control to the living mech. This was what Michael wanted to achieve. His idea of symbiosis was different from that of Ves. To him, the man-machine connection was not a channel to achieve synergy, but an opportunity to divide responsibilities. As Ves keenly observed the younger Larkinsons, he began to lose hope. A part of him still hoped that Michael would recognize the dangers of pursuing his idea and put it aside in order to adopt a safer alternative. It seemed that none of his students were destined to be average. I have made my choice, Michael spoke. There was much more steel in his voice than before. I want to specialize in designing semi-autonomous living mechs. To me, a mech is simply not good enough if it can't assume some of the burdens of its mech pilot. As mechs continually grow more powerful and more complex, it becomes increasingly harder for humans to harness all of their strength. I believe the mechs that I am aiming for will be the future of the mech industry. What a bold claim! Ves was very impressed by Michael's confidence. Every successful mech designer that Ves had ever met possessed an abundance of confidence in their own ideas. A good mech designer was always a thought leader rather than a thought follower. Sheep could only follow their herders, while herders were always capable of forging their own path. What Ves saw right now in Michael was the transformation of a follower into a leader. Once a sheep transcended into a herder, their potential was unlocked and their future was unlimited. Yet Ves did not entirely feel happy about this development. It would have been great if Michael chose a less controversial pursuit, but this was not the case. By choosing a path that was crooked from the start, Michael would have a very hard time with progressing his design philosophy. While his premise shared a lot of commonalities to his teacher design philosophy, Michael could only rely on himself when it came to the areas in which he diverged from Ves and everyone else. These differences introduced enough deviances that Michael might follow an entirely different direction from Ves at some point in the future. Ves was both excited and afraid at the prospect. He stretched out his hand and patted Michael's head. Hey! I'm not a kid anymore. Hee, don't be so serious, Michael. While I am glad you're more decisive than before, your choice isn't set right now. You're not even a novice yet. So long as you are still a student, you have plenty of time to explore your options. Right now, you have selected a research direction which you wish to explore, but that does not mean you have formed the beginnings of your design philosophy. This means you can always change your mind and choose a different specialization. Oh, Michael deflated a bit. I thought I would be able to move further. This is not a process that you can finish in an instant. It usually takes years for mech designers to flesh out their interests and form a definitive specialization. Since you seek to design semi-autonomous mechs, I suggest you enrich your knowledge on battle bots developed by others. You should also deepen your studies on mech programming and artificial intelligences. Even if you intend to give control of a mech to its living aspect, it is still vital for you to understand how regular artificial intelligences work. They're not truly alive, but they can come very close. Knowing how AIs are able to pilot mechs will definitely help you in developing a method that can make living mechs do the same. With those instructions, Ves dismissed his excited student. Michael was so eager to set foot on his chosen path that he raced off to his own terminal in the design lab. He was already calling up an introduction on AIs and mechs from the internal library. Ves let out a deep sigh while pressing his palm against his face. He really hoped that Michael would not go overboard with pursuing his newfound passion. There was only a small difference between a semi-autonomous mech and a fully autonomous mech. Chapter 2596, New Sacred Mech. A countdown took place. After recruiting tens of thousands of adventurous people who yearned to explore the greater cosmos, after acquiring thousands of commercial mechs, after rebuilding an entire fleet, the Larkinson clan was finally preparing to depart. This was a massive operation. A lot of new spacers only had weeks to get accustomed to controlling their powerful new second-class vessels. The LMC had to implement a lot of measures in order to make sure its business operations remained operational with the departure of the core of the mech company. The newly adopted Larkinsons only had a short time left in their native Star sector before they left forever. Not a single part of the clan remained idle. Shuttles flew back and forth while transports loaded an abundant amount of mechs, materials, and supplies to the new fleet. No ship drew more traffic than the Spirit of Bentheim. The brand new factory ship had become the focal point of the Larkinson clan. Even though the ship had only entered operation for less than a week, a prodigious amount of raw and semi-processed materials entered her cargo holds. Occasionally, mechs came out. The Valkyrie Redeemer, which had captured the hearts of many Hexer military mech pilots, became more and more common in the Hisneck system. The penitent sisters eagerly accepted the Valkyrie Redeemers produced by the Bentheim. Their belief in the superior mother caused them to embrace the Hexer mechs at an astoundingly rapid pace. The Glory Seekers obtained their Valkyrie mechs from another source. Hexer trade ships regularly arrived at Hisneck in order to supply the Glory Seekers with everything they needed to survive and thrive in the Red Ocean. Unlike the penitent sisters, the former household troops of the Woden dynasty greatly preferred the variants of the Valkyrie Redeemers. Hundreds of Valkyrie interceptors sortied in space around their powerful fleet and drilled alongside their other Hexer space-borne mechs. However, out of the two new second-class LMC mech models, it was not the Valkyrie mechs that drew everyone's attention. Instead, it was the new artillery mech that became the talk of the town. The Larkinson clan did not publicize its exclusive new mech model. That did not stop every clansman from gossiping. Strictly speaking, the existence of the Transcendent Punisher was not a secret. It was impossible to hide such a huge and imposing heavy artillery mech. There simply wasn't any reason to make a big fuss about out of a mech model that would never be sold to the public. Outside observers tried their best to catch a glimpse of this supposedly impressive mech. Yet despite all of the sensors they pointed at the Spirit of Bentheim, they only observed some vague shifts in the strange-shaped bunkers dotted on her surface. They found enough clues that there were mechs moving in and out of the bunkers, but none of the fortified structures ever opened their gun ports in order to allow the artillery mechs to poke out their cannons. Just the Spirit of Bentheim, an eclectic group of Avatar and Sentinel mech pilots, emerged from the first batch of Transcendent Punishers produced by the Bentheim. The mech pilots had just moved their heavy mechs from a group of bunkers to the nearby mech stables. The Cronin mech pilots that had followed the Living Prophet into the Larkinson clan all lined up and saluted the two figures standing in front. Ton Melon, the chosen of Zeal, looked particularly intense as two of hisfate's most important figures had attended the demonstration. One of them was the current incarnation of Prophet Ilvain, the founder of the faith and the prophet that foretold their ascension. The other was the bright martyr, the current object of their worship and the mech designer who illuminated the path to salvation. Every Ilvainin in the Larkinson clan considered it a supreme honor to live alongside two of their most holiest figures. Ton felt he was living a dream. For centuries, the Ilvainin faith had come under the grip of three successor dynasties. With every year that passed, the Ilvainin followers had grown more and more distant from the true faith. Even now, Ton and his fellow Ilvainins prayed for the souls of the citizens of the Protectorate. While he felt ashamed at the treacherous conduct of the rulers of his former state, he lamented the suffering subjected to the innocent civilians. The Living Prophet had withdrawn his blessings from the Ilvain Protectorate. The consequences were massive and life had changed forever over there. Many Ilvainins were living in a damned state while being governed by the very people that had betrayed their faith. Nothing had changed ever since the true believers fled the state. The Friday Coalition's brutal repression overcame any attempts to topple the damned regime. The leaders of the Cronin, Poxco, and Kurin dynasties shamelessly rewrote history. The heretical regime slandered the Living Prophet, calling him a defective clone and accusing him of being a puppet of a nefarious organization. As for the bright martyr, the Protectorate's government painted him as a charlatan and a greedy profiteer. According to the government's official stance, Ves Larkinson was nothing more than a faithless mech designer who exploited the gullible Ilvainins for his own ends. This was absurd. As Tan and his fellow mech pilots faced the two important figures of his faith, he sensed nothing but sacredness from their bodies. The living prophet was like a beacon of purity. Having just concluded a session with the transcendent Punisher, Tan was still attuned to the unique signature of Prophet Ilvain. The man whose current incarnation went by the name of James exuded the exact same presence. As for the bright martyr, the holiness he exuded was not as obvious. In fact, the clan patriarch didn't appear to be Ilvainin at all. It was only in his heart that Tan recognized Ves for who he really was. He could never forget the instance when the bright martyr tore down the falsehoods of the three dynasties and attempted to bring the Ilvainins back to the light. While Tan Melon and his fellow Ilvainins got caught up in their devotion, Ves felt more and more uncomfortable at being in their presence. He regretted once again that he had taken in the refugees from the Protectorate. At the time, he had little choice but to rely on their help to flee from Freedom in pursuit. Nowadays, the huge influx of other foreigners vastly diminished the influence of the Ilvainins within his clan. The true believers, along with other defectors from the Protectorate, no longer dominated the internal makeup of the clan, as their growth simply couldn't keep pace. The citizens of the Protectorate were trapped in their own state. The three dynasties had closed the borders yet again. Not a single citizen was able to travel all the way to the Sentinel Kingdom and seek asylum within the Larkinson clan. That made Ves happy. The less Ilvainins, the better. It was too bad that James was very skilled at converting other people. A steady amount of clansmen embraced the faith every month. Ves knew it was only going to get worse now that he had made a powerful Ilvainin mech in the form of the Transcendent Punisher. Still, considering the benefits he derived from Ilvain's spirit, he considered the faith to be a necessary evil. As long as they remained useful, Ves was reluctantly willing to tolerate their shenanigans. So, what do you think of your new mechs? Amazing! Its blessing is stronger than I have ever felt from your mechs. It's a beacon of faith. This mech has brought me closer to the Prophet. As expected of the bright martyr. Ves grimaced even more. He just wanted to know what they thought about the Transcendent Punisher's handling, performance characteristics, and other mech-related characteristics. Unfortunately, the only area the mech pilots cared about was the Transcendent Punisher's ostensibly sacred glow. Compared to the Transcendent Messenger, Holy Soldier, and Deliverer models, the fourth Ilvainin mech he designed was even more attuned to its design spirit. It shouldn't have been a surprise that the Ilvainin mech pilots paid much less attention to the technical performance of the Transcendent Punisher. All they cared about was that they could get closer to the source of their faith. Ves coughed. Don't get distracted by your new mechs. I don't want your minds to wander when we are in the middle of battle. I'm relying on you to make good use out of all of the firepower out of your disposal. If you can't repel the enemy with your new Transcendent Punishers, then I might have to replace it with another artillery mech. That certainly introduced a lot of distress. Once Ves made his stance clear, the mech pilots began to offer more relevant feedback. The Transcendent Punisher is a fine artillery mech. Tan carefully voiced his opinion. Still, from our simulated practice sessions, it's very hard for us to land a hit on distant opponents. I'm afraid that I and my fellow mech pilots are not yet worthy to pilot our new mechs by ourselves. The heavy Gauss cannons excel at medium range, which is fairly short in space-borne battles. The only way we can achieve consistent hits at distant and agile targets is if we can obtain the Prophet's blessing. So far, we have not yet tried this out as we are prohibited from conducting live sessions. Don't worry about it. Ves casually waved his hand. The Transcendent Punisher is similar to the Deliverer. As long as you get along well with the Deliverer, you shouldn't have any problems with hitting targets with our new artillery mech. As for trying to raise your accuracy against distant targets, try changing your fire settings. Your heavy Gauss cannons fire powerful and heavy slugs by default, but you can load Scorden cannons with lighter rounds as well. If you do the latter, your firing rate is higher, so you have greater opportunities to achieve a hit, if not with as much force. Ah, I see. They discussed some other parameters. The mech pilots found the positron cannons to be much easier to work with. The beams they unleashed impacted their targets with relativistic speeds, which was basically instant under most battlefield circumstances. While their accuracy was higher, their power consumption and heat generation was enormous. The latter turned out to be a very considerable problem during longer engagements. In the simulations, our transcendent punishers continue to build up heat as we fire our positron cannons, Tan explained. The cannons themselves and some other related components can turn red hot. Unless we stop firing entirely, it's not that easy to cool them down. No matter how much heat my mech is able to transfer to the deck and bracing that holds it in place, there are still limits to how much flows through. Ves nodded again. This is a known problem. The heat transfer from your mech to the rest of the ship is not without its limits. The longer a battle goes on, the more difficult it becomes to siphon away excess heat. However, don't worry too much about this problem. In a real battle, I've implemented an additional measure that should mitigate this problem. Is there anything else? The light pulse cannons are fast and efficient, but it's difficult to make effective use of them. At longer ranges, their power diminishes too much to threaten any serious enemies. At shorter ranges, their high firing rate makes them good for intercepting missiles, but they lack too much punch to threaten enemy mechs up close. If enemy mechs ever got close to the spirit of Bentham, the role the transcendent punishers could play was very limited. Their heavier weapons were large and powerful, but that also made them unwieldy at closer ranges. The secondary pulse cannons were their best option to repel enemies less than a kilometer away, but their lackluster firepower meant that they needed to achieve way too many hits to destroy a well-armored target. If enemies manage to get this close, we can only rely on our space-borne mechs to fend them off, Ves stated with a shrug. In fact, if any enemy managed to survive everything the transcendent punishers could throw at them, the spirit of Bentham was probably doomed. Chapter 2597 Imaginary Weight. After inspecting the first batch of transcendent punishers and their overly fanatical mech pilots, Ves became somewhat reassured of the performance of the new mechs. Despite the quirks and shortcomings of his first true heavy mech design, the transcendent punisher was a killer at range. Ves was especially satisfied with the great potential of its cordon cannons. He could have licensed more accurate heavy Gauss cannon models that boasted significantly greater muzzle velocity, but he disliked their lack of punch. He much preferred to make use of heavier calibers that were capable of firing heavier rounds with an abundant amount of energy. While these rounds traveled at slower speeds as soon as they emerged from the barrel, their impact and armor-piercing properties were much greater. This was exactly what Ves needed in order to deal with powerful enemies. He did not fear swarms of weaker mechs, as the Transcendent Punisher along with many of his other mechs could easily defeat a disorganized mob. What Ves truly worried about was fighting against some of the stronger second-class pioneers in the Red Ocean. His fleet needed to project as much deterrence as possible to prevent opportunistic attacks, and the heavy cannons of the Transcendent Punishers should be able to do a good job at scaring away potential attackers. Besides, the design spirit took care of the inherent accuracy problem at longer ranges. While there was definitely a price to this powerful ability, it could easily change the course of the battle when used correctly. As Ves finally dismissed the Ilvanan mech pilots, he and James remained behind. They both approached the Prophet's Fist, the first production copy of the Transcendent Punisher. Its excellent quality, along with the fact that Ves and his wife had personally put it together, caused it to exude a greater presence than the other mechs of its kind. "I must say you have chosen quite a violent name for this mech," James spoke with his smooth and calming voice. "Prophets generally aren't associated with using their fists to propagate their visions." says the mech pilot who stole the prototype of my transcendent messenger and paraded it on Kesseling 8. Mechs are more than weapons of wars. They can also serve as symbols of hope and sources of inspiration. You excel at making them, in fact. Even if war is ever extinguished throughout reality, you can be assured that your creations will still remain relevant. Ves snorted. What you speak of is an impossibility. War is eternal. War is an intrinsic part of life. So long as multiple people or aliens exist, there will always be conflict. Who knows? The living prophet smiled. In any case, these fine machines should be more than up to the task of keeping our followers invigorated. The power and majesty exuded by these mechs are simply the best symbols of piety. They're your followers, not mine. That is not what they think. Just because they think I'm the bright martyr doesn't mean I buy into your crap. Ves pushed back. I designed this mech to defend our fleet, not your stupid cult. The spirit of Bentham and many of our other starships will soon rely on this mech model to be their point defense. I hope the mech pilots among your followers will pilot my artillery mechs without causing trouble. Can you make sure your men behave? Their obedience is never in question. My followers will always be faithful to you and your commands. Whatever. As long as your believers make good use of the transcendent punishers, I might design a melee Ovanan mech in the future. You will definitely do so, James confidently stated. It shall be a work of glory that will revitalize faith and convert new believers. Ves glowered at the prophet. If you keep talking like that, I feel much less inclined to design another Ovanan mech. It will be a second-class Lancer mech. Once complete, the mech burns with the fire of our faith as it impales its spear through the bodies of the fallen and the wicked. Piloting this great mech will be an honor to any believer. Shut up! Ves blew up. Don't think I don't know what you're doing. You're implanting suggestions in my mind so that I will subconsciously grow accustomed to your suggestion to the point where I will actually design it. This is nothing more than a manipulative psychological trip to turn your remark into a self-fulfilling prophecy. Believe what you will, but the design choices you make in the future are impeccable. Your Lancer mech design will be a work of that will become a legend. The prophet spoke so much nonsense that Ves tired of this discussion. He automatically disregarded what James said and turned to leave. I have work to do. The spirit of Bentham is slowly ramping up production of our transcendent punishers. Even though the efficiency of our production halls aren't high, as long as our mech technicians aren't incompetent, we should be able to fill up all of the bunkers of our flagship. The learning curve of the GIA production line and all of its complicated tools and equipment was very formidable. When utilized to its fullest, the formidable production line could probably put together a transcendent punisher in 2 days. This was incredibly fast. A normal second-class production line needed at least 5 to 8 days to complete so much work. A heavy mech possessed a lot more components, so more time was needed to fabricate them and assemble them. The Transcendent Punisher design was also very complex as it incorporated at least 3 different weapon systems and a very comprehensive internal architecture. If not for obtaining 20 top-of-the-line GIA 3D printers and other high-quality mass production-oriented equipment, Ves wouldn't have been able to obtain the initial batch of Transcendent Punishers within a week. To be honest, Ves wasn't sure whether the spirit of Bentham would be able to occupy all of her bunkers upon departure. If the learning curve was steeper than what his production crews could handle, then they might have to work while his fleet transitioned into FTL. As Ves considered whether he should pay a visit to the production halls in order to instruct the mech technicians in person, James called out a warning. One more thing, Bright Martyr. You may want to sharpen your defenses. I sense turbulence on the horizon. Old hatreds are coming together to finish their grudges once and for all. Your heart will be burdened by regret if you leave without settling your bonds of karma. Ves stopped his tracks and turned around. His eyes bore into James' well-meaning gaze. I have 3 points to say to you. He raised a finger. First, so many people hate me that I am always under threat. Telling me there's danger on the horizon is as useless as saying that stars are hot and that entering a black hole is a one-way trip. He raised another finger. Second, who says that grudges have to be resolved? I have formed plenty of grudges and have made a lot of enemies. I've outgrown most of them. This star sector is too small to make me care about the issues that bothered me in the past. People like Carlos and Patricia have become so insignificant that I don't really hate them anymore. They're sad, pathetic space peasants who will never amount to anything in their lives. Ves raised another finger. Third, I don't have much of a heart anymore. It's largely been subsumed by my Jutland organ. I never regret anything as I consider every mistake to be a valuable lesson. Also, that karma doesn't exist except in the delusions of certain religions. I don't care at all if a mountain of karma is weighing down on my shoulders. My daily workload is a much more telling burden. With that, he strode away while shoving everything James had set aside. Rather than worrying about vague and unsubstantiated predictions, Ves would much rather think about progressing his mech design projects. He ascended up the decks and moved all the way back to the design lab. Once there, Ves loosened up as he had returned to his home ground. The sanctity of the design lab was far more comforting to him than any temple. He threw a brief glance at Michael. Ever since the kid found his passion, he acted like a man possessed. With his high intelligence score and even higher concentration score, Michael quickly absorbed the basics of mech programming and moved on to more advanced textbooks. Keep up the good work. After glimpsing at the work of some of his design teams, he reached the area reserved by the lead designers and returned to his wife. Meow! Clixie looked up from the desk as she smelled his arrival. The cat squinted in pleasure as Ves ran his hand over her soft and lovely fur. That's my cat, Ves. Gloriana swiveled her chair around. Where is Lucky? He's on shift. By the way, now that we're married, Clixie ought to be mine as well now, right? No! Meow! Gloriana quickly grasped her furry pet and held her protectively against her chest. She planted a kiss on Clixie's forehead. She's my baby! They chatted a bit before they moved on to the state of a couple of their projects. The Bright Warrior IB design is going along well. Gloriana called up a projection of the current iteration of the design. Since you are prioritizing it so much, we have spent the most time on it. Many of the design choices and solutions we've applied to the original, the IC, are still valid when translated to a second-class frame. It's just that we can't copy our work straight away without making targeted adjustments. Have you tried our new ship AI yet? Our new Astra AI core is already proving to be incredibly helpful. I can simulate thousands of different solutions in a matter of seconds and pick out the best ones. We don't have to waste so much time on theorizing and performing manual calculations. We can just employ a brute force process that will automatically allow us to pick the most optimal solution while we do something else. Gloriana frowned. That's a lazy approach, Ves, and you know it. Without understanding the theory and the steps we have to take to solve a problem, how can we ever understand our mech designs? If we want to fabricate a masterwork mech, we need to be as familiar with our mech designs as possible. We can't take shortcuts. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but Beagle is a very helpful resource. We shouldn't waste its formidable processing power. The two still differed in opinion regarding this. While Ves wanted his designs to be as good as possible, he didn't see any conflict. As long as they didn't go overboard with relying on their AI core, they could still end up with a good product that was fully in their grasp. If we utilize Beagle more often, we might be able to accelerate the completion of this project. Ves predicted. Once we reach the optimizing and bug-fixing phase, much of the work is processor-intensive. We'll see. The other mech that he wanted to talk about was a project that Gloriana and Ves were quite interested in. The design project codenamed Devious was a Hexer stealth mech intended to facilitate sabotage, infiltration, and assassination. This was the first time that Ves designed a true stealth mech. The Hexer stealth tech that he had access to and the knowledge on stealth technology that he had obtained had significantly raised his proficiency in this field. Gloriana frowned and petted her cat. The Devious is shaping up to be a fine mech, but I haven't heard anything about its proto-god so far. Have you made any progress? I have a plan in mind. I intend to create a new design spirit, but in order to do so, I have to gather the right ingredients. That is proving much more troublesome than I thought. Chapter 2598 Devious. Stealth tech always fascinated Ves. Having fallen victim to it plenty of times, he always desired to harness this tech for his own purposes. The problem was that Ves had a hard time accessing books on stealth tech. While Ashling's library helped to supplement his knowledge, he didn't feel as if they were fully up to date. The most current and effective stealth applications were never publicized in any textbooks or teaching material. Instead, they remained hidden within the databases of secretive research bases. As long as these applications became accessible, they no longer provided a strong advantage. After all, as long as someone was able to figure out the principles behind a stealth system, they could easily target its weaknesses and develop a counter. This meant that while Ves was able to design a stealth mech, it simply wouldn't be good enough to fool powerful enemies. He could forget about dispatching a stealth shuttle to infiltrate a government base or the headquarters of a powerful organization. All of that changed once Gloriana chose to design a Hexer stealth mech. She personally lobbied the hegemony to design such a mech for the state and completed a deal that granted the design department access to specific stealth systems and stealth components along with the requisite knowledge to integrate them in a mech design. This was exactly what Ves needed to design an effective and modern stealth mech. Theory had to be paired with the right component licenses. If Ves only possessed the former, then he would have to develop stealth systems from scratch, which would take years. If he only possessed the latter, then any mech he designed would never possess cohesive stealth abilities. Now that he obtained both, he didn't have to struggle with this dilemma anymore. Ves just needed to devote some time to study the provided literature and manuals in order to advance his understanding by leaps and bounds. He even felt as if his understanding of stealth tech had shot up all the way to journeyman level. Together with Gloriana, they enthusiastically came up with a basic but promising stealth mech concept. In the past 2 months, they slowly built it up until they ended up with an incomplete mech design that could perform multiple stealth-related roles. The Devious project centered around a landbound light mech that featured minimal defense, low offense, and fairly good mobility. It was not a frontline combat mech. As long as it exposed its whereabouts to the enemy, even a single rifleman mech could take it down after landing just a couple of hits. With a budget of around 200 million hex credits, the light mech was supposed to be as affordable as possible, while still possessing effective stealth capabilities. This was a very difficult project. It would have been a lot easier to design a mech that could keep its presence hidden from the enemy if his budget was 3 times higher. As long as he could make use of more expensive materials, he could design a mech with much better stealth capabilities. Unfortunately, the hegemony preferred to obtain a more frugal mech design. Ves guessed that Diva and the other intelligence agencies wanted to perform a lot of stealth missions without burdening their strategic materials reserve. If any of the stealth mechs got caught, then their loss wouldn't hurt the hegemony. These hexers expect too much from my glows. Ves shook his head. Glows can't single-handedly hide an entire mech from plain sight. They're too big. Gloriana placed her hand on his arm to reassure him. The government doesn't expect you to do that much. The stealth tech incorporated in our devious mech should be good enough to evade most forms of detection. Only high-powered directional scans and continuous active scanning will cause it to expose some flaws. Mech pilots and operators normally don't perform these scans too much because it imposes a heavy burden on their sensor equipment. What the government truly wants is a mech that can reduce the vigilance and suspicion of enemy mech pilots and other personnel. I know. I'm just not too certain whether it will be useful. The Devious was supposed to possess a glow that cast a spiritual veil over the mech. The goal was to make the enemies around it more complacent, but the range of the glow was too short to cover too much ground. Of course, VS could also employ the directional glow channeling method of the Valkyrie Redeemer, but that only took care of one person at a time. Any mech pilot who wanted to utilize the devious mech needed to exercise precise judgment under high-stress situations. VS was afraid that the Hexer mech pilots assigned to pilot this mech wouldn't be up to the task. You're worrying too much, VS. Hexer mech pilots are the best in this star sector. While I admit that the Friday men come close, the hegemony trains its mech pilots well. The Devious will succeed. I know it. You just need to figure out how to create your new proto-god. To be honest, VS wasn't too worried about the technical challenges either. Even though VS and Gloriana didn't possess much experience in designing stealth mechs, starting with a fairly low tier 1 meant that the devious design wasn't too complex. In fact, if not for the fact that both of them had to spend a lot of time on bringing their proficiency in stealth tech up to standard, they probably would have been able to complete its design in 4 months instead of longer. Yet the most important component was still missing. Out of all of his existing design spirits, nothing seemed to be fit for the purpose. Gloriana suggested that he employ the Superior Mother, but slanted towards the dust phase of existence this time. It wasn't enough. The dust phase was one of the most passive and less intrusive glows of the Superior Mother, but its effect was very subtle. To the Hexers, dust was trivial. Dust was forgotten. Dust was silent. While it sounded as if these traits fit well with a stealth mech, in practice it mostly on other Hexers. Whenever non-Hexers experienced this aspect of the Superior Mother, they experienced a small but noticeable sense of nihility and despair. It was as if they began to recognize their insignificance. The galaxy and the multiverse were infinitely larger than any individual. Just the Superior Mother alone was able to treat Friday men like dust. This was an odd, weak but very noticeable effect. Pairing it with the devious defeated its purpose. At best, it could hide its presence among other Hexers. Against the Friday men, such a glow would only serve as a giant proximity alarm. Therefore, VS had little choice but to resort to another design spirit. With nothing suitable in his collection, he eventually concluded he had to make a new one from scratch. He could pair with the Superior Mother for the devious design in order to combine their useful traits. However, after losing a convenient source of spiritual fragments in the form of Nixie, VS had very few sources to create what he wanted. So far, the most reliable source of spiritual energy was his other design spirits. As long as he didn't bleed them too often, it was okay for him to ask them to make a donation. However, VS hadn't found the attributes he wanted. He wanted to obtain a fragment taken from a source that excelled in hiding. Finding this source was his biggest headache so far. While VS had ordered a bunch of strange exobeasts and biological products that possessed excellent hiding capabilities over the past 2 months, none of them possessed spiritual potential. They were just creatures of flesh and blood that held no value in his eyes. As VS explained this problem to his wife, she frowned. What will you do if you can't find what you seek? Will you be able to make your proto-god without the right ingredients? I don't know. He shrugged. I can form images, do some pre-processing and conduct a ceremony, but that will only result in a mediocre design spirit. If we want to obtain the best, then we should really obtain an appropriate ingredient. Do you have any solutions other than buying random exhibeasts? We still have a couple of months left before we reach the deadline. According to our current schedule, we will probably arrive at the Life Research Association in Majestic Teal around at that time. The LRA is a regional leader in developing biological products. They have invented artificial creatures that we can't even imagine. They should definitely have what we want and more. In fact, if there was enough time left, VS didn't mind harvesting the spirits of more spiritually active exhibeasts. The LRA was famed for setting up expansive reserves. Many of them were even open to recreational hunting, attracting lots of tourists who were eager to harvest trophies and expand their prestige. All of these hunting planets offered regulated hunting environments that were officially recognized by the Galactic Hunting Club. Since the LRA was a second-rate state, its hunting preserves were several times more dangerous. Gloriana began to look upset. A lot of overconfident hunters die in those preserves. Are you thinking about heading back into danger again? You just got out of the Nixian Gap. Damn. She caught on to his scheme. VS rapidly readjusted his plans. No. I'm not heading down there in person, honey. I'm a mech designer and a clan leader, remember? I think it's much more appropriate to dispatch a bunch of clansmen to these hunting preserves and tell them to retrieve some noteworthy exhibeasts. We can just sit back and relax while our mech pilots and soldiers complete their missions. She softened up when she heard this answer. That's better. You're learning, VS. You don't have to take part in these silly hunts anymore. With all of your design achievements, the prestige you can earn from hunting a challenging animal is really trivial. VS didn't quite agree with that. There was something visceral and exciting about confronting a dangerous exhibeast in its own territory. He wasn't stupid enough to voice these desires. It'll be hard to obtain the right exhibeast this way, VS warned. The biological products that we can buy straight away tend to be tamer and less ferocious than the animals that are specifically made for the hunt. It's unlikely that the former possesses the right strength. We need to hunt down formidable creatures that have proven themselves to be strong enough to overcome several hunting teams. What is even more troublesome is that I need to obtain these animals alive. This was a lot harder than the hunt for the crowned cat that he had previously participated in on Felixii. When Zygra finally died, VS had to act quickly in order to salvage his dissipating spirit. If VS wasn't on the field at the time a spiritually powerful exhibeast died, all of the creature's spirituality would disappear by the time the hunting team brought the corpse back to the Larkinson fleet. Gloriana wasn't interested in hunting, so she didn't express much interest in his problems. Our soldiers and mech pilots aren't average. Have some confidence in them. I'm sure they will be able to bring the animals back alive. The Soar Maidens are supposed to be quite good at hunting ferocious exhibeasts, if I recall. VS reluctantly nodded. That's true, but they are mostly interested in decapitating or bleeding their prey to death. I'm not sure they will be able to show enough restraint during the hunt. Well, he would figure it out when he reached the LRA. The Soar Maidens may have been pirates once, but their discipline and obedience was quite good. They were not prone to losing control. By the way, our stealth mech is a light mech. Even if it doesn't have any flight capabilities, we should bring in Juliet to this project. She can definitely improve the mobility of the Devious by another notch. Get lost! Chapter 2599, Flatter Crystals. Aside from needing to create a new design spirit, the Devious project did not present any significant obstacles. Gloriana eagerly tackled all of the challenges as if they were personal. VS also enjoyed the process of designing his first proper stealth mech. There were two major shortcomings of the Devious that VS didn't like. First, the Devious was limited by its relatively stingy design budget. This limited its effectiveness and increased the danger to the mech pilots. Second, the Devious was a land-bound mech. It was a lot easier to design a land-bound stealth mech because of its flatter profile and its simpler internal architecture. Stealth mechs with flight capabilities had to incorporate miniaturized flight systems or alternative means of traversal in order to prevent their energy signatures from lighting up like a torch in the dark. These mechs also generated a lot more heat due to their increased energy consumption. Every process generated heat due to inherent inefficiencies, and making mechs fly tended to build up a lot of heat during flight. What was even worse was that the stealth mech's energy reserves drained even faster during flight. Not only did it have to provide power to its energy-hungry flight systems, it also had to maintain all of its active stealth systems, which wasn't light in terms of power draw. The challenges of minimizing energy consumption, increasing efficiency, and preventing any heat from leaking out were already enough to drive journeymen crazy. Even Ves and Gloriana didn't have enough guts to design a space-borne or aerial stealth mech at their current stage. Perhaps only proper seniors were good enough to tackle these advanced projects. "It's okay," Gloriana reassured Ves as he voiced his frustration to her. "We can design something suitable in the future when we really need such a mech. For now, I don't think the Black Cats are required to perform any sabotage." "You're right." Ves loosened up as he idly petted Clixie's furry back. "I'm just being envious. Having a space-borne stealth mech in our lineup would definitely be handy and give us more options, but we don't strictly need it in order to survive. Once we finish the Devious project, we can make use of it ourselves. That will give us at least some solutions." "You're right." This was the best part about this project. The Glory Seekers and the Larkinson clan could make use of this mech as well. Even if the hexadric hegemony refused to extend that right to them, the experience of designing a stealth mech was already valuable in itself. With the immense amount of money at his disposal, he could definitely find some way to obtain the necessary permissions to make use of stealth systems and stealth components elsewhere. He could also make a deal with a different state in the Jaina star cluster. As long as the Devious project succeeded and the Hexers made good use of his stealth mech, other states would definitely want to get their hands on something similar. In fact, the LMC already received inquiries from different states. They offered various interesting conditions such as money, territory, and even noble titles in exchange for designing a mech with a glow that met their requirements. Many of the people or institutions that approached the LMC with these offers were quite savvy. They recognized the advantage of LMC mechs and showed a lot of sincerity in order to gain the same advantages that Ves had bestowed to the hexadric hegemony. It was a pity that Ves simply couldn't design so many mechs. He had way too many mech design projects on his to-do list to entertain these commissions. There wasn't a big hurry either. As long as Ves designed more mechs that made an impact in the Komodo War, his value would definitely rise. Second-rate states were unimaginably wealthy and powerful. The people who worked for the government weren't stupid either. As long as they wanted something bad enough, they would definitely bring out something that was precious and relevant to the Larkinson clan. In fact, Ves was patiently biding his time. He wanted to generate more demand and drive up the value of his services in the hopes of obtaining another capital ship or receiving a batch of strategically important resonating materials. The fact that the LMC's commercial catalog was already on its way to generate a monthly income of 1 trillion hex credits was already a testament to his design prowess. After he made this realization, Ves underwent a gradual shift in mentality. He raised his evaluation of his own value and considered his time to be much more precious than before. It was a pity that he didn't have enough time. The biggest problem he faced once he reached a certain level of success was that his output was limited by the amount of time he was able to invest in his work. knowing that he could obtain an unimaginable amount of wealth and power, but being unable to get more than a fraction of that due to his limitations was painful. There was no way for him to increase the amount of time he was allotted per day. He had to tackle this problem from a different angle. The answer he came up with was delegating some of his workload to other mech designers. "The design department is not sufficient anymore," he murmured. "I need to raise more journeymen in order to lead more projects. I should hire a lot more assistants as well in order to set up more design teams. As long as I obtain more help, I can devote my precious time to the work that really matters to me. I can spend more time on developing my specialty as well, which should accelerate my progression." He missed the days where he designed an entire mech by himself, but it was simply too inefficient. Of course, he had to be careful not to let his technical design abilities grow rusty. It was best to start some passion projects every now and then and work on it from the ground up in order to ensure he was still able to design a mech by himself. Master Willix had already advised him to do so in order to prevent himself from becoming dependent on others. Aside from the devious project, Ves also devoted a significant time on the Bright Warrior Mark I version B and the Ferocious Piranha Mark I version B projects. Both were powerful second-class mech projects that Ves wanted to add to his clan's common mech roster as soon as possible. The former was a versatile mech model that could fulfill most of the roles his mech forces needed to fulfill. "I need the Bright Warrior IB to replace our cheap commercial second-class mechs as soon as possible." As for the latter, the Ferocious Piranha IB would definitely become a killer against most enemies. The version C of this product line was already in the process of sparking a revolution in the regional mech market. Once the second-class version came out, the results would be so astounding that Ves was too afraid of selling it to the public. "Our clan is too weak and the LMC doesn't have a solid foundation in the second-class markets of this star cluster. We can't rock the boat too much," he muttered. There were massive interests involved in the second-class mech markets. Each market leader possessed enough wealth and power to ambush the Larkinson clan in order to get rid of any market disruptors. At most, Ves would only be able to get away with selling Ferocious Piranha version Bs through private sales. He did not even dare to put up his mech design for licensing, so he would probably be confined to producing the second-class Ferocious Piranhas in-house. Fortunately, the spirit of Bentheim was more than up to the task. As long as his expeditionary fleet obtained enough Transcendent Punishers, Bright Warrior version Bs and so on, he could switch the factory's ship's purpose from servicing the needs of the clan to producing high-quality mechs with high markups. It didn't matter if the profit from private sales paled in comparison to the profit generated by the LMC's business operations in the Yena star cluster. Ves wanted to diversify his income so that he and his clan would be able to survive the collapse of any revenue source. Due to prioritizing the mech design projects that were of immediate use to him and his clan, Ves was not able to allocate as much time on his other design projects. Fortunately, they weren't too complicated. The Hexer supportive mech designed to debilitate enemy expert pilots by blinding them with the illustrious one's glow had to be as economical as possible. As a mech designed to confront expert mechs without being able to threaten them in any serious way, it was destined to be utilized as cannon fodder. To the Hex army, this meant that it should be piloted by boys. It didn't help that the design codenamed Blinding Mech was meant to be deployed in greater numbers. After a lot of considerations, Ves set the Blinding Mech's design budget at just 145 million hex credits. This was 55 million hex credits less than the Blessed Squire, though the Blinding Mech did not incorporate sophisticated energy siphoning and energy transfer systems. Instead, Ves stuffed it with third-class luminar crystals. Due to the fragility of these crystals, Ves incorporated them in the shield and frame of a defensive land-bound night mech. Mobility is not important for this mech. It doesn't have to be fast, nor does it require any flight capabilities. Ves equated the role of the blinding mech to the Doom Guard. Both mechs were designed to counter specific enemies in very particular ways. Because they were geared towards defensive deployments, he could focus their designs to excel in their narrow roles. In order to ensure adequate defensive capabilities while keeping costs down, Ves piled up the blinding mech's design with a lot of heavy bulk armor. The alloy formula of its armor system was made up entirely with low-grade exotics and other readily available materials. While this essentially slowed the blinding mech down, Ves considered it to be an acceptable trade-off. The only annoying part was that he couldn't go too far with this. Unlike the Doom Guard, the blinding mech had to take part in at least some offensive operations. These requirements essentially limited the defenses of the blinding mech. While it possessed plenty of armor to resist a decent number of ranged attacks, Ves did not expect it to last long against an expert mech. A sardonic smile appeared on his face. Well, it's not as if doubling its budget will help much either. Expert mechs were unreasonably powerful. Their attacks were always capable of slicing or punching through most standard mechs. Ves just had to put enough armor onto his blinding mech design to prevent it from falling over after getting hit by a casual attack. An expert mech still has to expend a bit of effort to take one of these machines down. That was the best that Ves could hope for. The blinding mech did not need anything else as it was only meant to create opportunities. It was designed to fight alongside other Hexer mechs that were much more suited to launch follow-up attacks. As Ves tinkered with the relatively uncomplicated Knight mech design, he became especially proud of the crystal array he sandwiched in the thick and bulky shield of the blinding mech. Normally, the shield resembled a typical solid slab of metal. However, once the mech pilot issued a command, the surface layers retracted in order to expose the flat, gleaming crystals embedded in the middle. While luminar crystals classically came in a diamond or oval shape, Ves knew it was possible to synthesize or cut them in other shapes as well. In order to prevent the shield from becoming too bulky, Ves intended to embed flatter, block-shaped luminar crystals into its interior. While this design choice significantly reduced the bulkiness of the shield, the efficiency of the crystals dropped as a consequence. For some unknown reason that Ves couldn't fathom, making the crystals flatter reduced their efficiency and output by up to 25%. Though this was a rather painful trade-off, Ves still considered it worthwhile. By covering the entire interior of a tower's shield with blocky luminar crystals, the effect should still be very significant. I'm not sure how effective the blinding mech will be against expert pilots, but it will definitely have an effect on regular mech pilots as well. Chapter 2600, Giant Killer. The more Ves spent time on the blinding mech project, the more he became interested in its performance. The supportive Knight mech depended so much on the illustrious one's glow that Ves had basically turned it into a sacrificial vessel. If Ves disregarded its design spirit and its luminar crystals, the blinding mech did not have much going for it anymore. It was far worse than the Blessed Squire in this regard. His first Hexer mech design at least possessed enough utility and armor to be an asset on the battlefield without relying on the superior mother. The same could not be said for the blinding mech. It possessed inferior armor, bad mobility, and just a simple sword as its only weapon. It also didn't provide any further utility to justify its presence in battle. All of THS meant that Ves was basically making a huge gamble. At this point in the design project, he didn't know how effective the blinding mech could channel the illustrious one's dazzling properties. If Ves miscalculated somehow, then he essentially wasted 6 months of his precious time on a project that resulted in a piece of trash. I can't even use the Crystal Lord Mark II version C as a reference. The new third-class laser rifleman mech was supposed to be an excellent premium product. However, all of the hype surrounding the ferocious Piranha version C basically sucked out all of the oxygen for the other mech. While the Crystal Lord IC did sell at brisk amounts, it was simply not as attention-grabbing. Its glow was not focused towards the illustrious one's blinding effect at all, so the strengths of this model weren't as apparent. At the very least, there were too few anecdotes, battle footage and battle reports to make any solid conclusions. Any incidents where enemy mechs fumbled in front of the Crystal Lord Mark II could also be chalked up to other reasons. The LMC did not plan to market the new Crystal Lord model at this time either. Unless it was able to generate hype on its own, it was better to focus on maximizing the sales of the ferocious Piranha version C. Well, I have enough confidence in my product. It has to work. The illustrious one isn't a useless bum after absorbing the essence of the blinding one. VS no longer worried so much about the blinding mech's viability and focused on completing his designs. Aside from that, he also spent a decent amount of time working with Juliet on the first LMC mech exclusive to the Penitent Sisters. The purpose of this project was to design a mech that could punch above its weight and pose a threat against powerful mechs. While that sounded similar to the blinding mech, this was different. The blinding mech was a land-bound mech that was suitable for large-scale battlefield conditions. It was meant to be piloted by relatively expendable male Hexer mech pilots, and did not possess any inherent offensive capabilities. In contrast, the project codenamed Giant Killer was meant to deliver a mech design that not only complemented the Penitent Sister battle formations, but also leveraged the skill and fervor of its mech pilots to leapfrog their battle strength. Therefore, the Giant Killer simply wasn't compatible with the Hex Army or the Glory Seekers. Even if other Hexer mech pilots got their hands on some Giant Killers, the mechs wouldn't be able to exert their full strength. This was because the power of the Superior Mother played a pivotal role in empowering the mechs and mech pilots. So far, VS did not disseminate the power of his battle networks and battle formations. As far as he was concerned, he wanted to keep this feature as a trump card for his Larkinsons. He didn't even intend to share it with the Glory Seekers despite how much the Giant Killer could increase the overall security of their combined fleet. In the beginning stages of this project, VS and Juliet puzzled which mech type they should adopt. The obvious solution was to start off with a Lancer mech, but VS had already ruled out that option beforehand. Against powerful second-class expert mechs, or just a single first-class mech, attempting to swarm them with melee mechs was too costly. It has to be a ranged mech, VS insisted. The mech has to possess enough firepower to deplete energy shields and punch through solid armor. It also has to possess enough mobility to adapt to numerous different circumstances. It also needs enough defenses to last on the battlefield. That sounds like an expensive mech, the Penitent Sister designer noted. The Giant Killer must be powerful enough to give it a chance against second-class expert mechs or very basic first-class mechs. I don't expect it to win a duel against powerful opponents, but I expect to obtain some results as long as we are able to deploy at least 200 mechs. There was no other way to defeat a significantly superior mech without investing a lot of money and resources. Fortunately, due to the law of diminishing returns, the total value of Giant Killers deployed in the field did not have to exceed the value of a small number of powerful mechs. As long as the Penitent Sisters piloting the Giant Killers enjoyed a decisive numerical advantage, they should already have the grounds to win such a clash. The offensive power of the mech was key. The Giant Killer didn't have to be as well armed as the Transcendent Punisher, but it had to be able to pierce through the toughest possible armor. That was not an insurmountable problem for a heavy land-bound artillery mech, but it was an entirely different matter when it came to a medium space-borne rifleman mech. The advantage of the Transcendent Punisher was that it was able to output a lot of damage and make use of the cover provided by the bunkers of the Larkinson clan's starship. However, these conditions also limited the Transcendent Punisher's versatility. Its firing angles and its mobility were so limited that it was too difficult to take advantage of its firepower in certain scenarios. The biggest disadvantage was that the Transcendent Punisher was not suited for offensive operations. The giant killer was supposed to fill up this gap. It didn't have to match the firing rate or the damage output of the Transcendent Punisher, but it had to be armed with the most powerful ranged weapon that could be fitted onto a relatively mobile space-borne mech. Since VS was willing to invest a lot of money in the giant killer, he set its overall design budget at 800 million hex credits. That was very expensive compared to his other design projects. It was worth it though. With an allotment of 800 million hex credits, VS could make use of excellent lightweight armor systems, powerful flight systems, efficient power reactors, and high-capacity energy cells. Setting a lavish budget also allowed him to incorporate miniaturized components, thereby freeing up precious capacity that opened room for additional parts and modules. Still, all of these aspects are secondary to the weapons system. In a battle against a powerful enemy, you can't allow them to live long enough to destroy all of our mechs. As long as the battle revolves around attrition, our losses will be horrendous regardless if we win or lose, Juliet remarked. VS leaned back in his chair while stroking the physical projection of a glowing electronic cat. You're right. We shouldn't get caught up in stuffing as much goodies in the giant killer design as possible. All of these features are secondary to the firepower of the mech. Beigel, can you search for ranged weapons that meet the criteria I am about to set? Make sure the weapon model is accessible and fits the framework of the giant killer concept. Mew. Beigel served as an adequate substitute for Lucky. What VS particularly liked about the Astera AI Core's virtual avatar was its adaptability. Beigel learned so quickly that he adopted many of the characteristics that VS liked to see in cats. If there was one downside about Beigel's propensity for change, it was that the cat didn't possess a strong and unique character. VS had to command him to curtail the learning routine in order to solidify his personality. The AI core instantly performed the task that VS had assigned to it. The core split up a portion of its processing power and began to access numerous databases. It also accessed the galactic net and explored several different weapon catalogs for suitable weapon models. In the span of just a few seconds, Beigel not only collected information about thousands of suitable weapon models, but also ranked and categorized them in a very clear and user-friendly format. A new projection appeared in the design lab that listed all of the potential choices. VS smiled and rubbed the head of the electronic cat. The physical projectors built into the design lab compartment made sure that VS felt as if he was petting a real cat. Thank you, Beigel. The projected cat looked up at him with cute, glowing eyes. Mew mew mew. The only disappointment was that VS didn't feel any emotion from his new cat. No matter how good Beigel emulated the joy and love of a living animal, without the life that gave these emotions heft, it was all fake. VS sighed. Lucky is still better. Still, the convenience provided by the spirit of Benthime's AI core was incomparable. VS and Juliet only had to examine the list of results for 10 minutes before they settled on a choice. VS pointed his finger at a large cannon. The Samheim VVK-11C is one of the most powerful Gauss cannon that can be fitted on a medium mech frame. It's cumbersome and impractical, but not too much. Juliet detected a complication. The Samheim Gauss cannon isn't designed to fire standardized rounds. Instead, it can only be loaded with proprietary, ultra-heavy rounds. The Zcorden Gauss cannons utilized by the Transcendent Punisher were capable of firing several different standardized projectiles. This made it easier to supply it with ammunition. In contrast, the weapon developer of the Samheim deliberately made it difficult, if not outright impossible, for the weapon to be loaded with commonly used rounds. This meant that every customer was forced to make use of proprietary sarin rounds. Naturally, if anyone wanted to produce these rounds, they had to license the projectile model from the same company. Ves did not necessarily get upset about this. In some cases, forcing a customer to utilize a single brand of ammunition was nothing more than a scam. However, he did not believe it was the case at the moment. When he agreed to pay billions of hex credits to license the Samheim Gauss cannon and its accompanying sarin round, he studied the complete design schematics and technical parameters. This is still a worthwhile weapon to pair with our giant killer. The Samheim makes use of some special methods to increase its muzzle velocity that requires specific adaptations on its rounds. What's even better is that the sarin round is even better able to pierce through shields and resilient armor due to its peculiar design and high-quality materials. That was assuming that Ves and his clan had enough money. Neither the Samheim nor the sarin round were cheap. Not a single mercenary corps would want to make use of this extravagant weapon system. There simply wasn't a way to earn enough profit. Ves was different. He and his clan were swimming in money. This was why he unscrupulously set the giant killer's budget at 800 million hex credits. He could afford paying for quality. Juliet. If we pair the Samheim Gauss rifle with the giant killer, then it won't be a rifleman mech anymore. It's more apt to describe it as a cannoneer mech. You're right. It does look like that. It even has the relatively limited ammunition capacity due to the size of the rounds and the energy needed to fire them all. This is not a mech with a lot of staying power.